a great pillar behind the turret. Alexic dives in there. Kevin gonna dive in there. Shock is going low. Shock's the dead man.
It's 3 down. That's going to be 4 down. And Copenhagen Wolves shoving straight down the mid lane.
And there is the finisher. Rogan makes it a triple. Oh, we have that.
What the hell is happening here, ladies and gentlemen? The super hot crew have done it.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Week 5 of the League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from our studio in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller, along with Trevor Quickshot Henry, and what better way to say Happy Valentine's Day to all of you than with a super-sized day of action.
Yeah, who needs flowers when you got 4 LCS matches and a Challenger Series final? And with the standings so close, I'm expecting to see anything but love on the Rift today.
It will be love here in the Casadez, though, let me promise you that. Let's break down some of yesterday's highlights, though. And the first up, I have to say, Fnatic lost again. Now 4 games without a win.
Yeah, they're completely unable to break that losing streak. Last week, Fnatic had a very weak early game. That's what cost them during week 4. In yesterday's match, they improved their early game, but their mid-game decision-making wasn't there, and it forced them to get caught out repeatedly by SK Gaming, and SK picked up the win.
And while we're talking about teams not doing very well, Millennium are currently rooted right at the foot of the table.
Yeah, Millennium continue to struggle. Their brief hiatus to IEM did secure them some wins, but it didn't offer much in the way of LCS stability. So what they need to do is go back to the basics, stepping it up now because we're almost halfway through the split.
But on the positive side of things, ROCCAT bounced back from behind to beat Alliance and stay top of the league.
Yeah, and ROCCAT are definitely the surprise performers of the spring split. After 5 weeks of games, seeing how consistently well they're playing and how well they're performing, there is no one that can doubt how they are really the arguably strongest team, if not one of the strongest teams in Europe right now.
And the European Challenger Series saw Meet Your Makers take down Tick, Trick and Duck to take 3rd place yesterday.
Yeah, MYM just outplayed TTD. Charu played Yasuo and Karthus. He had very good performances on both of those champions. And it was good to see MYM playing and performing well together as a team. They secured their 3rd place title and they grabbed themselves 5 Challenger Circuit points.
And of course, there were some plays that had you guys buzzing on Twitter, but one LCS big play ruled them all yesterday, and it happened during the ROCCAT versus Alliance game.
Yeah, this one comes to us from @SaberWoif. He says, despite dying, Tabs goes man mode and secures 2 kills in a hopeless situation, which saved it being a clean ace. Let's actually see it in action.
Then there's going to be Alliance in trouble. They're caught out in the bush. Look at the side here. That's going to be Nif locking him down. It is going to be 1 kill for Tabs. Can he get a second abandon? Yes, he can. It will be the death of him. Oh, will it? He's on towards him. Jankos locks on towards him. Froggen doing what he can to keep him at bay. I don't believe the wall comes in.
Such great play from Tabs. Stayed alive a lot longer than I was expecting him to in that situation. And for you guys at home, remember to tweet us @LOL Esports and tell us your favorite plays throughout the day using that hashtag LCS Big Plays.
Now, let's check out the standings to see where the teams are before we get today's games underway. At the top of the table, again, it's a tie, just as we like it here in Europe. Gambit and ROCCAT both with 8 wins, 3 losses, and then we have Fnatic just behind them at 7 for 4.
And in 4th place, it is SK Gaming and the Super Hard Crew. They are tied at 5 wins and 6 losses, and yet another tie. This time it's 6th, as Alliance and the Copenhagen Wolves share 4 and 7 records, and sitting in last place for yet another day is Millennium, rounding out the table at 3 and 8.
But it is a whole new day in the LCS, and that means anything can happen. So here's today's lineup of games. First up, it's the Alliance taking on Super Hot Crew, and then Fnatic look to get back to winning ways against Millennium.
And after that, it is the Copenhagen Wolves as they try to tackle ROCCAT, and then SK Gaming takes on Gambit.
And immediately after those games conclude, we'll be bringing you a special event right here on our stage. The top teams in the European Challenger scene will be facing off in a best-of-3 when Ninjas in Pyjamas take on Cloud9 Eclipse to decide who will take 1st place in the European Challenger Series final.
Yeah, that begins right after the LCS games, and Joe and I will be calling all of the action in that best-of-3.
And as always, for more information about both the Challenger Series and the LCS, head over to lolesports.com for all the schedule information, player stats, VODs, and much more. And that's where you can also vote on today's matches. Just click on the thumb next to the team you think will win in each matchup, and we will tally up those votes before each game.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, click the tickets link at the top of the page to find out how you can be part of the studio audience here to cheer on your favorite teams.
Now it's your turn to share your thoughts with us. So hop on Twitter and tell us which European LCS pros play style do you love the most and why?
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Overpower. I love watching the way he plays. He has a lot of different champions. He plays them aggressively, but he plays them intelligently aggressively. So making the right decisions. You guys at home, write to us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS.
And in honor of today's holiday, we'll be giving away the brand new Heartseeker Ash skin to lucky viewers who have had their tweets aired on our broadcast today.
Yeah, not only that, but each winner will receive 2 codes so you can share them with a special summoner in your life.
I'd share mine with you, Trevor, if I even had one. But for now, let's send it over to Shox, who's standing by with XPK and Reckless from Fnatic.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm Eve, your Shock supporter, joined here by 2 members of Fnatic, XPK and Reckless. Thank you very much and welcome to the table. Now, we're going to start by talking about your guys' performance yesterday versus SK Gaming. PK, what do you think went wrong?
Pretty much the decision making and some individual plays as well. I did a couple of mistakes by myself. And besides that, I think more than individual mistakes, I think it came when we all moved together as a team. We had no coordination. Oral calls were bad. When we say let's do this, we do it, but we are super slow. And meanwhile, they take a turret and we get a kill for it. So it's not worth. Normally, when you get a kill, you should get objectives, not the other way around.
Yeah, Reckless, you went 7-2-0 again. That's a great score. Where did it go wrong from your perspective?
Well, PK was also 6-2 that game. And with having 2 carries fed, you should usually win the game. But the main problem was not actually how strong we were individually, rather how we played it as a team. Because no matter how fed you are, if you don't play perfectly as a team and you perform very badly in team fights, it won't matter at all. So that was the main problem that game.
All right, so tell me then, how much of that do you think is team synergy and how much of that is related to the picks you guys have been going for?
I could say the picks could be better for sure, but I think if we play like we normally do, a lot better, the picks wouldn't have mattered. In other games maybe, but last game at least, the pick was fine, but we just didn't play them right. Like there were some fights we could have done a lot better, but no one really no one did the right call, and we just took bad fights. The only fight we did and we were really behind and we won it was on mid lane when we were like, let's just engage. We have a good setup for it and it went equal, but we were super behind. Then on top lane, again, we were 10k behind and we managed to almost win the fight. But we should have done that since the beginning, be more confident in ourselves and play the setup better.
And I think also the rotations in this game was very bad from our side and caused the fights to be very more like valuable. So the fact that we did poorly in the fights and poor rotations kind of snowballed the game faster than it would be if our rotations was better.
Yeah, that's something you guys were doing so well in the beginning of the season, which makes me wonder, is there something specific that changed? It's not like you changed a member or anything. So from that Gambit loss on, what changed?
Well, the first games, yeah, we did try playing the double AP a bit. I think the first games, it was not fully that, but it could. The first 2 games, Gragas and LeBlanc game, I think. No, the Gragas game was because of it. Our setup was not that good. Then the LeBlanc game, it was not the picks. It was mostly the decision of camping top lane and not getting anything on LeBlanc. Let's say LeBlanc got 1 kill. I think it would have been totally fine, and people would have said that LeBlanc is OP on top. But she didn't get the kill, and it was super bad. Then the games after that, I think we started to make wrong decisions all the time after mid-game. And yeah.
But also, this problem is not only on SOAS, it's on the whole team. So him picking AP is not only on him, it's also our team decision. So there is no flaws in his decision, it's more a team decision.
Okay, tell me a little bit more about that team synergy. And for you, because you were telling before the interview, I have this immense hunger to do good because I've been waiting for this for a year. Is that kind of ruining your plans now that it's not super?
Well, I can say like for sure I'm more hungry than the others perhaps in the team because they've been around for a longer time than me and I actually waited 1 year to be here. But at the same time I'm making them more hungry and I think that's good. We're meshing good together and even if we have a 4 losing streak here I think we'll come back strong in the end of the split.
So you guys have a chance to break that losing streak later versus Millennium. How high are your chances to win that, you think, Pique?
I think we have really high chances because we have lost so many games that just by random chance we have to win one now. No, I'm kidding. I think we are going to do good. Now we are really focused on it. We talk a lot about it, and I think we are going to think a lot more during the game. In the last games, we were thinking, but we were not really making the right choices. And now I think we're going to be really careful when we think what we want to do exactly and use our brains. That's what we really need to do.
All right, well, good luck in that. Finally, can I get your predictions on the first match of the day here? Alliance as they take on the super hot crew. Reckless.
I'm calling it for Alliance. They had a really good showing yesterday against ROCCAT. And I believe if they keep on going on that line, they can be a stronger team in the end as well.
Very good.
I think Super Hot Crew can do something good. They did really good versus Gambit, and they impressed me how they play. I think Gambit didn't think they would be that tough, and they play pretty much like any other top team. So I think even Super Hot Crew has a chance.
All right, thank you guys very much. And of course, good luck later versus Millennium. We need to take a brief break, but when we return, the struggling Alliance will face a surging super hot crew who bested the Copenhagen Wolves yesterday. We'll be right back.
Welcome back for our first game of the day as Alliance look to correct their mistakes from yesterday against a very strong-looking Super Hot crew. Now, yesterday Alliance were in a commanding position against ROCCAT. I say commanding almost in the loosest terms. They were ahead in that game, but it lost it out in the end.
Yeah, and at this point in time, Alliance has continued to show this hit-and-miss ability. They win everything one week, they lose everything the next, and in their loss yesterday, it wasn't quite as dramatic as that. They held even and traded blow for blow with ROCCAT until when one very poor decision in the late game ended up costing them.
Yeah, we actually have a video clip of that decision. It was a Baron blunder that cost them the game.
Yeah, so if you take a look at the replay we're going to run through very quickly, let's actually start this one right now. 6 to 7 on kills. Gold is about 1,000 difference at 40 minutes on the clock. And if you look at your minimap, you'll notice that Froggen is going to arrive to this party late, but so is the rest of ROCCAT. Tabs tanks the Baron the entire time. All of that damage on Tabs' HP bar was from poor positioning and from the rest of the team trying to engage on Xaxus. Because the game is at 40 minutes in, the 3 kills that are secured in the pit allow ROCCAT to literally just rush down the Nexus. It was a decision that I think as a team, they all gone back to the board and or back to the scoreboard and said, why did we do that? Why did we try rush it? They didn't have the damage. It just was a poor call. The rest of the game, however, was good. Talking about the team that has been underperforming, this is a rematch of the Week 1 game between Alliance and Super Hot Crew, where Froggen played LeBlanc. The team struggled, and his LeBlanc had little to no impact. So we'll see how he does today.
Well, Super Hot Crew, on the other hand, played a slow but calculated game against the Copenhagen Wolves, where they turned that small advantage into a very decisive finish.
Yeah, Wolves had absolutely no answer to the split push and the map play coming out of the Super Hot Crew. MrRallez once again did very well on Lucian. His overall stats are 26, 6, 17, which are great statistics, and he picked up a solo inhibitor uncontested. Last week, when the team of Super Hot Crew destroyed Gambit, it was entirely due to Vi being given to Impala, and then his synergy with Mimer and Moops. They invaded, conquered, and captured Gambit's Nexus in the fastest game of the LCS.
And speaking of Impala, Shock sat down with the Super Hot Crew's jungler to find out how he became a pro player and the wild ride that he and his team have had getting into the LCS.
First off, I'd like to get to know a little bit more about you personally as a gamer. How did you get involved with League of Legends professionally?
I started off playing like random tournaments online, and then one day my friend needed a dropout for a tournament, for a LAN. So I was like, oh, I've got nothing to do tomorrow, I can come down. And they're like, yeah, just come. So 2 random people came and picked me up. And then I was like, yep, don't really know these guys, but we went to the tournament in the UK called iSeries, and then we won. And that's how it all began. So
you were playing AD carry then, and was that the first taste that you got of playing professionally? And did that wake something up inside you, like, I really want to pursue this?
Yeah, initially I played AD carry, but I preferred like the decision-making side of the game. So from there I went to mid, where there's a bit more decision-making. You decide if you roam or how you can affect like counter-jungling and all that. But then eventually I wound up in the jungle because that's where you make most of the decisions around the game.
And then you come here to the big stage to qualify for LCS versus SK Gaming. And I believe you made a quote for yourself, it wasn't fun playing like that on the main stage. Tell us about that experience.
Originally when we won the first game, everyone was like, yeah, we got this now. We spoke between the games like, yeah, we know we can do this. Because the first game is like the biggest shock because everyone's there and it's a really important match. And then we won the second game and it's like, yeah, just one more win now and then we're like home free. And then the third game and we lost because they adapted their play style around how we play. And because we were a new team, we could only really play one style. And we refused to like adapt to how they adapted to us. And then we went 2-2.
If they cannot shake off this defeat, they may not be able to win Game 5.
And suddenly everyone's like, oh, damn, we can actually lose this. And then 2-3, and we lost on main stage. It's really bad losing and feeling like you were a big impact on the loss. And I didn't feel good at all.
You felt personally responsible?
Partially, yeah. Because we didn't adapt, I was forced to play the same style even though we were losing. And as soon as they know what you're going to do every game, then you've pretty much lost already.
Where were you or what were you doing when all of a sudden you heard there's going to be a play-in, we get a second chance?
I didn't even have the spot at that point because they went back to playing with the old lineup and I was just like, meh, doing my own thing. And then suddenly like, things with our jungler aren't really working out and we want to try you again. And I'm like, I've done all this before. I do not want to lose again. And I was cautious at first to even accept the offer of trying to play again. And they tried like 3 junglers and they came back to me and said, yeah, we'd like to try you. And I said, okay, but if it's like it was before, then I won't come back. And luckily things changed. We got MrRallez instead.
tell me a little bit about growing up with games and esports, and you're obviously very young, you're 18 years old. Did you actively see that growing, or was that something that was always there for you?
I played at the end of Season 1, and I was like, oh, Season 1 World Finals, that looks cool. And then Season 2 World Finals, wow, that looks amazing. And now Season 3 World Finals is just crazy, like $2 million prize pool or whatever it is. And SKT dominating everybody. And now I'm thinking Season 4 World Finals. Could I be there? Like, maybe I could grow up with esports, and esports would become, I don't know, my life.
There's definitely a chance for Impala to make it to the Worlds this season, that's for sure. I mean, you should never even think about giving that dream up at this point.
Definitely not. And it's been a very bumpy ride. You see how topsy-turvy it is. The team of Super Hard Crew only actually qualified for the LCS 2 days before we were officially meant to start. You know, 2 or 3 days before, they had that play-in on the Saturday against Meteor Makers and swept them 2-0, and they've been performing phenomenally on the big stage.
Yeah, on a bit of a roll here. So let's get towards the game and check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Alliance, with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, the AD carry Tabs, and support is Nif.
And on the red side, it is the Super Hot Crew. Mimer up top, Impala, the man we just heard from in the jungle, Moops in the mid lane, MrRallez as your AD carry, and Mixer as your support.
So, as we get towards Champion Select, let's talk a little bit about the bans here. And one thing that we can say with absolute sureness is the fact that the junglers for both of these teams have been targeted heavily.
Yeah, definitely. And I think both of these junglers, Shook and Impala, have struggled to adapt in the opening weeks of the LCS. Their main champions were being taken away. It was Vi for Impala, it was Elise for Shook. And I think a lot of the other teams have realized that if you prevent them getting the jungle, if you take the jungle picks away and they can't get their solo lanes going, that's a strong way to beat these teams.
What about the other lanes here as well? We mentioned the Lucian for MrRallez has been incredibly strong so far. Could we see a ban go in that direction?
I don't know if you're gonna value banning Lucian because there's so many other picks, the likes of Kayle, the likes of Gragas. Also these top laners, both Wicked as well as Mimer play very similar sort of tanky, bruisery top lane champions, and that could also be a focus.
Well, first ban out of the gate will be Vi. Surprise, surprise. Aim straight at Impala there. Kassadin, a standard red side ban taken away from the Super Hot Crew. Then we'll see actually Caitlyn taken away here, interestingly enough, by Alliance towards MrRallez.
So Caitlyn has been played 5 times by MrRallez. He's only got 2 wins on it, 3 losses. Lucian, he's also played 5 times. And you can see with how quickly the bans are going through here, Alliance are making it clear they don't want to run the risk of having that long-range poke of Caitlyn in their faces.
And LeBlanc was taken away, so 2 bans aimed towards Froggen. At this point, of course, he brought his Anivia out yesterday, which I think surprised all of us that was going to happen. Elise, of course, the final ban for Alliance, so they got something else in mind for
Kayle.
first pick.
It has to be Kayle. I think Alliance are trying to force Super Hot Crew to decide what to ban in that mid lane. The fact that they've removed Pantheon and removing, Elise from the pick, well, I'm way off. They're definitely targeting that Lucian. They don't want MrRallez on it, but that's potentially given over Renekton, Kayle, Thresh, Gragas. There's a lot of very big, impactful champions they could run. They could even pick up like a Wukong in the jungle if they wanted to snare the next high-priority jungler right now.
Well, it's most definitely going to be the Thresh. That's already locked in, as is the Wukong. So you're on the mark with that one. To be honest, there's, I say not many junglers left up, and there's still obviously a whole plethora of them, but the strong ones right now, Vi, Elise, and Pantheon, all taken away. They settle for it this time around. That leaves the likes of Yasuo open even. That's actually been banned quite a lot. In fact, the first 4 games of this season, they were banned. It was banned every single time against Alliance.
Yeah, nobody wants to let that assassin through for Froggen. It's quite interesting to see if they're going to consider it because you need to combo it with some additional knockups, knockbacks. Generally, we've seen Vi plus Yasuo working because it's a guaranteed knockup as well as getting the ability to land that last breath. What we have seen though from other teams is replying with like a support Morgana. You stick the Black Shield down, you can't be knocked up. The fact that Thresh has already been locked in makes it a little bit safer for Alliance to consider, and we'll have to see if they decide to go for it as this picks and bans progresses.
Well, Lee Sin, Trundle were the picks there for Alliance in that one. Super Hot Crew going to be picking around, and interesting to see where MrRallez actually goes from this one. Caitlyn obviously banned. We've seen that the Lucian has been taken away from him. He has already played, for example, Ezreal. In fact, he played it in the last game that these two teams played against each other. 2-1-6 is where Rallez finished in that one. But right now, they're hovering over Lissandra and Twitch.
Well, we'll see how they get locked in. I want to touch on the Trundle from Wicked just very quickly. He's sticking with the traditional tanks, and we actually seen yesterday his Renekton didn't work out, was outscaled by ROCCAT's Xaxus and his Trundle in the top lane. So I quite like Wicked deciding to go for that, realizing that a lot of the other picks were up and available. The longer this game goes, the better that Trundle's going to become.
So Lissandra in there with Jinx this time around. So that was the choice for this one. Actually, they've only won one game. Actually, that's a lie. They played against Gambit as well with that Jinx. Or Gambit played it against them. But either way, that's going to be the choice this time around for MrRallez.
A little bit of an unsafe pick here for Super Hard Crew. Jinx Thresh is going to be a little bit safer in lane, in that the Lantern's going to be, there to pull Jinx out of the fray, get her out safely. However, this Lissandra is going to be so impactful at slowing down Trundle and Lee Sin when we get into these team fight stages. If Lissandra is unable to get the slows down and get her ultimate from the Frozen Tomb to split up the Alliance members, I actually think it's quite scary to have this Jinx. We've heard Reckless speaking out quite strongly about how he feels that because it's so easy for certain champions to get onto you as Jinx, it's not worth picking her. He prefers to play the slightly safer long-range champions and mobile champions like Lucian and Caitlyn.
So the final two picks here for Alliance then. We talked about Kayle earlier on, getting through the bans this time around, and Froggen is going to get his hands on Kayle. They also picked Leona in there as a support.
So it's a very good composition from Alliance. I think they have a strong early game. They've got Leona, they've got Lee Sin that'll help out the lanes. He's very good at early ganks. Leona Lucian is going to struggle against Jinx Thresh if they go for the 2v2 until they hit level 6. But once they hit level 6, you've got all in, you have kill potential there. So Alliance do well at multiple stages of the game. We are seeing a Gragas locked in for a double AP comp now on the side of Super Hot Crew. And this means we're most likely going to see the top lane Lissandra. This is what we've seen multiple times throughout the last split of the LCS when Lissandra was very popular and played often. And I don't know. I think there's a little bit reliant on popping somebody quickly with the Gragas-Lissandra combo, and if Super Hot Crew can't do that, I'm a little bit nervous about this sort of quasi-wombo combo composition.
It's an interesting choice in the lane there against Trundle as well. If you think about that one, Trundle's going to be trying to get up in your face this entire time, and you can lock him up with your W every single time that he comes anywhere near you, trade a bit of damage, and just back away from that one. Great mobility as well that you've got in there to start fights. You've got the ability to stay safe as well from that one, obviously, to with you all yourself. So interested to see how this one works out. We have to make a big note about this one right now. Double AP comps up until now have not had success.
No, they definitely haven't. And you actually heard Pekka during the interview, the pre-game interview today, saying that had Soaz picked up a kill with his top lane LeBlanc against the tanks in the top lane, it could have worked out for him. It's going to be a similar situation now for Mima on this Lissandra. If he can get ahead early, he has all of the tools to control the Trundle, but he needs to get ahead early.
Well, let's see who you guys were thinking are going to win this one. Checking out your votes. According to lolesports.com, 67% of you think that Alliance are actually going to come out and take this one. Let's not forget, Alliance are definitely a team that don't play well, for some reason, on odd-numbered weeks. Weeks 1, 3, and 5, up until now, obviously, this is their second game. They've not picked up a win. Even number weeks are good for Alliance, so if it continues like this, who knows what's going to happen?
Well, we'll have to see how well they play this early game out. I think they have the tools to get kills, they have the tools to actually get control of the game, and if they can get control, they have a great composition for maintaining control. Leona's good at diving, Kayle's going to be able to have so much damage as Froggen begins to scale up with her, and I just want to see what Super Hot Crew are going to do once they hit 6. Because there's a very big power spike. Once Lissandra has her ultimate and the ability to lock somebody down, you then have so much burst damage and AoE from that jungle and the top laner combined. But much like we've seen with all Wukongs, if you can't get in, if you don't have a clean opening, you're unable to win those convincing team fights.
And Kayle just turns into an absolute monster late game. We've seen it time and time and time again. In fact, the win over Millennium, which happened last week for Alliance, Froggen played a 9-8 Kayle, which once you start really getting in there in terms of items far enough into the game, it's very hard to stop that one. So we'll see how the Super Hot Crew deal with that one and how these combos are going to work out for both teams. Up until now, we're seeing a very normal split across the entire map.
So there's one thing I do want to talk about with regards to that intervention. Because of the amount of area of effect damage that Super Hot Crew have, basically every single one of their damage-dealing champions has some form of splash or AoE. That intervention is going to become a lot less game-changing because it's going to hit the entire team. Oh, Impala's taking a lot of it.
Impala's going to get caught out here, but I don't think they can follow in and chase that one down. Wicked just chomping on that ward, but Impala losing a little bit of health. Shouldn't affect him too much here, although did have to work through one of his pots there from the start. But he's going to go back off to his red. That'll start things out. Now this bottom lane getting into position. RALZ and Mixer versus Nif and Tabs. We'll see who gets the early blows in this one.
RALZ and Mixer are always aggressive early. Every single time we've seen them. Look at Mixer position. He's going to get caught by Nif.
And they put the ward down. And actually Mixer taking a burst of damage there from Tabs, but they managed to give it straight back onto him. We can see already those cookies being nommed on by the guys in the bottom lane.
So I think even trade, because both of the supports come away with roughly the same amount of HP lost. Well, I just want to take note of the fact that Mixer has got an exhaust as opposed to an ignite in this laning phase. So he's anticipating the later game fights, planning to exhaust the Trundles and the Kaels when the bigger fights erupt. It makes it a little more difficult at getting low-level kills against this Leona Lucian lane.
Well, let's see how that one all works itself out. RALZ and Mixer have started how they've really gone about their other games as well, being very, very aggressive. This top lane going to be interesting. It's all about the ice up there with Trundle versus Lissandra. Very interesting to see how this one comes out. Just a quick note, if we think back to last season where Mima played for Ninjas in Pyjamas, we always used to rave about how tanky champions were definitely his forte. But on these, squishier champions that I think we can say are a little bit more unforgiving if you're out of position and what have you, he's really struggled on.
Yeah, he hasn't had the same level of impact. Mima in this particular season, in this split, has been doing very well in the split, pushing the very farm-heavy champions. I must admit, though, I like the Lissandra against a Trundle and a Kael because, much like a Nivea yesterday where Froggen played, she has the tools to control a Kael quite effectively. And you'll find that quite similarly from Lissandra. With her Ice Shard, the Q just going to repeatedly apply slows. Makes it very difficult for the quite short-range Kael, Trundle, and Lee Sin to get in those fights.
Get in there and chase this mid lane then. Kael versus Gragas, certainly a lane that we've become more and more used to seeing. Moops, who, for me, he's again been strong, incredibly good when Super Hot Crew have won, but he's had little to maybe no impact in the games that they've struggled in and ended up losing.
So when we look at Moops as a player and we consider what he does for the Super Hot Crew, I feel like when he is replying and working with Impala or Mima, he does very, very well. He's not necessarily a leader, a spearhead for the team the way Froggen or Pekka is for their respective teams. However, that's Moops just taking way too much damage. And take a look at Shook coming in from behind. If a Sonic Wave connects, they may even be able to get him here.
I think that's the best position that they're going to get. There is a body slam coming out. Wave of minions already blocking off that Sonic Wave possibility from Shook, and he will simply safeguard out of that one. Wukong, Impala, who we heard from in the pregame, great interview with him there. He revealed a little bit about his start in the UK esports scene. He, again, he's been taking a lot of flack, I think, because he's always been banned out of games. Whenever he picks up a new champion, when he played Pantheon for the first times and did well with it, people just don't let him have it afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, his team actually banned out Pantheon, a champion he's played well with. We also seen Vine Elise banned out from Alliance. So he's a player who has taken a lot of pressure from the picks and bans phase, but he's risen to the occasion. Every time we've said, what's Impala going to play next? What sort of impact can he have? He finds a champion that he can have a meaningful contribution. He played Wukong yesterday, went 2-1-8. And right now he's trying to set up his first gank. If Mixer doesn't get a death sentence, though, I don't think there's enough CC for this one to work out. So we'll see if Mixer can make it land.
Well, he will get the flay and the hook there on towards Nif. The chompers are down. Exhaust comes in on towards Nif. There's too much locking him up, but Nif will flash away. The zap blocked out by Tabs, and that's brilliant there. Nif managing to survive it. Did have to use his flash out of that one, but crucially, doesn't give up the first blood.
And it was so smart. Nif actually used the Zenith Blade to just get a little bit further down the bush line and then immediately flash over the members of Super Hot Crew. Fact of the matter, though, is it's a successful gank from the Super Hot Crew. They got the flash out of Nif, and if he gets caught by another death sentence in the next couple of levels, it's going to be an easy kill.
And speaking of easy kills, I'm not sure this is one of them in the mid lane. Moops there, getting slowed down. He's going to have that body slam, but there is the safeguard to the ward. The Q lands, and Shook follows through. That's first blood for Alliance. perfectly done.
Very well played. I like the fact that Shook actually dashes to the ward with his safeguard. That's going to allow him to just land a very easy Sonic Wave at point blank range, and that just gives him a nice chunk of gold to work with. In this bottom lane, the aggression continues as they caught Nif.
Hook again on towards Nif. The jumper's going to go up. He's stuck there. He's got no flash from that last engagement, but Tabs doing good damage back from this one. Tabs will eventually have to dash away as Nif goes low, but again, survives the death sentence.
So much additional defensive statistics from that Eclipse. The W of Leona made it very difficult for MrRallez to burn through that HP. We did see very good play from Tabs. He immediately focused MrRallez down, continued landing auto attack after auto attack, and it forced Super Hard Crew's duo to sort of back out of going for that kill.
Oh, this top lane perfectly even on farm at this point. See that Mima's starting to push those waves heavier and heavier up on towards Wicked. I'm interested to see how Wicked itemizes this one. You'd expect maybe straight up towards that Spirit Visage, make him almost unable to be killed in that top lane without a full-on all-in and probably some jungle pressure as well, but Wicked has gone some interesting ways, let's say, when his builds.
Yeah, he has got interesting ways, and we'll touch on that as we see Impala catching Shook out, trying to go for a red steal. Baron doesn't spawn for a few more minutes, Shook. It's not there to safeguard or Sonic Wave to. Just going on the items, I actually think that with both of the top laners running Flash Teleport and not having Ignite, it's a little more difficult to try and go for a kill presence, so he may play it safer. Nif gets caught by another hook.
Yeah, there's a hook onto him, but honestly, he's already so tanky from this one. You can see that in that last fight, it took them so long to get him low that it almost cost, or I say almost cost them, you know. Tabs got MrRallez quite low in that last one as they were trying to finish off Nif, and they know that they have to be careful with that one with the trades. There's a hook coming out. Perfect aim, just didn't have the range for Tabs because he dashed away.
Mixer's lane presence has been phenomenal in these opening 8 minutes. He's landed multiple hooks. He's forced Tabs and Nif to be on the defensive. However, I don't think they've built up enough of a CS lead. They've been trying to keep Tabs and Nif low and try to punish that sort of lane bully strength that they have right now, but that ticking time bomb is about to wear off as both Tabs and Nif are going to hit level 6 and they're going to be able to use that, you know, ultimate combo and CC from Leona to lock up MrRallez if they can catch him.
Well, we're seeing the first blue buffs being given over to those mid laners at this point. We're seeing Chalice in for Gragas as Wicked going on towards Mima. Locked him up there, but with a good pillar coming in. And that's his second tool that he's got. Mima can use his the Claw of Doom to get away from things, and he does it quite spectacularly as well.
Mima should not be picking fights with Wicked when he's got his frozen domain down. When that W is thrown out from Trundle, Mima should back away because the additional movement speed is going to allow Wicked to kite some of those ice shards and potentially even dodge them because he's got such a nice movement speed increase. So we'll see how Mima continues to play it. He's been a little patient, as I were. There goes the culling. They've caught Nif.
They've got to go all in on this one. Actually, Mixer going to get locked up here in the Leona Ultimate, but have they got the damage turning it around here? Nif going to be finished off by the Super Mega Death Rocket. Mima teleported down towards his bottom lane as well. He's got the support out of there. The top laner came down. That's a 4-man team in the bottom side of the map here for Super Hot Crew to go for Dragon.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get free reign on this one. If Shook tries to steal, maybe he can make it happen. He is making no motion for this at all. They're going to give this one up. And that was just MrRallez and Mixer being very, very smart. They stayed in the bush. They actually baited Alliance to think that they had recalled and, returned to base. And once the culling was used to kill the wave, that was a massive let's go now signal. Super Hot Crew engage, they manage to catch Nif, they get them killed, and it lands on MrRallez, which is very important, and they secure that dragon for a nice, healthy gold lead.
And I really like what they did there. They knew that that top lane was going to get pushed out, so they sent the mid laner to top and let Mima come into this mid lane to cover from that one. So actually, there was no even half attempt at equalizing out that dragon by pushing down that tower in that top lane. Wicked obviously couldn't get in there fast enough from that one. I'm interested to see whether they actually switch back. It does look like that's what they're going to do.
So this is actually something that Super Hot Crew did very well yesterday. They played the map, they played the lanes very effectively, and you touched on the fact that they've got 2 AP champions. You could actually put the Lissandra up against a Kayle for a little bit of time. He's got a fair amount of safety, has similar tools to deal with that Kayle damage, and as it stands, they are going to return to their regular lane positions, but it's nice to see how Super Hot Crew time the waves and time their champion movements to reduce the amount of risk of losing those turrets.
You can see that that kill down the bottom for MrRallez is actually giving him BF Sword plus the Vamp Scepter and Boots as well, so he does have a nice little advantage over his opposite number Tabs in this one. one. And with Impala coming down towards his bottom lane, we may see the first Cyclone coming in.
Yeah, it is available. He does have Flash as well. So let's see if Mixer, he doesn't have Box. He's going to use a Lantern, and Lantern times out.
Oh, the Lantern times out, but they managed to land the hook there on towards Tabs. That's a good flash away before the Flay could land onto him. Tabs stays safe. It was all a little bit clunky, that, from the Super Hot crew, unfortunately. Could have been perfect, didn't quite work that way.
Little bit of a misplay from Mixer, just pulling that Lantern a little too far, so Impala wasn't able to hitch a ride. He does manage to connect the hook onto Tabs though, and that forces the flash. So even without Impala's presence, Mixer once again landing a very, very crucial death sentence, making Tabs and Nev play a little bit defensive in that lane. It's not working out too much. It's only a 6 CS difference, so you do have to give credit to Tabs for how well he's been farming. But look at the route now that Impala's taking. He's gone all the way deep into the jungle, placed a very deep Wraith ward. They may consider a tower dive, but this is risky against the Leona, who's super tanky.
No wards in there. They're pushing up that wave now. Will that alert Alliance to what's about to hit them? Minion wave coming in behind them here as well. And we can see MrRallez just auto-attacking straight through those minions, trying to put as much poke damage down as he can. So here we go. Minions tanking up the turret. Here comes Impala from the side. Where they're going to go? They're aiming for Tabs. He gets right into the middle of them. Tabs is going to go down here. Who's tanking up the turret? That's Mixer. Now it moves off to Impala. He needs to get away. It's Moops coming down from the mid lane as well. Nif takes a full blast of damage. He's not going to escape this one. Moops finishes him off with an auto-attack.
That was a very, very good dive from Super Hot crew. The positioning of Mixer to throw down the Lantern, tank up the turret, and actually pull MrRallez to him to safety. They took next to no damage on the AD carry and support. Impala was forced low, but he gets out cleanly. That was a great channel on that Cyclone, and Super Hot crew have got a 3-1 kill advantage.
Very impressive stuff from Super Hot crew. Shook, though, is actually invading right now. He's up by Impala's red buff. Impala is top side of the jungle, and we can see that Moops is coming down. Mimer's coming in as well, so they know that Shook is going to be around from this one. There is the claw coming out from Mimer. He's going to ulti on towards Shook. Here comes Moops into the middle. They're going to follow Mimer through there from that one. Can they protect him? Oh, wow! He gets through. Mimer will survive it. They get the kill, and now Wicked in all kinds of trouble. Can he escape from this one? Moops not quite got the range on the body slam. Wicked will walk off.
I actually thought that Moops was being a little too hesitant on that explosive cast, and it worked out perfectly. He was waiting for Shook to dance around the map and use all of those flat-like abilities, the Safeguard, etc., Sonic Wave, and then he just knocks him out of auto-attack range from Mimer, allowing Mimer to get out alive. So very good play. I do also want to touch on the fact that Shook, the moment he's seen that Glacial Path, that Claw of Doom flying through, he kicked Mimer to prevent it being second cast, and now they've caught Wicked.
They're going on to Wicked from this one. No messing around. Actually, it's Impala who's tanking up the turret here very, very heavily. He's going to actually flash away from that one. They take down Wicked. Impala's got almost no HP as Mimer now being chased down here by Froggen. There's the big slow. The auto attack's coming down. A kill back from Froggen. And Impala may just die here as well. Oh, the Jukes. He walks away, dodges away from the Q. Flash. Is he going to be able to get in from this one? He was already used by Shook. Oh, he gets in range just before he goes down to the turret.
Impala needed to get out a little bit sooner to prevent giving over that kill, and very, very importantly, giving the double buffs back over to Shook. Now, Froggen was very smart in that mid lane, realizing Mimer didn't have his ultimate, he didn't have that Glacial Tomb available, so he just chased him down in between turrets and picked up what was actually quite an easy kill. The one thing I do want to touch on is that Impala's ganks have been very, very good with this Wukong. He hit level 6, he's been a big impact. Froggen wants a tower.
Yeah, he wants the tower, and he's going to get the tower here, but how does he survive this one? There is intervention news. Moop's going to follow through. That's a good flash from Froggen, but can he escape? Here comes the super mega death rocket straight through. Oh, no! It doesn't hit. He goes straight through. That was so, so close to hitting Froggen.
One step. That was the difference there. One flap of the wings, as it were, if you're a Kayle, manages to get past it. I actually think that was very smart play from Froggen. He got the tower down, and even if he had given up a kill on that tower, it's worth it. It's worth it to get that objective cleared and allow Froggen to get some more map control, especially if Alliance want to challenge for blue. Look at how much vision they have in and around this bottom half of the map. Both of the teams have littered the river with wards.
One question I have for you here moving forward is there's obviously right now a bit of a lack of a tank over for the Super Hot crew, especially when you compare it to what Alliance have got. Wicked building himself up. He's going to become very hard to take down. Do they have the damage to actually completely work around that fact?
To work around Wicked, if they can get to everybody else. Sonic Wave connects, he's going to try steal. Wait for Sonic. He's got it!
He's got him from that one, but he doesn't get it, and Shook now in all kinds of trouble. He will actually fall from it. The culling actually coming through as well, but not going to be enough to save him. Shook goes down, his smite still available.
Yeah, didn't even use the smite in that particular situation. I think risky attempt if it had worked out. Teleport's coming in from Mima. They want Nif.
They're going in for Nif. He actually Zenith Blade's in there, but the Flame knocks him straight back. Nif trying to get away from this one, but he won't. Mima picks up that kill. Wicked's coming down. Here's the damage onto Tabs. He uses the barrier. There's a Flay on Wicked, but he is too tanky. He dodges a Super Mega Death Rocket, which would have killed Tabs. And they get 1 for nothing. They're probably going to have the tower as well.
Yeah, I think Super Haku can go for that tower. If Impala and Moops want to dive Frog and the option is available to them, they decide against it right now. Mixer, once again, such a great play. He interrupts the Zenith Blade from Nif using a brilliant Flay, and then he lands the death sentence on Tabs. Moops is now caught.
He is caught as well. He's got to get that barrel down, and he does. Froggen already using that intervention on himself. He'll get knocked up at the back. Shook taking a lot of damage, but they get the shutdown. But he will be finished off straight afterwards. Meanwhile, Froggen walked away on the top side. Impala actually almost going down to Froggen in the end. That will be a 1-for-1 trade.
So you asked, how does Super Hot Crew get around the fact that Alliance have a tank? Well, they go for everybody else right now. Super Hot Crew are moving around the map. There have been so many ganks from Impala that are actually working. Oh, it was a little close. And Super Hot Crew have got very good targeting in these team fights. They are the ones making the plays, meaning that Alliance have to play reactively. And because of the fact Super Hot Crew have got themselves a nice little lead, and they've got a lot of damage on their champions, that's why they've got this gold lead and double the kills.
And they may not have that tank in there. Zonya's Hourglass, though, is now finished for Mima. Almost double Zonya's that he has now with that ultimate in. That obviously makes him a little harder to kill.
A lot harder to kill if he uses it on himself. I don't think he will, though. Impala's now been caught out. He's going to at least get away. I actually expect that Glacial Tomb could be a very good tool for locking Trundle up in a team fight, and then using the Gragas Dispersion to get rid of everybody else, and either deciding to focus Trundle and then going for the 5v4, or if the Gragas barrel is good enough, lock Trundle up, pop the 80 carry or Kale or somebody similar, and then carry on pushing for the team fight. So we'll see how Mima decides to target. The one thing I just want to say very quickly about that previous jungle fight is the fact that Moops and Impala use their ultimates at the same time, and a Gragas ulti and a Wukong ulti, they don't necessarily synergize very well together.
Yes, knocked up and all over the place from that one. Mima not able to defend that bottom turret there. That was the second one of the game for Alliance. This mid lane now taking some pressure as well. Both Moops and Impala are there. Wicked's going to come around to try and cover. Will they risk actually sticking around for that one in the end? No. Wicked bites down on the decoy, and in the end does manage to hold on to that tower, although it is very, very low HP. Alliance sending bit of a crack team to come up here as well to try and keep a hold on that as long as they can.
And something that we talk about and we bring up in every game nowadays is just how the Alliance wave clear is a little bit lacking. Now, the culling was just used by Tabs, but outside of that, you're going to be relying on the Piercing Light and the Righteous Fury from Kale. There's no Gragas barrels that's going to get rid of those. Impala does have Flash, he does have Cyclone, so if Super Hot Crew wanted to pick another fight, they could have gone for it. They're playing a little bit hesitant right now, but the option is there for them.
That could be a very good way to set things up. Super Hot Crew, though, have already backed away from that one. It's clear that they don't want to get into a fight. So let's have a look down some of the items now that have been completed. The AD carries, we can see a very different story there. MrRallez, 203, slightly ahead in CS. Tab's not going to kill just yet. He's got a Zeal on top of his Bloodthirster. A heady build as they're going forward. Shook, there is the ulti. The hook landing onto him as well. Actually flashes off to the backside, and he may lead them on a bit of a wild goose chase here. The ward over the wall safeguards off to it, and he bakes out quite a lot there from the Super Hot Crew.
Very good play there from Shook, managing to get out considering the ultimates that were thrown down. To be fair, it was only the Cyclone, but that was 3 members of Super Hot Crew that had him locked down. There's no Solar Flare now, so Super Hot Crew have a better team fight.
Yeah, and Froggen is not there either. He's just taken down the outer turret in the top lane, but they're going to lose the inner turret for that one. Not really the kind of trade that Alliance will be happy with.
No, not at all. Super Hot Crew deciding they wanted the tower, not the kills. Demonstrating this the objective play that we come to expect from them as a team. They've now backed away, and I think they should still be aware the Solar Flare is not available. So if you look how tightly knit Super Hot Crew have been for the last 2 minutes, they really want to find a fight. There's no Cyclone for this one. They're going to go in on Wicked.
Oh, they're going to go for Wicked. He actually takes the route out to the top and flashes away from the Zap. That's slow. If it had hit, could have spelled the end for Wicked, but in the end, it doesn't work out for them. And with 1 minute to go until Dragon, Superhot Crew will have amassed a decent amount of gold here to go back, spend, and come right back in time for that Dragon fight.
Yeah, they're going to be ready. Like over 1,000 gold and 4 members, 2,000 gold nearly there for MrRallez. I think Superhot Crew need to be a little bit careful with their borderline overly aggressive plays. If they continue to push that way and Alliance begins warding up a little bit better and anticipating it, they could get caught out. You can see right now, Froggen just waiting in the wings. He really wants to go on MrRallez, but I don't think MrRallez is going to be brave enough to push down the lane.
No, actually taking the white there from over the top of the wall. Froggen finds himself in the tri-bush all alone. Will more than likely just head out here once he realizes that he's alone in that lane and take himself that bit of farm that started to build up there in the lane. You can see the player count on the left. Froggen using that time to communicate with his team. A bit of a lull in the action, a bit of downtime. And the funny thing is, because he's behind enemy lines here, so to speak, with this Dragon coming up, he could catch them by surprise.
The fact he's got a Death Cap built up as his second item as opposed to that Lich Bane, which we tend to see, also tells you he's going for burst. This is 4.1, so it's still a 1-to-1 AP ratio on that Q of Kayle. So if he can get to the squishies, of which there are many from Superhot Crew, they will die very quickly. Right now, though, Froggen is still waiting out on the sides. If MrRallez walks past, this could be so scary. That's a great ward. That's going to give away Froggen's position when he moves into the river. His teleport's coming down from Wicked.
Going to be spotted there early. Wicked is going to come down the hook, landing on towards Shook. Dragon being stopped here by the Superhot Crew as they back off somewhat. They're going to use that poke that they've got from those Gragas barrels to try and keep them away. Dragon now done damage, and there is the Solar Flare coming out. Impala going to get focused. He goes very, very low as Mixer goes into the backline. Well, look at the ultimates coming down here for the Superhot Crew. They've done so much damage, picked up 2 kills, and I have a feeling it's not over just yet. They're going to keep chasing down from this one. Tabs flashes away. Well, they chase down towards Froggen. He uses intervention on himself, but he is going to get locked up there by the Chompers. They'll be able to finish him off. He doesn't take the kill with him, and now they go for Shook. Oh, the flame not quite connecting. 2 men survived there for Alliance. Superhot Crew still healthy, still got all 5, going back to Dragon.
And we talked about the combination. Yes, there is a tank on the side of Alliance, but it doesn't matter when your attacking frontline gets locked up by that Glacial Tomb, and then you get knocked away by the Gragas ultimate. Superhot Crew played that team fight absolutely perfectly, because Alliance just got split up by that hard dispersion. Looking at Impala, he's gone for a damage build. He's got the makings of a Black Cleaver. This is something that Cyanide did yesterday. We'll get to that in a second. Take a look at the team fight. Now, even though that's a great ultimate from Nif, the way that this Gragas barrel gets rid of Froggen, he's no longer in range, and with Shook, Nif, as well as Wicked being held in place by the Cyclone and being slowed by the Lissandra ultimate, Alliance were just too split up. They simply couldn't actually get to the damaging backline, and it was just very, very good play from Superhot Crew to make the calls and for Impala to come back to his team.
An interesting thing we didn't think of is you've got Wicked there at the front. Use the Frozen 2 on him. The ice that does the damage lasts for 3 seconds on that one. With Gragas, you can actually push him into the rest of the team. So even though you've used the ultimate on him, yes, he gets locked up, but you can still get that damage out to everyone else.
Yeah, and that's the power of that ultimate now from Lissandra. If you lock Trundle up, you can actually kill him, and without that Trundle on the front line, Lee Sin's got 1 kick. He's going to knock you away a little bit, but you've got very good kill potential. You get 1 kill on MrRallez Jinx. He's going to get excited, have that passive movement speed up, and chase down the rest of Alliance. He's already got that Last Whisper and Static Shiv, a full item ahead of Tabs right now.
Blue buff being stolen away by the Superhot Crew. That's one thing in their wins that they've done very, very well is play the map smart. They've already got the wards down on that side of the map. They know around Baron they've got full control of that one as a hook. Well, not quite on target there for Mixer.
Shook was, I think Mixer was anticipating Shook to walk into the bush, and instead he walked towards the lane. So just a little bit of a miscalculation on his part. They're not over yet. Now they're going to try to chase Shook down. The coin's been used.
Oh, they're going to chase in. Actually, get towards Wicked. The hook comes out. It lands on towards Nif. Box goes down as well. Have they got the damage here? Actually, they don't want that fight at this point. Not going to throw too much at the support.
No, the rest of the damaging ultimates had not been used. Now, Mima is not really able to deal with this very hard-hitting Froggen Kayle right now, so he's backed away from the lane. We'll see how Superhot Crew play this one. They may lose an inner turret, and they're toying with Baron. They either want to bait it for a fight, or they want to try rush it because they've got so much damage so early.
Baron is Gonna get started off here by the Super Hot Crew. Rolls doing a good chunk of damage to that one. Impala and Mixer on top of it as well. Mima does have his ulti up here so he can stop anyone getting in. Chuck in particular, you have to feel he's gonna be the target for that one. Once he actually gets around there, Baron is still being done. He's at half HP. They're gonna keep that one alive for now, but they back off. They're gonna chase down middle here. Mixer does land the hook on towards Wicked. Who are they gonna go for in the end? There is Impala going right in the middle of them. Wicked actually with the intervention, but they get tagged. They've killed the AD carry there at the back. This could be a whitewash fight. Double kill comes down. Froggen's gonna die. He didn't have the damage to kill Mixer. Shook gets over the wall. Zap actually blocked by the race, so Shook survives barely, but that is 4-0. Super Hot Crew can push such a big advantage here.
Super Hot Crew can grab themselves an inhibitor. Another perfectly played team fight that Super Hot Crew started. Split up. It was a 4-on-1 split. Mine was coming in from the side. Impala had 50% of his HP. He'd been tanking Baron up for so long that he was at a massive health disadvantage coming into the fight, but it didn't matter. The way Super Hot Crew are comboing the Cyclone, the Tomb, and the Gragas barrels for knock up and knock away is absolutely perfect. And Alliance, they can't deal with it. They can't burst anybody. This is the exact fight. Look at the HP bars sitting on the side of Super Hot Crew. Again, a decent enough solar flare. In comes the Cyclone to keep Wicked and Nif busy for so long. Froggen totally tunnels on Mima. Froggen had not used a single ability throughout the course of this fight yet, and Tabs gets completely caught up by Mima. Froggen was doing the right thing in theory, trying to prevent him getting in, and it just didn't work out.
Outplay at the end there from Mixer as well, knocking the two remaining players back into his team. Almost finishing off Shook. Not quite enough damage there for that one, but it's 4-0 and 15-4 in kills overall, approaching a 10,000 gold lead here for the Super Hot Crew. That inhibitor's down as well, which piles all the pressure onto Alliance.
And it's very interesting that when you look at the compositions, you think that with a Leona on your side, with Trundle, with Lee Sin, that Alliance have the tools to initiate. Alliance have the tools to jump into team fights and pick them as and where they want to. Super Hot Crew has never given Alliance the chance to make a move. Alliance have been responding to the heavy ganks and to the heavy map play that Super Hot Crew is putting down. And because the SHC have built up this gold lead and this item lead, they can just keep throwing themselves at these fights, and it's working. See Impala, he wants another one.
They're going to be able to get in there. Moop's actually coming through with the Lantern. They do manage to get on towards Wicked. He's the tankiest of them all, and he's the most dead of them all for now as well. Lucian goes down, and that is just kills easily picked up by the Super Hot Crew. It leaves a 5 versus 3 and a free Baron.
Yeah, there's nothing that Alliance can do to defend this one. We actually seen the teleport from Mima. He was pushing out the bottom lane. He comes in, gets another very good ultimate onto Tabs. Alliance are not responding well enough. They were not grouped up efficiently, and they just got caught out. Look at the body blocking here from Super Hot Crew. They want to eat that Sonic Wave to reduce the risk of a steal from Shook. Shook's still going to try, though.
Well, he's still hanging around there in the backside as he goes further to the top. And look at Super Hot Crew rotating around there, trying to keep Shook away from this one. They're taking a lot of damage from that Baron, but actually they go over on towards Shook, and he's dead. Mima gets that one. That leaves them to finish off the Baron with only Nif hanging around. He can't get anywhere near it. That's another kill, and the first Baron of the game for the Super Hot Crew. They are in such control now.
There's nothing that Alliance can do right now with the exception of hoping Super Hot Crew get caught out of position. At this point in time, Super Hot Crew have got so much of a damage lead that they can actually pick a slightly inopportune fight and maybe get away with it. However, if they get split up, if the burst of Kale actually kills MrRallez and Jinx, for example, gets rid of Moops before he can disperse anyone, that's how Alliance can win a fight. They need to get Super Hot Crew split up and out of position.
Actually pushing this bottom lane now and just hiding out inside of the brush. Moops just off to the side of him, and Froggen's, is he going to go back here? He needs to be careful, because if he's to show himself now, Impala's actually there. We can see that the recall already started off there. Super Hot Crew going down towards that dragon area, but a little bit wary of going in with just 2 men. They didn't have vision on where Shook was, and in the end they all come down, finish that one off safe. Very, very safe from Super Hot Crew. 4th dragon of the game. They're still warding. They've got 4 sweeping lenses on the side of Super Hot Crew, so they're denying the vision from Alliance. If you look at Mixer, he's 0-0-15 right now. I mean, his team has 18 kills, and
the way Impala started the game by ganking the bottom lane often, it just worked. It's something that Super Crew have rinsed and repeated and done over and over. They realize that Froggen is still trying to split push. Froggen's trying to get some form of map presence, but Super Hot Crew don't care. They've sent Mima to deal with them, and MrRallez is pushing the top wave. So Super Hot Crew will back away and go to that top inner turret.
Actually, that turret does go down there, so credit to Froggen. They're able to pick that one off. The Super Hot Crew, as you mentioned, going to head to the top lane now and take out that inner turret, which won't take them very long whatsoever. Whilst ripping through those turrets at this point. And actually, Mima's died on the top side, and Froggen didn't actually take a single bit of damage.
Mima didn't manage to get his ultimate off. He didn't use that. His Zhonya's Hourglass hasn't been used either, so he just got completely caught out during the course of that fight. And it's the burst we talked about. You know, Kale sitting with that 1-to-1 scaling on her Q, had the Sheen, had the Death Cap, and just instantly popped them. Here's the replay of it. Mima's just going to get... Wow, that's 3 shots.
Froggen didn't even need to use his ultimate there either, but safe. Safe, I like that word. I mean, that's the danger. We mentioned it earlier on that this KO is going to turn fights the later it gets in this one. Lich Bane, Rabadon's Death Cap, got that Nash's Tooth in there, got another blasting one on top as well. So there's a lot of damage coming from Froggen. They need to be careful about that one. Still the Super Hot Crew.
I still feel like the game is very much in Super Hot Crew's, it's their game to lose.
Yeah.
And my reasoning for this is they have 4 damage sources. Even though Wukong's only got that Elder Lizard and a Brutalizer, he can put a lot of damage down onto the likes of Shook and Tabs if he gets a full channel on his Cyclone. Oh, Mima may be in trouble. Froggen's just hit level 18. This is going to be scary.
And there is Froggen going through. Wow! Ridiculous damage, and there is Froggen. Uses his ultimate for style points underneath the turret. That's another one onto Mima, who's probably just like, so, well, what am I going to do?
I don't know if Mima's unbound his ultimate or his Zhonya's Hourglass. He flashes away, doesn't use his Hourglass, doesn't ult himself, doesn't do a thing. The rest of his team have secured a tower for the trade, so advantage Super Hot Crew, I guess, but Mima needs to get a little quicker on those reactions.
Well, you also have to think about it the other way, that if he uses his ultimate or his Zhonya's, he's probably dead straight afterwards, either way. But, you know, we see Froggen is constantly now pushing this top lane, and even though it bought his team a little bit of time there to get down for that inner turret, Froggen's still a nuisance here for Super Hot Crew.
Froggen's more than a nuisance. He's the only thing that can keep Alliance back. If he's able to kill Moops or MrRallez in a team fight before they get their ultimates off, before they can deal more damage to the rest of Alliance, it can work. Now Moops is going to be the next target.
Yeah, half of his health goes there. Moops was quick enough here. He was probably just hovering over his body slam the entire time in case Froggen happened to be hanging around there inside of the jungle. And again, he just goes straight to that top lane. I wonder if Super Hot Crew are going to get to a point where they say, you know what, guys? We're just going to push out and go for a win if Froggen's going to be somewhere else. The
fact that Mixer's got himself a Warmog's armor on this Thresh right now is definitely going to be a testament to the fighting power that Super Hot Crew have. They don't have a traditional tank on the side of Super Hot Crew, so they've itemized around. You've got a Lock of the Iron Solari plus a Giant's Belt for Impala's Wukong, and that massive amount of HP for Mixer, who has been phenomenal this game. He's landed so many good hooks, and he's been in the right place at the right time for his team. Super Hot Crew now realizing that Trundle was in the bottom lane. They may want to try to rush this inhib down, but they don't have the full 5-man yet.
This inhibitor is completely open, so Alliance most likely will have to give this one up or going for a bit of a risky fight. And as we can see, they just stepped back from that one and just going to let it go away. We've got 2 minutes now until the Baron comes up. Super Hot Crew going to just tank this bottom turret, and that's the great thing about that Warmogs, that Mixer can afford to take these turrets hits at this point. That turret is going to go very low. The culling comes out, but the turret's down. Inhibitor, I don't think, can be defended either.
This is going to be 5v4. Alliance are banking on the fact that they can defend these last 2 Nexus turrets. They are now going to have super minions in 2 lanes. However, it is evened up. Froggen is not pushing.
This is so dangerous for the Super Hot Crew. They're actually going to be stopped from recalling here, and Froggen is going on the Nexus turret. He's taken down the first Nexus turret, and he's already working on the second one. No one is able to get back. Shook is actually going to die here. Froggen's actually gone quite low in the base, and he's starting to back away. Super Hot Crew are losing men left, right, and center. Mixer taking a lot of damage. They turn around. They're going to get nipped from this one. The shutdown came in onto Impala. One shot onto Tab. He's a dead man, and that is 2 men down for Alliance, that's the name. And Super Hot Crew might go for a win here.
They've got the damage to do it. They've got the HP to do it. Froggen is trying to get back, and Mima is looking for him. Mima's going to try to interrupt the recall. He doesn't make it happen. Froggen has gotten back. This is going to be a 2 versus 3. Now Mixer has been caught by Shook, who's respawned.
Yeah, Shook coming into this one. I'm not sure how he's actually going to get away from him. The pillar. Well, he is a troll, so I suppose we'll let Wicked off from that one, stopping Shook from chasing off from that one. Funnily enough, it was a wise move because the rest of the team had all come around from that one, but my gosh, that was a scare for the Super Hot Crew.
Because of the fact that there were super minions in 2 lanes pushing out from the Nexus, that is what forced Froggen away. He was tanking up the turret, he used his intervention on those 2 Nexus turrets, but there were so many super minions and other minions forcing him backwards, he couldn't get the rest of the base. Now the fact that there's only 1 Nexus turret remaining means that if Froggen gets a little bit more time, he actually has the potential to shut that down, to pick up the game win. Super Hot Crew have to invest in a lot of wards, and they cannot afford to ignore Froggen any longer.
Oh. I was wondering whether it was a body slam through the wall or a ward that he was waiting for there. In the end, it was the ward, but look at this.
Wicked's just teleported there.
Thing is, he can tank turrets really, really well at this point, and he's got that extra damage as well from his chomp. So, will he actually try and go through and take that second Nexus turret? He, of course, I was going to say has teleport, but that's a lie because he's on cooldown.
So Wicked just teleported to the lane. I think he was trying to backpack. Oh. They've got Froggen!
Oh, they've caught Froggen. Oh, he's not quick enough to stop that one from happening. He couldn't get the intervention on himself. That's a minute spawn time. Froggen is by far and away the biggest damage source right now. Will Super Hot Crew try and take advantage of that?
Mima found his ultimate. That was a good play, instantly throwing it down on Froggen. With Froggen not being available, who was the strongest member on Alliance, this should be a forced team fight for Super Hot Crew. There are minions pushing in behind them. The minions will get to the Nexus around about the same time they want to start fighting here. And with the rest of their ultimates available, with the exception of that too, this is where Super Hot Crew need to fight.
Pulling coming out there to get those minions away. The hook comes down onto Wicked. They're going to knock him all over the shop. He's going to die from that one. The Super Hot Crew are going for this one. There's still 20 seconds until Froggen comes up. Impala dives in towards the back. Nexus turrets are going down. The Nexus will be finished off here, and the Super Hot Crew pick up the victory. It was a little bit scary for them at times, but the important thing is they got that Nexus first.
From the beginning of the game, Super Hot Crew grabbed the reins. They set the tempo. And they destroyed Alliance. Impala, once again, such a strong showing from him. We keep talking about how he gets target banned. 3 junglers taken away. Swaps over to the Wukong. He's got 2 wins in it this weekend. And his ganks were impeccable. And that's what allowed this double AP, this damage composition to work.
And we have to say that despite the fact that Froggen did take down a Nexus turret, it was really only Froggen being able to do anything for them that game. We saw without Froggen, they had nothing in that one, and it was, by all rights, quite a one-sided game for the Super Hot Crew.
It was a completely one-sided game. The double AP that Super Hot Crew ran, we said how they needed to get kills. They needed to get ahead early, and they need to have the damage items to make sure it works. That's exactly what Pekka said for, AP top laners for like Soaz as LeBlanc. And that's what Super Hot Crew did. They got the kills, and then they didn't stop. They didn't go, okay, we're ahead, let's not do anything. They forced fights, they tower dove, and they just kept rinsing and repeating and doing it over and over.
I'm scared to ask you what your biggest play from that one, because actually it might be Froggen.
You know what?
Despite the fact that they lost.
I think you could make a compilation of Mixer's hooks in this game because he had so many good hooks. And I'm actually going to say the first tower dive where they get tabs and Nif, and Impala comes in from behind with the Cyclone. As Nif is trying to get away, Mixer grabs him with the last second hook. That's definitely hashtag big play, no doubt.
Well, guys, we want to know what your favorite moments were from that game as well. So tweet to us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Great game coming in from that one. The Super Hot Crew, well, they're looking a bit unstoppable right now.
They're looking a little hot, some might say.
Super hot, maybe some would say.
Very good performance. And I think every time we watch them, this is, I think, one of the only teams where we pose questions as shoutcasters and say, what are they going to do to fix this? What are they going to do to fix that? This is a problem. And every week we see them, they're actually improving upon their losses. SK also in a similar boat, but to a lesser degree because they're not racking up as frequent wins as the Super Hot Crew.
Well, guys, it's time for us to take a quick break, but when we come back, Shocks and Quickshot here, we'll be talking to MrRallez, and then it's time for the third place Fnatic taking on the last place Millennium. Will Fnatic be able to snap their losing streak, or will Millennium get a much-needed win? We'll find out in just a few.
Who are they going to go for in the end? There's Impala going right in the middle of them. Wicked actually with the intervention, but they get tagged. They've killed the AD carry there at the back. This could be a whitewash fight. Double kill comes out. Froggen's going to die. He didn't have the damage to kill Mixer.
Welcome back, everybody, as Quickshot and I are joined by MrRallez. Quickshot, you've grown a little bit.
Yeah, I can't stand. I mean, look at this. This is ridiculous. Anyways, your performance was as awesome as you are tall. It was great. Talk to me about picks and bans. Caitlyn was banned against you. They first picked Lucian.
Yeah.
How did you think? How did you react to that?
First, our plan was to give them a lease and then get Trish Wukong, or Lucian Wukong. But they kind of banned Caitlyn and reacted to it by panning one of the strongest champions against Wukong, and then Lucian and Trish.
Moment.
Well, so we just realized we should just split push.
Can you compare that and maybe mimic what happened in the team when Kale went for the back door?
I pretty much said GG and then flashed because I thought it was over. But yeah, everyone got a heart attack.
How do you as a team react to something like that? I mean, what would you do better if the same situation were to occur in next week's game?
Well, pretty much just take a decision immediately. We said that we wanted to stay. Moop said he wanted to go back, and we hesitated quite a lot. And then when he said he was going to go back, he got stopped. So yeah, we should just take a decision immediately.
one last thing I wanted to ask you about the game is you going for the Jinx for the first time for you, and it was Reckless that told us, I don't really like to play her anymore. I don't think she works that well anymore. What's your opinion?
I kind of have the same opinion because of No Escape. But yeah, she's pretty good in some situations. I felt Jinx was better than Sivir in this game, so I just went for Jinx.
I definitely think that damage and the burst worked out in your favor. Yeah. Let's take a step back from the games for a moment and talk a little bit about Super Hot Crew. Are you guys working towards your gaming house? How is the training and the practicing for each week working out for you guys?
We've been boot camping in hotels and then go to the studio the last 2 weeks. But we got our house now. We sadly don't have PCs or internet yet, so we had to go to the studio, but it's better than nothing.
Working on that super hot house. And of course, you've been tweeting to us at LOL Esports because earlier we asked you which European LCS pros playstyle do you love the most and why? And here are some of your answers. The first one is from @TBSky, and we love your stuff, man. AronA's aggression always entertains me, as well as his incredible battle cry when he goes for a kill.
He has an incredible battle cry. I do think it's going to be challenged by Mixer for who's got the best yell in the LCS, but it's great to see the passion shine through.
Tell me about that yell when you hear it. Do you just zone it out, or?
I don't know. I get a shock every time, so.
The second one is from @LucasODR. Candy Panda. He is performing super well. He's always in the right position in team fights, and his farm is impeccable. You've, of course, played against him already.
Yeah, he's really annoying to play against because he always split push, and he gets to farm in every lane. So every time I play against him, I get out-farmed, and I get flamed for it. But
he always split pushes from the AD that split pushed yesterday because you didn't want a team fight. Yeah, double standards.
The last one is from @Gregorak. I love the playstyle of Jankos, the perfect mixture of risk-taking, positioning, and mechanics. He always makes an impact in the game.
Summarized it perfectly. You know, we talked about Jankos yesterday. We talked about how great he is in the LCS. There was no hype around that player coming in, and consistently he's just showing how dominant he is on every single champion.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for those lovely answers. You've earned yourself a Heartseeker Ash skin code, so have fun breaking frozen hearts on the Rift. We still have more codes to give away, but for a chance to win, be sure to keep writing to us at LOL Esports using the hashtag LCS to share your thoughts on all of today's big plays and more. Thank you very much, guys. And now let's send it back over to our own two Heartseekers, D-Man and the Fisho.
Thank you very much, Chucks. I am Lady Man Smith, and I am joined here by the master of Blue Steel. It is Martin Deficio once again. So, coming up now, it is Fnatic taking on Millennium. Big game for these teams, of course. Both had a loss yesterday, and this is a rematch of Week 1, but a lot has changed for both of these teams since they're Fnatic. They started off, they went on a 7-0 win streak. Fantastic start. But now they've had a 4-game losing streak.
Exactly, and in the last game, Fnatic, they played like an all-in combo, which relied on the Wukong ultimate, we had the Lulu ultimate, and then going for the backline, and then having like Rumble ultimate coming in, and then LeBlanc picking up the low targets. It is actually a very strong combo if you are ahead once the team fights are starting, but due to them being, you know, even or behind, they didn't have enough damage. And also the combo itself, it requires so much coordination and pretty much perfect team fights. And I also have to question Cyanite's build just a little bit, because they didn't have a front line without him. Like, he was the only tank, and he decided to buy Black Cleaver that's 3,000 gold in a double AP combo. Like, his armor penetration is not going to do anything when they have the double AP. A tanky Wukong could have been a lot better.
So maybe just tunneling in a little bit too much on that build. And is it time that these guys, they fall back on the lane bullies? Is this something they need to do to get the snowball going again? Because they just seem to be a little bit lost. When we heard them in the interviews, they still were a little unsure, even in the A block.
I feel that they need to just try and fall back to what they did the first weeks, because it worked. They had like the early dominance in the lanes that Renekton sometimes on Source. We had the Trundle, we had the Jinx on Reckless, and it actually made them win laning phase and then go into the mid game where they were ahead. If they can try this again, if it doesn't work for them, obviously they have other stuff they need to fix, but they can at least give this one a shot and see if they can snowball the game from there. And then we need Source to kind of step up his game again. He's been in a slump. His Rumble yesterday, it was a good pick, but he's played, it wasn't there. Like, simple as that. He missed a lot of ultimates, and he's actually been looking somewhat weak in the last few games.
And of course, yesterday, Millennium, well, they started out well, but they had next to no initiation in their team, and slowly but surely they just crumbled to Gambit's dominance.
Yeah, and I mean, that game for me was where Millennium has to say, we need to sound the alarm, because it is the same for them every single game. They go in there, they win the early game, and then once they get into the laning phase, out of the laning phase, they simply start losing. The individual play can't carry them into team fights. And in the last game versus Gambit, they won the early game once again from AronA. He did a lot of good ganks and got everyone rolling. And then he built for a tank, more like teamfight based. And Gambit simply said, we're not going to teamfight you at all. We're just going to spread out on the map. And Millennium didn't have an answer due to the combo and due to the fact they didn't have any hard engage. So it was too easy for Gambit to just play them around. And then we had Kerb playing on 6. And that's not ideal champion for him. We've seen him on these Assassins. And he's been having such a big impact on the games because he's winning the lane and then he's making plays all around. And that's also how Millennium have actually won games.
And you've always got to wonder about the hours that these guys play. Kerb coming on screen, yawning away there. So what exactly does this mean for Millennium? Because they really are in danger of just anchoring themselves at the bottom of the league right now. You can see they're down there actually with Alliance, because Alliance just lost that game. So now they're sort of on par with one another. But what are they going to do to start picking up wins?
They have to go back to what actually worked for them in the 3 wins they picked up, where they have this kind of pick combo with Kevin Split pushing in one lane, and then you have Kerb on either LeBlanc or some assassin where he can go around and kill people, and you have Creaton just farming up and being really strong once you get to the fights. And then you just need to keep this pick comp going and avoid actually the big team fights, because every time they team fight, it doesn't go too well for them.
Well, luckily we managed to speak to the players earlier on, and Fnatic's game plan for this match involves shutting down the aggression of AronA, early jungle game aggression, which he tries to do. But of course, the guys at Millennium, well, they've been on the lookout for those famous Fnatic 4-1 splits.
Millennium is a team that is weird to play against. I don't think they are like the best in strategy, but their early game is super aggressive.
Fnatic is famous for his lane swap and stuff, just like roaming. There is a point that Soaz just don't care about farming anymore and just like try to go somewhere just to kill. I think AronA is mostly super aggressive, and since he's the jungler, he makes the team go aggressive as well.
He also has this mentality that he likes to make the calls and make plays, and he's not scared to fail, because sometimes he makes plays that go pretty bad for his team, but still that doesn't stop him from doing it again and doing it fine, and it works out sometimes, sometimes not.
They have a style like a 4v1 style. It's like they try to roam always 4 guys, meanwhile like Reckless is just like farming all the time, all the game long. Sometimes AronA is just gonna go to your lane at level 3 and dive and give you double buff, so it's cool sometimes.
And this really is the problem that Millennium do have sometimes. Sometimes the aggression that AronA has is fantastic. Sometimes it just backfires horribly.
And that's the thing, he plays this very risky game. And again, if it works, they win the early game and they can kind of snowball. If not, they kind of lose a lot from it.
Yeah, it could go wrong. Let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Fnatic. In the top lane is Soaz. Cyanide in the jungle. Peke, the mid lane, is going to try and step up his game today. Reckless, the AD carry, and Yellowstar is support.
And on the red side, we have Millennium with Kevin in the top lane, AronA in the jungle, Kerb in the mid lane, Creaton as the AD carry, and Jerry on support.
So we're about to move into the picks and bans. What are we expecting to see coming out from this one? We just saw WAD AP comp actually working out this time around. As Sandra being pulled out by Mima in the top lane. Is this something Soaz can play?
I think, yeah, and he actually played it last split as well. He was one of the big AP top laners, so he can definitely play this and he can pull it out. I think if they want to do this, they need to ban out, for instance, like the Lucian from Creaton, because he's been playing quite a lot and he's very mobile. And also maybe take away something like a Caitlyn for themselves, and then force him on Jinx or Vayne maybe, something like, you know, which kind of have a low range, and then try and get him and get the kill.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The bans coming in thick and fast. Evelyn and Yasuo being banned out by Fnatic, and Kassadin, of course, being removed once again. Sad face for Kassadin this split so far. No chance that he's been able to sneak through, just once, I believe it was. LeBlanc also being taken away, so kind of a standard champions, and also focused a little on AronA.
I like the fact they actually respect the Evelyn pick from yesterday and simply just ban it away. They don't want to deal with this early game pressure Evelyn brings, and they don't want to be forced into more or less a lane swap, which is the counter to Evelyn early game. The LeBlanc ban, kind of hitting yourself in the foot because you have Kerb, who's been playing a lot of LeBlanc and loves to play it, but you want to take it away from Fnatic, and you want to avoid them actually early picking it.
Well, Pantheon also being removed, so AronA has 2 focused champions on AronA. That's a bit of respect coming out from Fnatic. Of course, Millennium themselves, well, we know AronA has a lot of respect for Peke. He really wants them playing in every position. And Kayle is going to be removed there. So first pick, of course, well, it's available for Cyanide. It's going to be Elise.
And it's going to be Elise. We've talked about her every single time, how strong Elise is, and how she fits in every single combo you can actually play. You don't show anything by early picking it, because she works in Siege, she works in Counter Engage, she works in absolutely everything. And the fact they ban away the Pantheon, again, they want to make sure that AronA can have as much early game pressure as he needs to, or at least force him on something where they think they can punish him. Could maybe be this Lee Sin that he is hovering over.
Well, it's going to be switched across at the moment, so they're going to go for the Jury lane. They want to lock in Creaton and J-Ree. We've seen J-Ree pulling off some amazing Thresh pulls at the moment, so we'll see how it works out for him, and of course Creaton taking that Lucian.
And I like the Lucian pick because Reckless loves to play Caitlyn, and again the pick you want to have against Caitlyn, because you can farm and you can do fairly well against her in the lane, is the Lucian one. So they simply lock it away instantly. The Fresh pick, we saw him last game on Mixer, how many plays you can make. We have seen J-Ree beforehand also do this, where he like flash hooks, he sets up a lot of kills. So I like actually the fact they go with this, and it signals to me they want to make sure the bot lane is winning.
Some fast picks actually coming out from Fnatic. They're locking in the Gragas and the Caitlyn, so making sure they get those two in there. So Caitlyn, this is going to be Reckless once again, choosing to ignore Jinx.
Yeah, but once again, he doesn't like Jinx, he doesn't feel comfortable playing her in teamfights because there's too many things you can get to him. And now he's kind of blind picking it because he haven't seen the rest of Millennium's lineup, so he doesn't know if they're going to pick, for instance, a Fizz that can really get to Jinx. Caitlyn is a lot more safe. Gragas, we have seen him play Gragas top lane. Expected to be mid lane on Pekka though, going back to what really worked for him beforehand, where he was always dominating the lane on the Gragas, and he could then, you know, snowball that into teamfights.
Well, you say that. This could be Soaz again.
Oh yeah, I said as well, it could be Soaz, but I'm expecting Pekka.
So we've seen the Fizz being picked in. Fizz, by the way, was played by Nuke in the semi-finals, if you didn't see it, fantastically well. So really pulling that Fizz back in. Nuke was famous for it in the summer, and of course tried it in the World Championships. Didn't work out so well. Fizz has been one of those champions that can really snowball heavily, and of course the Lee Sin also was locked in for AronA.
Yeah, so we have the early game aggression jungle-wise for AronA, and we have the assassin on Curb. He needs to win this 1v1 versus Pekka in the mid lane. It's going to be pretty hard, especially if it is Gragas, because he's very tanky, he has a lot of good poke, and he's fairly good at dealing with the Fizz. So unless we see AronA having a lot of focus on it, I think it's going to be more farm-based in the mid lane. But Kirby really needs the kills so he can rotate around the map and make plays.
Well, Soaz was being pretty vocal about this tanky build setups, but he is locked in on Renekton, and it's going to be a Leona being chosen for Yellowstar.
And notice what Fnatic have done now. They've gone back to the strong lanes. We have the Gragas, very strong lane, and we have the Renekton, who more or less wins every single 1v1 matchup top lane. So I'm really happy to see them fall back on this. Okay, there's no Jinx, but Caitlyn, she's also there to dominate the lane. She doesn't pick up the kills, but she's at least dominating and out-farming her opponent. So Fnatic has really gone back to the strong early game, and I like that. Scaling-wise though, the team from Millennium side is going to do really, really well in the late game. Fizz is going to be an absolute monster if he gets to his like 4 or 5 item point. And also we have seen Trundle beforehand, how strong he is late game. He's taking the stats away from Soaz, so just going to be even more tanky.
Yeah, of course, that Trundle was a champion. We saw Wicked just playing in the previous game. Of course, it was very different. We have seen this matchup a number of times. What do we make from these two teams now? You mentioned Fnatic going back to the roots, going back to what worked for them, what got them 7 wins.
Yeah, and what I like about the Fnatic combo as well is if you win the early game, you have a lot of siege potential, you have a lot of wave clear with the Caitlyn and the Gragas, so you can more or less, we have actually seen Source build later to doing King Renekton before and just split pushing. So they can do this where they keep him top lane, he's gonna split push all he wants, and you have the rest of the team in the mid lane just constantly shoving up, forcing the Fizz to either CS on the turret or actually you're more or less going for the kill from Millennium side, and then you pick the fight.
Well, fantastic stuff. We'll see how this works out for them. And of course, we want to know what you guys at home have been voting. Let's check out those votes to see who you pick to win. It looks like Fnatic are going to lead the charge. 87% of the votes being picked up for you guys. Massive, massive vote lead there for Fnatic. And not surprising, really, either, coming into this one.
Not really. I mean, Millennium, they haven't looked very good so far in the season. Fnatic, yes, they're on the losing streak, but we know they're still a good team. And we know, or at least feel, it's just a matter of time before they get the win they need, get the confidence back, and really start performing as Fnatic we know. So I will agree with this vote. And setup-wise, if Fnatic can manage to close out the game before we go really, really late, I feel like they're going to be in a great position.
Well, we will see, ladies and gentlemen, the game is ready, and we are moving into it. Starting off as the blue side, it is going to be Fnatic. Let's see if they can break that losing streak And of course, Millennium as the red team anchored on the bottom of the league right now and really desperately trying to find a win in week 5.
Notice how Curb, he's starting with the Flask as his first item because he knows he's going to be able, or he's going to get a lot of poke from Pekka. He doesn't really have the chance to poke back unless he wants to all into the face of Pekka. So very smart of him, getting the Flask, making sure he can sustain himself and get the farm he needs.
We also see Yellow Star starting off with the medallion rather than going for the Doran's Blade, Doran's Shield, sorry, which has almost become a standard for supports these days.
Yeah, so he has the Relic Shield. It means he's going to have wave control, because he can decide to either push the wave by going in and popping the Execute on some minions, and also he's, you know, he has some good tank stats from it, and he can upgrade it later on into, is it the Heart of the Mountain, where, which basically is going to work against Fizz. Face of the Mountain, sorry, you got me there. But that's going to work against Fizz, because Fizz want to all in someone. If you pop the shield on this target, you can kind of save them.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, the fact that there is the Crystalline Flask up against Doran's Ring in that mid lane as well. Going to have a slight advantage for Peke, but we'll see whether Kirby just needs to sustain himself on that turret.
We have to keep an eye on the bot lane though.
I want to just draw your attention to what is happening here. Fnatic, knowing what Millennium do. If you think back to the Intel Extreme Masters Sao Paulo, they got caught out in a very similar situation. I think it was Seven Walls that maybe did it. I'm not too sure whether Seven Walls or Pain that did the exact same thing and caught out for Millennium. Millennium didn't do it though, so for once they've been very passive in level 1.
They actually didn't do it yesterday either. It seems they've gone a little bit away from this level 1 tactic because now teams have figured it out. And Fnatic was in a great position if Millennium had walked in with maybe the fresh first to try and land a hook and then just instantly burst them down and get the kill.
Now moving into the lane phase, it is going to be standard starts out actually for both of these junglers. As I say that, it's AronA getting help on the red buff, getting leashed out there. Cyanide had no help, and we also saw Soaz. He snuck away the wolves as well, so he's going back to that top lane. He's already got, I'd tell a lie, he didn't take any experience, he didn't take him.
Now the reason Sana didn't get any help is because you need to be in your bottom lane at 155, otherwise the other bot lane can just start shoving it out and forcing you to fall behind on XP, and once they hit the level 2 mark and you're still level 1, you just have to walk down to your turret and just wait for the minions because there's nothing else you can do.
So what's Peke going to level up here against the Fizz? Is he going to go, like, maybe get the barrel out there? Is he going to go for the Drunken Rage? Is he maybe want the stats to just help out that burst that Fizz could put out?
He's going to do standard first up to level 4 where he has the body slam and then, oh, level 3, sorry, I can see Yellow Star going very aggressive.
Very deep stuff there, and he's going to get hooked back in. That means Kraton will turn the damage back around again. Yellow Star taking some unnecessary damage, going a little too deep.
Now, Peggy, he's obviously going to max his barrel roll just for more harass, for the wave clear. He could have opted to start for body slam if he really wanted to be aggressive at level 1, but he didn't really have to, so he's been going more the safe route, and he's just going to farm and shove Curb down all the time.
See how he goes at the moment. It is all as standard. 2 CS being picked up by Yellow Star here. This is because obviously the shield that he has on there, making sure that the gold transfers. This is what you do with a relic shield.
That's the thing, and we need to really keep an eye on his CS and not only look at the AD carries, because he's going to actually pick up quite a lot through this laning phase, and he's going to give some bonus CS, and also again, look how it helps them control where the wave is in the lane. They're not going to get shoved down by this Lucian and Fresh.
Yeah, it gives exactly the same, obviously, to your AD carry as well. So it's a big bonus in that lane phase, so we'll start stacking that gold. And you can see really what it means already. Just look at the gold. You can see there's 200 gold differential already stacking out here because he's actually used it on the Siege minion.
Yeah, he's been getting the gold from this one. If we notice something else on the map though, jungle-wise, we have Bingo. Oh, he's going in again.
Oh, tries to go in, but quick flay coming out from JV. Now throws out the death sentence. Reckless sidesteps it out there, not going to land on him.
And once again, Fnatic has been able to get the early level 3 compared to the level 2 on Millennium because they could control the wave. Source, he's very far pushed up right here. AronA is waiting in the wings, and Cyanide, he's far, far away.
Let's see if he can get in there. He has got the double buff on. He's going to rotate in towards Soaz. Has waited here. Is not going to land the Q, and Soaz dodging everything nicely.
Very nice by Source. Curb actually going aggressive on Peg in the mid lane.
Going to try and turn it. Some urchin strikes landing on Peke there, getting a good poke back and forth, and Curb coming out on top.
And a lot of early game action here. Curb is doing really well CS-wise, actually keeping completely even. Obviously, the Flask is going to help him sustain quite a lot. Cyanide, he's going to go for this Wolf camp because he knows AronA was top lane, so he's not nearby. And maybe he's actually going to wait afterwards with the ward and try and catch him out.
He's going to try and start that off. You can see that AronA is close by. AronA actually coming into the wolves any moment now, but Cyanide's hit and run, taking that big wolf, and he's getting straight away from that one. AronA is going to come in and find himself empty.
And they spot out AronA here, they ping him out, they know exactly where he was. AronA also know that Cyanide was just at his wolf camp because it was moving back to its starting position. So both junglers or both teams know where the enemy jungler is.
gives them that little bit of information. Looking at this top lane pairing, Kevin taken very low. Oh, he's going to dive towards the tower. Has he got enough? Has he used the Ignite? I think the Ignite should do it on Kevin. One more tower. No, hasn't quite got enough.
But he still has to recall, so Source manages to get him away from the turret and let him lose this entire wave here. So he's gonna be behind in CS, behind in XP. Kevin has his teleport, he can go back to the lane with that one, but that means he will be down and Fnatic will have the timer.
Some countering coming out from AronA. You can see he's taking the Wolves in that bottom lane away from Cyanide. So, sorry, the Golems away from him, making sure he just counter-strike back on towards that gold. We'll see whether he sticks around, see whether he goes in towards that bottom lane. So as meanwhile in this top lane, Kevin has teleported in towards the top, so he's gone back, got himself that chain vest.
But it's going to be a very hard gang for AronA in the bot lane because Reckless and Yellowstar already have an idea he's there, so they already move back. They're not taking any chances with the hook from Jerry. Now they have a good wave coming in. They can actually decide to more or less freeze this wave and just wait for the rest of them to calm down. Meanwhile, Millennium starts the dragon.
It's going to be the dragon started off. We'll see whether they conclude it. You can see that Yellowstar and Reckless are coming in there, and well, they are going to disrupt it nicely there. That's going to give Millennium food for thought, and they're going to back off.
I actually like the move by Millennium because of how passive Fnatic was standing in the lanes, and also Peke was actually missing in the mid lane, so I think they thought he was recalled, and that's why they went for it.
And then you see Yellowstar once again using that Relic Shield, making sure he gets that extra gold, gives it across the Reckless at the same time. He's with 8 TS now, so that's going to continue as the game progresses.
Yeah, it actually means that Reckless is quite far ahead. Or not quite far, but he's at least ahead like CS-wise due to the Relic Shield CS. Cyanide going towards the top lane. This time they can dive in, and Source has his ultimate.
Yeah, Source also gone for that pickaxe as well, so he's going to try and put more damage down. We do see just waiting in the wings. Here comes Peke as well. This is going to be a 3-man pylon on top. Millennium in all sorts of trouble. Kevin's not going to be able to face this one out. He's going to tank it as long as he can. Soaz is going to back away. Explosive Cast keeps him pinned where he stands. Belly Slam comes in there. They're trying to trade once again. Have they got enough? AronA comes in. He comes in, locks on there. First blood did go to Soaz, but a good counter from AronA. They haven't got the follow-up support though, because Kerp didn't come.
No, but Kevin managed to stay alive for such a long time due to his ultimate and due to the fact his pillar was blocking him from actually moving in there. Cyanide had to repel, did no damage with it because he's up in the air to reset the tower aggro, or he would have died earlier. It meant that AronA could move up there and actually get a revenge kill and trade 1-for-1.
I'm interested in how that one worked out. As you know, as a team, I'd like to see my mid lane, especially if Peke goes up there, I'd like to see my mid laner follow him, because that was a full-on pylon. He has got a good bit of damage on towards this middle turret. They can see half the hit points already taken off it.
Now, Kerp didn't have vision on Peke when he moved out. There was no ward, so he might not have seen him actually. What he did, he didn't know where he was, so he didn't want to go out there. Oh, who coming on Yellowstar?
Hook on towards Yellowstar is going to get followed through. Kraton trying to put some of that damage down quickly, puts that shield on him, and that will cover off the damage. This time Kerp is roaming, he's heading south, he's just going to ward out that dragon.
Smart enough though, making sure that if there should be a pink ward outside of this river area here, it won't spot this this green ward because it's around the corner, so it's actually a very smart ward to make sure Fnatic is not trying anything.
Jamie trying to zone out Fnatic here down this bottom lane. You can see him winding up that hook. He's ready and waiting to throw out that death sentence. If he can land it on towards Reckless at any time soon, he's just going to lash it on towards Yellowstar. We're going to bully him back out there. Yellowstar himself, you can see that glowing orb going around him, that Relic Shield ready and waiting to try and hit one of those minions. And he's going to just save it, I feel, once again for that siege minion. That's what he seems to be keeping it for at the moment.
But it's actually a funny state we're in bot lane wise. None of them really feel like they have the damage to all in each other, so they're just more or less farming away, trying to poke a little bit. Obviously Yellowstar has to all in to do any damage, but he's also very tanky if he should be caught by Jerry. So none of them really feel confident in fighting, and they're just happily farming away.
So Peke takes the blue buff, and you can see the blue buff already also spawned over for Millennium. Expect to see Kerp heading this way in a moment. Explosive Cask is available. Peke isn't going to try and come and intercept it. Instead, he's just going to let Kerp hop, skip, and jump over there. Playful Trickster on towards the blue buff, no problem there. So everything all smooth sailing. Let's look at this top lane, because Kevin's been back, he's gone for that little bit of armor, he's got those 2 Doran's items and the chain vest, but so as a game, going towards that Tiamat, it's almost becoming a standard for the Renekton's.
And the Tiamat gives him, oh, fish from Kerp, almost hitting his face, he managed to body slam out, but Tiamat going into the Hydra is a very normal build now, because it gives you a lot of split pushing potential, also gives you very good damage you can do onto Kevin here. The chain vest is going to help him a lot though. Now we see AronA walking down to bot lane.
He's coming down, trying to set this one up, it's going to be the fly, oh, Reckless flashed out of it, so Yellowstar's going to be the next focus,
nice.
But uses AronA nicely. Beautiful work there. Zenith Blade onto AronA, just gets him out of the danger.
Yeah, such a smart play, and it meant that he got kicked into his own turret, and therefore was pretty safe. He had to flash the hook though, he didn't feel confident enough that he could dodge it. Meanwhile though, Millennium is starting the dragon.
yet. I think they just caught a glimpse of Cyanide in that top lane as well, so Kevin's going to keep them busy while the rest of Millennium do take this dragon. This will be the first one for Millennium. Successful dragon attempt. Took them 2 goes. They got her in the end.
And Fnatic, they want to get his top turret and just trade, turret for dragon. And also Peke was pushing the mid turret. I'm not sure he actually got too much damage on it, but at least he got some pressure on it.
And just to show you exactly why Soaz didn't last hit that turret, wants to just make sure all of those minions get taken down. Kevin has no minions to pick up there, just making sure the tower takes down any minion, taking away every little gold advantage.
Exactly, I mean, and also at the same time he wants to make sure the lane is not pushing too much in favor of Millennium, so he has to overextend himself too much, because AronA, now there's no dragon, he can safely go top lane, because he's not going to lose anything anywhere else on the map, so he can just keep walking top now and try and gank Source.
That's exactly what he's doing, but the ward from Soaz is going to catch him out there. We do see Kevin's going to land. The kick did actually come in towards it. AronA is going to lock in towards him. Has to pop that Dominus. He has got the Tiamat. Can he focus on towards him? AronA taken very low. Does not want to follow that one on his own. And Soaz will walk off.
And very nice by Source that he's actually focusing his damage onto AronA, who's a lot more squishy than Kevin. Oh, scumbag Pecker.
Making sure he didn't go for it. Didn't go all in there. Didn't use his explosive cast. Didn't try and blow everything on towards him. Instead, just used that brand. No, I'm not really going to let you off there. But I'm not too sure Kerp actually wanted to go back. He's got the blue buff. He was fully stacked on health. I think it was a more of a bait of his own.
Yeah, definitely. He does have quite a lot of gold though, so he could go back. He want to complete his early Lich Bane, which gives him a lot of burst potential. It gives him a lot of early game damage. So getting the Lich Bane from him. Oh, going on Kraton.
Kraton has been focused here. This time he could get locked up nicely by Yellowstar. There's going to be the Solar Flare. Kraton just dodges straight out of it. Cyanide's coming back down. He's going to get spotted out by that ward, and we see Millennium backing off quickly.
Again, nice engage actually from Yellowstar here, getting a lot of poke onto Kraton. He still has his barrier, so he's not afraid of dying yet. But Cyanide is coming in.
Cyanide comes around the side there. Yellowstar uses the Zenith Blade on towards J-Ree. Have they got enough? Soaz came straight down there as well. That's going to be one. Can they make more of this one? Soaz on towards J-Ree. They're going to try and turn it back around. Kevin's teleported down here now. We also have Kerp joining the party as well. Yellowstar going to get locked up. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one. Who will pick up the kill? That's the question. They want to give it across to Kraton. He will take it down eventually once he gets in towards that bush. There he is. Now we see Kerp. He's come down there. Everybody else from Fnatic backing off. A 1-for-1 trade.
So once again, they trade 1-for-1. Everyone was in this one. Kerp was running there. We also had Pega trying to run down. None of them was actually close enough, but they were nearby for if something else should have happened. So wisely enough, both teams to try to back off. Fnatic, they got the kill they needed, but they were too far in. They couldn't actually back out. And now Kerp harassing Peke a little bit.
Quick bit of a urgent strike on towards Peke, making sure he just gets his attention. And then backs away, chugs on that potion to make sure he gets some of that mana back. Peke himself, well, he feels he needs to take those wraiths away from Cyanide, who I don't think was too happy about that. Make sure he sticks around. Nah, this is my goal. I am the jungler after all. Peke is just going to take a little bit more. This time around, Kerp is going to go all in. Cyanide is there to join the party as well. Peke is not going to go down. Instead, it's going to be Kerp. Tries to play full trickster, but the Ignite takes him down on the pole.
Very nice bait actually by Peke. He goes straight in there, gives Kerp the opportunity to put down his ultimate on him because he knew Cyanide was there, and he instantly shot him back, and Cyanide joined in, and they managed to pick up the kill. And Source, he's still in the bot lane.
Goes aggressive on towards J-Ree, flashes out of the solar flare there. Did get stunned and locked up briefly by Soaz, but they are just going to be able to back off from this one. This will be the tower for Fnatic.
They can at least go for this one because Millennium have to back off. Nobody is moving down because Kerp is dead. Trundle is in the top lane, and obviously AronA can't do anything to defend this turret. So very nice play. Source actually been staying around the spot lane for quite a while.
So let's have a look at how the game stands currently. It's a 3,000 gold advantage, or almost 2,000 gold advantage by Fnatic. And you can see in terms of towers, of course, they have those 2 towers. So money in the bank still technically for Millennium. They did take that dragon down. You can see at the moment with Peke starting to roam. This is what we've mentioned many times for Alex and for Kerp. Going back to Assassins, it's what these mid laners do best in Europe.
Yeah, and generally something where you can have more impact than just sitting in your lane farming is what we want to see from the European mid laners, and it's also why all the strongest ones at least are playing that kind of style. And we see also when Alex is playing for Gambit and he has this impact, Gambit always win.
It is going to be the mid lane that may well go down. They can't quite get the last few hits on it. We do see in the top lane though, Soaz getting locked up here. Hasn't got Dominus available either. He has got an Ignite and a Flash, but I don't think he's going to be able to get away. We do see Millennium. They're going to have to follow him through here. AronA is going to come through. This will be Kevin coming in there, and AronA closes out the kill.
And once again, because the dragon is not up, AronA is in this top lane area, and as soon as he spots Soaz out, he wants to go for the kill, and now they're going for this blue buff.
Well, Cyanide not going to land the kick on him. It will be a full invade. Peke is going to have that barrel that's still in there. It hasn't exploded it yet, so he's waiting to see if he can try and steal this one away. Explosive cask also available. Did he get it? No, he didn't. AronA closes it out with the smite.
And very nice aggressive play by Millennium. They get the 1 kill, and then they just keep going from there. They don't stop, they don't back off. They know the blue buff was spawned, and they didn't walk down and just take it away from Fnatic.
Yeah, more importantly, Kerp, of course, picking up his own blue buff as well, so making sure they don't trade that one away. Reckless in danger here. Yellowstar's backing off in the bush.
Oh, he stopped it.
Cancels it away there. Doesn't follow through instead. Reckless, he should be safe with his support alongside him, but Kerp really fancies this.
But it's very hard for Leona to actually lock down Fizz due to the fact he can jump around. So it can be very hard for him to land the ultimate unless he can walk in, get the Q stun onto Kerp, and they can, you know, more or less kill him from that.
He's going to see if they follow through. Instead, he's happy to just take the wave. Playful Trickster and Urchin Strike across them. And now we are back to square one. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds time. Will we see our first 5v5?
And look at the vision control Fnatic just put up here. The 2 wards means that if Millennium is engaging from this area, they have full vision on them. They can land a long range engage from Yellowstar and then follow it up with the Gragas barrel and start the fight that way. So it's very nice vision they have, and if they can deny some vision from Millennium now, they can actually be in a very, very good position for this fight.
Well, Fnatic are going to be the 5 that try and get in position for this one. Millennium are closing that gap, closing that net all around them. Barrel landing towards J-Ree. Looks like Fnatic may start this one off. Pink ward put in the right place to find out that ward in that corner there. It is going to be Millennium looking to try and close in the gap. Ace in the hole is going to get used, but Playful Trickster dodges it straight out.
And just due to the ward they have up here, they have full vision of Kerp. They can see when he actually wants to go in and try and throw his fish, so they know exactly when Millennium wants to engage.
Look at Soaz trying to zone him out. Peke trying to get that belly slam down on towards him. Cocoon doesn't find his target either. This time a barrel does land nicely there. The Dragon down to half health. They're going to keep on pushing this one. There's a Piltover coming across there. Solar Flare's going to get used. Kerp does manage to use that flash. That goes straight out towards Reckless. Reckless is zoned out of this one. Kerp in all sorts of trouble. He gets focused down, but it is going to be AronA that picks up the kill on Soaz and takes the Dragon. Millennium ain't running now. They're trying to escape from this one. Reckless gets 1 kill. Kratos going to be the next focus. Barrel will land. Can they get the damage down? The Cocoon will be up in just a moment's time. It is going to be the Zenith blade on towards Kevin, but the turret is doing damage on Kevin. They Peke, sorry, and they do get away from this one. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but Millennium got the Dragon.
Millennium got the Dragon, so it's actually worth it for them. If we look at the fight itself though, Kerp, he came in from the side, had full vision on him when he threw in the fish, so Peke, he just backed out instantly and helped Reckless kill him. And meanwhile, yes, we did have swords going down, but they managed to pick up a revenge kill onto Millennium, and all in all, teamfight-wise, in favor of Fnatic, but due to the Dragon, Millennium actually comes out on top.
And I would also argue the fact that those kills went onto AronA. This is, while you can always argue it's great getting kills on your jungler, I would much rather have them on, say, the 0-2-0 Kerp on Fizz, or maybe the AD carry of Creator.
On generally just spread out on your entire team, like we see in Fnatic, every single one has picked up a kill. He gives them quite a good, you know, a power spike. And as you mentioned yourself, Lee Sin, he's not scaling damage-wise too well into the late game. He brings a lot of utility, he can be a great tank, but damage-wise he's not going to bring anything, so him getting these kills is just going to make him a lot more tanky, but that's about it for now.
Millennium needs to start getting some of these turrets down. You see that again. They're just kind of in that situation of the game where Millennium coming out of lane phase, they just don't transition very well, and Fnatic have a clear goal. They know what they want to go for.
Well, yeah, Fnatic know what they want to go for. Obviously, it was the Dragon before, but I actually have to give some credit to Millennium. They've been playing this laning phase and transition into mid-game fairly well. They've punished Source every time he overextended in the top lane and also took down a blue buff for it. And all in all, they're actually keeping up fairly well with Fnatic.
Well, Peke doesn't seem too worried about Kerp. Kerp's the one that's backing away from this fight, doesn't really want a part of that. And of course, you can see the Athenes has been completed. Rabadon's death cap on its way for Peke. Meanwhile, Kerp went for that early Lich Bane, as you mentioned. A hook on towards Reckless. This could be something they follow through on, but instead choose wisely to back away because Yellowstar and Cyanide were standing in the wings.
And now Reckless, he keeps his small CS lead due to the Relic Shield on Yellowstar, but all in all though, the bot lane has been very, very passive. We haven't seen too much action before actually the rest of the teams decided to come down and fight for it and took the turret in Fnatic's favor. But so far, both AD carries have been farming fairly well, and you know, they want to go into this mid-game being equally strong.
Renee using that smite, making sure he takes away that raid from Soaz. Soaz himself has got that Tiamat completed. He's going to maybe head towards the Hydra instead, takes a little bit of damage, and that's the third outer turret of the game now. Fnatic successfully taking over objectives, and you immediately see Soaz saying, I'm going to run straight top, don't want Kevin taking that turret.
And AronA actually is following him, he just safeguarded to this ward. He want to try and stop Source from going there so Kevin can take down the turret, and once again they can trade turret for turret.
AronA successfully dodging out the way of the stun. This time around they are going to try and focus on him. Soaz is not going to land that. Solar Flare flashed out of by Jerry in the mid lane. Peke was ready and waiting to follow through. This could be the first turret for Millennium here, and AronA actually using his ultimate kick there to keep Soaz away from it. They will finish this one off.
AronA, he did every single thing he could to stop Source from coming up there in time, and he actually managed to delay him so much that Kevin could take the turret down, and it was a very nice move. Also, I like actually the rotation from Fnatic in the first place. They spotted Kevin top lane, and also the new fist was spot, so they just instantly moved 4 people in there and took the turret. And oh, Peg almost all the way to blue.
Yeah, didn't get it, and he's been without that blue for a while. Kerp, of course, did take away the last one. Kraton does take away that second turret, and this is what I was talking about for Millennium. Gold in the bank. Those outer turrets starting to crumble, and you can see it's now just 1,000 gold between them. That is just that bottom outer turret, and it will be all square this match.
Yeah, and again, credit to Millennium. They keep taking the small things Fnatic actually want to give them. This time, mid turret was left undefended. It was already low from before, so 2 people simply went in and picked it up for free. And meanwhile, we see Kirk, he just keeps trying to farm. He's a bit behind Xpeke, but he wants to do everything he can now to just constantly farm for the next 10-15 minutes and get really, really strong.
Well, Sunfire Cape's picked up by both the top laners. No surprises there. And we'll see how the transition into the game. Kevin, well, we saw him yesterday on Shen. He was actually picking up kills as well with that Stan United coming in late and closing out the kills. But as it stands, he's just got those 4 assists, exactly what you want for that top laner. Just keep that gold ticking for him, keep him well fed. Well, Soaz himself on the tank, which we haven't seen for a while, to be fair, 1-2-2.
Well, he is building, you know, somewhat offensive because, again, he want to be a presence in this split pushing. He want to be able to duel Kevin for as long as possible. Once again, we hit the late game mark, then Trundle will be out dueling Renekton, but building this Hydra he's gonna complete next time he goes back is actually gonna give him, or extend the time he can duel Trundle for a long time, and it's gonna give him a lot of, you know, both damage in team fights, but also just generally just split pushing presence.
Well, speaking of split pushing presence, of course, Kevin has the teleport, so it's something that he's almost certainly going to be looking to do. You can see second item, Bilgewater Cutlass going in there, going to go for that Blade of the Rune King. So he's going to be trying to do just exactly the same thing. So as, of course, with the Flash Renekton, Flash Ignite, kind of a standard for Renektons.
And that's the thing that's in favor of Millennium, because notice how Source, instantly after he went back, or instantly after he pushed the wave out, he's now been going down to Dragon because it's going to be spawning in here the next 30 seconds. He's forced to do this because he doesn't have the teleport. Kevin, on the other hand, he can just continue farming away because he has the chance to teleport down.
Solar Flare coming in, but quickly safeguarded out by AronA. That ultimate is not available in the next 30 seconds, so we're going to keep our eye on how this is going to work out. Millennium know that that's just been used. They're going to want to force the fight on Dragon.
Yeah, they really want to force this one because they've actually spotted through the wards that Source has been moving towards now his own top lane. He did decide to turn back. Again, they have full vision in this mid area, so they can see everything Fnatic's moving around. They want to set up the fight, and this time they got the vision control.
Kevin as well, he's taking away the blue while this happens, so he's making sure they take every objective away from Fnatic. Dragon down to half hit points. They're actually instead going to turn. They're going to try and push for that inner turret. Millennium are ready and waiting to cut them off here. Fnatic going to try and keep them at bay. Have they got the damage? Teleport coming in from Kevin. He's just taken the blue buff. He's happy to come in and play defensive. Has Reckless got enough? He's going to stick around. Is it going to be too long? That's the question. They're going to try and focus in towards him. You can see AronA, it gets locked up. He really wanted to get the kick on towards Reckless instead. Soaz turns him through. Fnatic just melting down throughout the Millennium team. We do see Kurt picking up a kill on towards Peke. Can they turn this one on its head? It's Reckless doing all the damage. Kevin's found him. He's going on towards it. Kurt finds on towards it. The barriers. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. He goes down. And now the AD carries. They see support versus support. Top laner versus top laner. How's this one going to play out? Kevin chomping his way through the hit points of Soaz there. Lantern being thrown out for extra shield from Jerry. He's going to have his resets back up there. Comes in, flays both members of Fnatic. We do see Kevin. He's going to flash for this one. Gets on towards Soaz. The Pillar of Ice comes down. Chomps his way through Soaz's hit points and closes him down. A 4-for-3 exchange. Crazy fight between two teams.
Yeah, such a messy fight. It actually starts out by AronA jumping into the backline of Fnatic. He wanted to kick Reckless back. It didn't work for him. He instantly died for it. But meanwhile, Kevin was just being such a bully. And notice the fight here. Notice AronA up here in the top. He goes in for Reckless. He's not able to get him due to stun from Yellow Star. But this means that Fnatic is putting 3 people on killing AronA. So there's actually a 4v2 scenario down here for Millennium side. And they managed to get the kill on Peke due to a nice ultimate from Curb. And then they, turn into this 3v3 scenario here. And here we see why Trundle is so strong. He's going to be able to pretty much stay alive here, spam away his damage, and due to Curb flashing, queuing into Reckless, they get the kill they need. And from here on, there's really nothing they can do in this 2v2 scenario for Fnatic side because Trundle is so strong with his single target damage.
Just biting his way through, finally closes out that fight, of course, with them chompers. Now Reckless, he's been caught out. AronA is on him, and you can see Kevin's going to be joining the party as well. Curb is just below. You've got nowhere to go here, Reckless. He just gets followed through by that kick. He may well be able to solo out AronA here. AronA is having to use that safeguard. They're just going to chase him through. The rest of Fnatic are coming, closing in the gap. Ace in the hole comes through. Curb gets in there just in time. Reckless still not gone down. The rest of Fnatic closing the gap here. Great all on his own in that top lane. He's going to try and dive to the tower. Have they got enough time to catch up towards him, or will the tower take him down? He's going to go all the way to the Nexus turrets, I feel. He's going to go down. Turret kill. Nicely played by Reckless.
Well played by Reckless. He managed to kite it all the way out, and then he dies to a turret. I believe it's 8 seconds. You have to not take any damage from anyone, or is it 10 seconds to not take damage from anyone, and you actually give the kill to the turret instead. And now Soa's being aggressive.
Soaz going on towards Curb. Oh, the ultimate comes out from Jeremy. Not going to land. The death sentence does, though. That's going to lock up Soaz. He has to use that dominance. He's going to try and get out of it. The rest of Fnatic come in. The explosive cask nearly drops Kurt where he stands. We do see Kevin now. He's joined the party. We saw what he could do in the last fight. They close on towards Yellow Star once again. AronA has got that kick available if he can land her down in towards him, but he hasn't got anything to try and jump on them. And he is going to try and come around. He wants to get on towards the Cyanide. He can't get either side of them right now. He's desperately trying to chase this one through, and Millennium finally give up the pursuit.
But very risky play by Soaz here. He stayed up even though Reckless was already dead. He actually stayed all the way up towards the turret from Millennium, and they managed to catch him out and therefore just chase him 5v4. Very nice chase by Millennium, but also very nice escape by Fnatic.
Back and forth action in this game. Still 8 kills to 8, and Fnatic still with the lead in terms of turrets, but you can see now they are falling behind in gold, and that's a worrying sign because Millennium, of course, got another 2,000 gold to pick up when they do take some of those turrets down. Question is, can they do that?
And this is a different Millennium than we're used to. Normally they win the early game, and once they get to the team fights, things kind of fall apart for them. This time around, though, they were a little bit behind early game, and now they actually managed to go even in gold. They picked up the last dragon. They got a very good team fight as well, where they traded 4 for 3. So all in all, they're actually doing really, really well.
And I should point out, while all that massive Reckless chase, the Fnatic coming to help them out, Kraton was just at the top. He's back up there again. He's just continuing to farm. He's doing what an AD carry should be doing, getting himself very fed. Once he joins the team fights, that could be trouble for Fnatic.
That's the thing. Fnatic needs to be able to get to him backline-wise. They really only have the repel from Elise and also Renekton and double dashing in. That is not enough because if you use your repel offensive as Elise, you're very open to just getting bursted down once you actually jump in.
They're trying to collapse onto Curb here. They're going to come around the side from there. Knew there was in the bush. Yellow Star's not going to chase that one through. The rest of Millennium do close out, and that's going to be a 5-man Fnatic pushing onto a 4-man Millennium on this tower right now. Kraton has backed off there. Curb doing what he can, throwing down that pillar of ice, keeping them at bay.
And Fnatic is doing what the combo is good at, sieging turrets, poking away with Gragas, poking away with Caitlyn, and then just going for the turret whenever you have gotten someone from Millennium low and they can engage on you.
Kraton finally came in there, but again, like you mentioned, they just had that siege potential. Immediately, everybody backs away from this fight. And Millennium are wondering where Fnatic are going to go next. They haven't got good wall coverage in their own jungle.
No, they have all their wards actually placed further down the map, so they don't really see Fnatic moving around here. The next one for Fnatic could be the top turret. It's the only outer turret left. Otherwise, they have to move all the way up to the base from Millennium, and that's where it kind of gets scary because it's very easy to flank around you, especially with something like a Fizz.
Well, Peke is off on his own right now down that bottom lane. Dragon is up in 30 seconds, so I expect that will be the next focus target priority for both of these teams. And Fnatic just warding out, giving coverage to the Baron, because there is always a danger that you can have one goes for Dragon, one goes for Baron, and you get caught out either way. And as it stands, it seems Millennium, well, they have that 4 ward position down the river. That's going to give them the advantage on Dragon.
And notice the pings from Fnatic. They're spamming on this Baron because they want to make sure that if Millennium moves down to Dragon, they instantly go over there, already placed the ping ward, so they know it's not warded.
Well, let's see if they can get any picks on Fnatic. They have that ward in the middle. lane, keeping the objective covered off. This will be a very quick dragon, you've got to remember. So Fnatic, if they're going to do something here, they have to get involved early on. Jerry flashing out there is going to throw in. It's going to be picked up by Millennium. Now you can see the culling going down. Yellowstar's going to get focused on. Reckless in the back, just gets melted by Curb. That's a big problem, but Curb's going to go down as well. He can't playful trickster away from this one. Peke is going to be the next line of focus. Kraton going to chase on Jordan, but he belly dashes away there. Millennium a little bit split. They're not sure which one target to choose for. Soaz trying to wrangle them into the corner. Cocoon will land on Jerry. The hook's not going to go through, and both teams will back away. Both carries down.
But these team fights, they are so even. It's always 1 for 1, 2 for 2. This time around though, Curb, he managed to land his fish all the way to the backline and hit it onto Reckless and instantly bursted him down. Yes, he died for it because he already used his Trickster and his Sonya's, but Millennium picked up the Dragon for it, so once again, they actually get out ahead.
They managed to keep the objectives in their favor. Blue buff actually is something that Peke hasn't had for a very long time. He's very interested in trying to get the next one, and of course, Kevin stole it away previously. Creator once again in that top lane, keeping that CS going, starting to build up a bit of an advantage over Reckless.
And now, actually, if you notice the items here, Face of the Mountain is completed on Leona. It means that she can provide the shield onto whoever Fizz is jumping. This time around though, if Reckless get hit by the ultimate from Fizz, he's more or less gonna die every single time because he's so squishy.
And you can see that's why he's gone for that red buff as well, wants to make sure he gets that extra bonus heal. So 2 heals going to be hitting him at the same time. Make sure he can save himself from that Kurt, because we already saw how quick he can go down.
Yeah, exactly. And there's 3 options he has defensive-wise. He can go for Banshees to try and block some damage. He can go for QSS. If he uses it when the fish is on him, the fish actually just stays on the ground and he can move out of it and avoid the damage. Or he can go for the Guardian Angel simply to revive up again if he should get bursted down.
Well, Curve, of course, with that Zhonya's Hourglass. Peke went the opposite direction, went straight for that damage. We'll see what he builds into next, whether it would be an Abyssal Scepter. I'm wondering whether he's going to go that route since he ups up against a high burst potential of Curve, because he almost certainly will be the focus. It'll be either Peke or Reckless they want to take down as quick as possible. Let's have a look at these top laners, because obviously Play of the Rune King's been completed a while back with Kevin. Both Spirit Visage also being completed. We do see Soaz. He has gone Bruiserish. He did get the Hydra. Oh, Talisman was used there, trying to catch on towards him. Not going to focus any target though.
It's a nice counter engage from Sana, just landing the stun as soon as the Talisman was popped. Stopped everything from happening. If Kevin could have gotten closer, he could put off the pillar. But notice Fnatic now. They're going for this top turret.
They're rushing straight in towards it, and immediately everybody from Millennium quickly recalling, because this is going to be an exposed inhibitor. It's going to be Soaz and Peke both on there. Only just recalling now. They're going to get a good chunk of damage on this. Now we see Reckless. He's beating it down as well. Peke going to use that explosive cash, going to keep them away. They've taken the inhibitor turret. Great positional advantage. AronA tries to go in. He only manages to land the kick on the cyanide there. Quickly blown backwards. Curve's going to get focused. Reckless just doing damage on the side there. Doesn't manage to take him. Sonya's Hourglass was enough to keep him at bay. Soaz gets taken down. Cyanide gets taken down. Now Kevin again in amongst the team doing damage. All the barrel rolls back there. Kraton making sure he doesn't run into a pillar of ice. Going to lock up Yellowstar. He's going to get caught out there. Try and turn it back around on towards Peke. The hook on Reckless. They're going to follow through. The flame comes through. Brilliant. No, Kraton off the side. He's just taking them down one by one. A triple kill comes from Kraton. But what a setup from J-Ree.
So once again, AronA, in the start of the whole fight, he goes into the backline and everyone from Fnatic is turning around trying to kill him. This means the rest of Millennium can join in the fight fairly safe. Notice how we started here again. We have the home guard AronA going in. Rest of Fnatic turns to him. We have 4 people killing him this time around. Also, Peke is using his ultimate to knock him back into them once again. This means, oh, he actually hits Curb as well. Very nice ultimate. Curb is almost going to die from this one, but due to Sonya's and due to his Trickster afterwards, he's able to survive. This means now Kevin, he joins the fight once again. Nobody's here to burst him down. He's so tanky. And meanwhile, we're watching this replay. The Baron just being picked up by Millennium. And notice right here. Notice J-Ree. This is a Mad Life hook. He's landing straight on to Reckless. Boom. There you go. And Kraton can come back in and they can manage to pick up 3 kills.
3-man play on that hook as well. Absolutely amazing stuff there. So, Millennium with the Baron buff. What do we make of this? What will happen here? Will Fnatic go for a 5-game losing streak? God help them if they do, because Millennium, well, they've been anchored at the bottom of the league and they've looked dreadful in some of their games, but this game right now, they are taking it to Fnatic.
They are really taking it to Fnatic, and actually, we talked about the Lee Sin picking up all the kills early. this has actually meant he's been very, very tanky, and we see how much Fnatic has to invest in killing him every time he goes into the fight, which means once he's actually dead, the rest of Millennium can come in from behind, and the Fnatic without their ultimate can't really do anything to Kevin, and once again, they can't do much to Curb if he actually decides to get in.
AronA getting locked up down the bottom there, but they haven't really got the focus and damage to go through him. AronA, by the way, I got a target. You know, the fact that he's been the one that's been throwing himself into the team, and he's been doing work. You know, it's over-aggressive sometimes. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But today, it seems to be working.
It works if you're this tanky, and Fnatic has to use so much on killing you. It doesn't even matter if he dies in his team fights, because the rest of the team can just, you know, finish everything up.
Well, we have the ward cheering army in the house today. They're happy every ward goes down. Remember, this is a Baroned up Millennium. He's trying to get on towards Reckless. He does find him. Gets the kick on towards him. The rest of his team can't come in there. Uses that Radiant Omen. While the rest of Millennium, and he just safeguards away. Takes the Lantern. Safe and clear. They took the tower. Millennium hit and run.
I've never seen a guy throw himself into the backline this many times, and he doesn't even care if he dies. This time he managed to survive, and Millennium just pick up a tower for it. Every single time he does this, Millennium gets something.
See, now they need to rotate down. They're going to go down towards that bottom lane. Kerp is ready and waiting as well. Didn't fancy taking on 3 members. Dragon up in 5 seconds time. Millennium again with the timer on this one, taking all the objectives.
And they will get this one for free, because there's no reason for Fnatic to try and fight for it versus the Baroned up Millennium. It is a lot of gold at this point. We're 35 minutes in. It's going to give, you know, quite a boost from them, but this time around, Fnatic is pushing up, and Kerp, he's in the bot lane.
Yeah, he went down towards that bottom lane, realized the minions should be able to take it down. He's going to have to teleport back because Fnatic were trying to take some positional advantage. Yeah, the moment they get shepherded away by the rest of Millennium, he decides to cancel that teleport. Oh,
need to be careful.
You are deep in dangerous trouble here. Quickly safeguards the rest of his team. They saw Yellowstar really wanted to start the fight there.
It was a very nice move though. They moved down towards Kerp, so if something should have happened, he would have been able to come up and join the fight. Meanwhile though, he's just pushing this top bot lane all the time.
Still 60 seconds on this Baron buff. It's Kerp going to be doing work. The rest of Millennium come around. Pillar of Ice being used to just block up Fnatic, and now they could try and turn this fight. They have taken down 3 turrets and a dragon with his Baron buff already. The culling coming out. Kraton going very aggressive. Gets caught in the cocoon. They're going to follow it through with the solar flare. Flashes out of that one. Soaz is going to get locked up. Soaz, the tankiest member, just gets annihilated by Kerp there. Kerp now on towards Peke. Zhonya's Hourglass going to be used. Kerp will be able to go down. He gets the play for Trickster. Oh, and he's going to escape as well. I do not believe it. Kerp Peke gets locked in there. Cyanide tries to come in. Kerp just urging straight towards him. Wow! Millennium acing Fnatic on their own tower with the Baron buff just about to time out. Millennium just wrecking Fnatic.
And MVP Mikaels from Jerry straight onto Kraton when he got locked down by Leona, so he managed to, you know, be able to dash out. And then again, the rest of Millennium, they come in. They're so tanky at this point, and Kerp has so much damage that there's nothing Fnatic can do to kill the front line.
Millennium take down Fnatic in week 5. What a turnabout result this is. And Fnatic, my God, they're on a 5-game losing streak now. This is not good times. Millennium overjoyed with that victory. AronA, you know, love him or hate him, he was flinging himself into those fights.
And again, due to the early kills he got the early Randuins, he was so tanky. Fnatic couldn't kill him fast enough, so he could just keep doing this over and over. And it's actually the story of the game. Millennium, they got so tanky with their front line, and at the same time, you had the Fizz just doing so much burst damage, and also you had Kraton in the backline just hammering away constantly. And also, the one hook from Jerry, it was my big play for sure.
Absolutely, I was about to say, you talk about the big plays, there was quite a few in there. The Jerry hook followed by the flay. You've got AronA flinging himself into the teams, creating situations. Fantastic play from Millennium, and finally may have found the mold, may have found what they need to do. And you know, we talked about it top of the show, we talked about it yesterday, Kerp on Assassins, it's something that has to happen. And it's Lee Sin for AronA. It's a champion that works for him.
Yeah, Lee Sin is always his fallback champion whenever, you know, things are going wrong for Millennium. And this time around, he had some very good ganks early. He constantly, punished Source in the top lane when he was overextending after the Fnatic actually took the turret. And he got some, you know, early lead from there. And then he managed to steal the dragon as well in the team fight. So he actually, on Lee Sin, made a lot of crucial plays for this game. And then we just gotta give credit to Millennium for actually team fighting really, really well. This was the first time in many games we've really seen them win the game through team fights.
And today is the day of supports, ladies and gentlemen. Thresh.
Yes.
Mixer in the previous game went 0-0-15 or something along that lines. J-Reed's just gone 1-1-15 on Thresh. The supports really have seemed to pick this champion up. Is that where you stop, buddy?
Yeah, it is. I couldn't follow the rest of the supports. Only had the Nami. You remember
That is very true. You're very good on the Nami.
No, but all in all, supports are able to carry games. That's what we have to agree on. Fresh is one of the supports where you can really make the big plays. Leona can do the same. Annie can do the same.
Vander can do the same.
Vander also do the same, yeah.
He's just champion of his own right now,
He's his own champion. However, these supports you can make plays on, they are the popular ones. And every single support in Europe are playing them, and everyone is actually doing well.
Oh, fantastic match. And Millennium taking down Fnatic. Shocking everyone here, I feel. We're going to recall for a brief moment, but when we return, Shox and Quickshot will be speaking with Millennium's AronA to see how he created those plays. And then, of course, it is Copenhagen Wolves looking to dig their claws into the first place for ROCCAT. Stay with us. The culling coming out, Kraton going very aggressive, gets caught in the cocoon, they're going to follow it through with the solar flare, flashes out of that one, Soaz is going to get locked up, Soaz, the tankiest member, just gets annihilated by Kurt there. Kurt now on towards Peke, Sonya's hourglass going to be used, Kurt will be able to go down, he gets the playful trickster out, and he's going to escape as well, I do not believe it. Kurt Peke gets locked in there, Cyanide tries to come in, Kurt just urging straight
They're going to win it
towards it. Wow, Millennium acing Fnatic on their own. Woo! Man.
to all our fans who are celebrating Valentine's Day, happy Valentine's Day to you as well.
On Valentine's Day, we'll probably play a game of League, and it'll be super fun.
Happy Valentine's Day, Reckless.
My favorite player is SOS, so happy Valentine's Day, SOS. You're an awesome top laner.
I hope you guys are watching the games with your girlfriends or boyfriends and having a good time watching LCS.
I'm so happy to be there on LCS and rooting for my husband.
Alex, we wish you and your wife a very happy Valentine.
I wish the best to you and your love, and here is mine.
I don't have any Valentines, so if anyone wanna be my Valentine.
Welcome back to our mammoth day of matches as we're joined by the always vocal AronA from Millennium, and you sure were screaming after that game versus Fnatic. Yeah, maybe tell us about the end to begin with, because it was overwhelming.
Did I scream on that game?
A little bit.
I didn't know that. Well, actually, like we had really bad weeks last weeks, mainly because we didn't train. Like we were like just traveling to. In Cassidy and Pekka, nothing else as well.
You had. In this particular matchup, you didn't have the strongest early game, which you did against Gambit, but your team fights were really good. Your calling seemed to be precise. What actually made the difference in terms of the communication and the targeting? Because you in particular was throwing yourself in those fights so many times.
Yeah, I was trying all the time to make Reckless unable to do anything in a team fight. As much as Reckless can only attack me, that I have Randuins, and he's gonna do like nothing to me, my team is gonna kill them. Because I know like Fizz is gonna do destroy Gragas, and we have a Trundle to ultimate Renekton, so Renekton is gonna have like 0 armor, 0 MR. So we can build like easily like Renekton and Gragas in that team fight. That was actually like our objectives.
Let's actually take a look at one of those teams fights to illustrate that.
Yeah, so we're going to go very early on. It's about 17 minutes on the clock. Let's pull the replay up on your screen, and it's when you were challenging for a dragon. Yep. So we're going to start this replay right now, and you'll see that Fnatic are being pushed a little bit away, and you're dancing back and forth. Talk me through this team fight.
Well, this team fight, mainly what we wanted to do was Kerb was shouting, I'm going to Reckless, I'm going to Reckless, I'm going to Reckless. And what we want to say is like, we followed the manager call. He was like saying, go for Drakes. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to get Drake. I kick out Elise to get the Drake control. I tried to seal like Trundle to get Renekton. We got Renekton. Kerb died, but everyone focused on Kerb. We had like Elise, we have Gragas, we have Caitlyn focusing on Kerb. And the other side, I'm getting the Drake. That's actually the objective. We don't want kills anymore. Like against Gambit, we saw the score. We were winning in kills. But they won on towers, they won on Drakes, so that was actually like our objectives. Just get Drakes, get objectives, and win the game by that.
Well, it definitely worked out for you. I mean, the end of the fight here, you see once again, just trading back and forth. Up until about 25 or 30 minutes in the game, for every kill that you guys scored, Fnatic got one in reply. It was a very even footing game. So at what point did you win the game? What was the deciding factor?
I believe there was a team fight that Trundle was just immortal. Trundle was just hitting at everyone. He had like so many like seal from me, seal fall threats and stuff. And we got like Trundle and Lucian making 3 damage. And I believe in that team fight, Gragas was one shot by Fizz. So that team fight was really good team fight for us. We went directly for Nasa. And after that, we were just pushing, getting objectives. And then in the bottom team fight, the last team fight, I believe that Kerb did a perfect team fight. A perfect team fight. It was an F with F. Yeah.
Perfect team fight. We weren't saying anything. Tell me a little bit about, Trevor touched on, or you touched it on already, the gaming house and the new manager, how that's all coming together for you guys.
I really need to thank my new manager. It's called Dreams. It's a French guy that is helping us a lot, especially me. Like the last weeks, I was having a lot of stress, like a lot of pressure from like the spectators, a lot of pressure from my team, a lot of pressure. They didn't even tell me, but I felt like the team was like realizing that I was playing bad. And somehow I was like so stressful, I was like somehow dismotivated. And that's why we brought a manager that can motivate me. And he motivated me so much. And I have to really thankful Dreams from here, because he's doing a great job for me especially, and from the team.
Well, this week it's definitely showing. Millennium stepped up. I want to ask about your opinion on Fnatic now. As Millennium, they're 4 wins, 8 losses. You're sitting at the bottom of the table. Fnatic have now lost 5 games in a row. In your opinion, what's going on?
I don't know. I just feel like last week's, I'm a big fan of Soaz. I feel like Soaz play another kind of game that no one is playing in Europe. And I feel like he's really good. And he was playing AP tops. And when he played our scrims AP tops, he was playing really good. But then I feel like he's pressured by the public, by the spectators to playing like tank and stuff. And he should do whatever he wants. Like he should play whatever he likes to play. And I believe that they will become in the top. Like it doesn't matter. Like we said that in a past interview that the start means nothing. It's all about the end. It's about the playoffs, and it's about probably all about the summer split, the playoffs, and going to Worlds.
All right, and it's also all about ROCCAT recently, and they're going up against the Copenhagen Wolves in the next game. What are your predictions, guys? Trevor?
Seeing the way Copenhagen Wolves are playing and the way ROCCAT are playing, you have to favor ROCCAT. I think in pretty much every area, I feel they are stronger at this point in time, so I'm putting it on them.
Albert?
For me, it all depends. I mean, I feel like ROCCAT is stronger, but if Amazing from Copenhagen Wolves can pull a good early game against Jankos, they can actually beat them. But it's all about, for me, it's all about Amazing outplaying Jankos, probably.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Great stuff.
I have to say that since today is Valentine's Day, I would like you to give you a rose.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. And let's go back over to Demon and the Fisho for our next game.
Well, if it's not one Spaniard, it's another, isn't it? For Shocks. Thank you very much. And fantastic interview from AronA there. Really great insight into also how Dreams is helping out his team.
Well, how important a manager is and how important it is to have the support of someone outside of the game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the teams are adapting. So, next game up right now. Copenhagen Wolves are facing off against ROCCAT. And this is a rematch of Week 1 where the Wolves handed ROCCAT their first ever defeat in the LCS. However, they really have gone in very opposite directions since then.
Yeah, it was another loss for Copenhagen Wolves due to them being outplayed on the map. Super Crew, they managed to delay the game by split pushing constantly, and Copenhagen Wolves didn't have an answer. And for me, this boils down to the shot calling and decision making late game for this team. Because, again, it was the issue. They gave a lot of free kills to Super Crew, and also they gave up this free inhib to MrRallez in his split push.
So this is an issue with picks and... Is it picks and bans problem, or where do they go? I mean, is it just simply choosing the wrong team compositions?
Well, I've been looking a little bit at the picks they actually have, like the main picks for every champion, for every player, and we see a trend of not picking heavy engaged champions. The only two they have are actually Annie and Vi, and they're not really open, because Annie is often banned or picked away. We've seen Vi being banned away, but we also see Amazing prioritize other champions like Elise and Lee Sin over this Vi. And this means Copenhagen Wolves, they can't decide when to fight, and they have to rely on the enemy team to make some moves, and then they can, you know, take something from there.
Yeah, and you know, we were mentioning that the fact that Karma has been picked by Unlimited, he's kind of the only player that's doing that as the support right now.
He is the only Karma player I know of, even also like in NA. I haven't seen much in Korea either. Karma itself, she's very good in the laning phase, and she gives a lot of mobility to your team, but she's not hard engaged potential, and she doesn't have like the big play potential like Annie, Leona, and Fresh, where you can really start a fight.
And ROCCAT, on the other hand, of course, have put themselves out there as a real challenger for this season, beating out Gambit in Week 2, beating Fnatic in Week 4, and they really have stepped it up since they joined the LCS.
It's been a very impressive start for ROCCAT. They are looking to be the real deal. Every single member on the team is a threat, and the coordination in team fights is just spot on. And we have to highlight the fact that ROCCAT, they're actually the team with the highest KDA in the league on 4.97. And the way they're actually playing is they have the trademark 1-3-1 split push with Xaxus, where he's split pushing one lane, you have Overpower split pushing in the other lane, and they used this to shut down Alliance in the last game. And it's also one of the reasons they favor Caitlyn so much, because they can keep Caitlyn in the mid lane, just constantly wave clearing and constantly, you know, pushing turrets.
I love the Overpower interview yesterday. It's like we just play 1-3-1 and stomp.
Yeah,
it's just
exactly.
Straightforward to the point. Of course, coming into the spring season, it seems that Selva and Xaxus, they really were underestimated players.
They were. They are. I even think they're still underrated players. Xaxus, he's the one with the second highest KDA and second highest goal per minute for top laners. That is so impressive, and in every single game he's performing. We saw his trundle yesterday with the pillar he put up. The more or less won him the team fight. And then we have Selva. He's focused more again on pushing and taking turrets, which makes him more unnoticed. but he's still playing such a key role, and he's always good in the laning phase, and his team fights, you never really see him miss position.
Yeah, I mean, ROCCAT really have been fantastic. Let's check out those lineups, though, for these two teams. On the blue side, it is the Copenhagen Wolves. In the top lane is Youngbuck. Amazing is in the jungle. Coutard in the mid lane. Forgiven as the AD carry, and his support, well, that's unlimited.
And on the red side, we have ROCCAT. We have Xaxus in the top lane, we have Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Celavar the AD carry, and of course we have Vander on support.
So, an interesting picks and bans for these two teams, because they actually do play quite similar champions. You think of the mid laners, both are going to try and go for Kayle. You think of the top laner, well, that could be a Renekton that everyone wants to focus on. And again, it could maybe be a Caitlyn, but I think Forgiven tends to prefer Lucian.
Well, he plays both, but yeah, Lucian has been like his main pick, so we can potentially see being banned away, and then Lucian for ROCCAT. And again, just like we saw yesterday, forcing Forgiven onto something else. Also, I actually noticed the fact that Unlimited, he rarely plays Fresh. And then you have Vander here, who's just playing it constantly and always making plays. Yeah. I feel like Copenhagen Wolves, they have to ban away, unless they have like a counter pick ready for it, but I'm not sure what.
But the issue is, I mean, you ban out the Thresh. He pulled out Morgana yesterday to great effect again. Well, speaking of the bans, coming in very fast here. Pantheon, Thresh, Elise, all taken away by the Copenhagen Wolves. Kassadin, Annie, and Kayle taken away by ROCCAT, and an instant lock-in, Lee Sin for the Wolves.
So, the Lee Sin coming in for Wolves, they love to have Amazing on his early aggression, but once again, this is not a Vi, there's no hard engage on Lee Sin. You need to land your Q and follow up by, you know, a safeguard and then kick someone into the team. It can be a little bit hard to do, and it doesn't really count as hard engage. Meanwhile, ROCCAT also banned away Annie, so they make sure now that Unlimited has to fall back on either something like Karma or something completely different.
Well, Xaxus knows what he wants, and it is the Troll in the top lane. We'll see how it works out for him. Trundle, we just saw a fantastic Trundle coming out of Kevin in the previous game. Looks like Lucian's going to be handled over, and this may be trying to put Forgiven in a hotspot.
Well, Caitlyn is still open for Forgiven. He can pick that one up. It's still his comfort champion, and we just saw the matchup before. It's fairly even in the laning phase. The Troll pick for top lane, or the Trundle, Xaxus, he believes in himself every single laning phase. That's why he wants something that scales into the late game, so he can really carry his team once they get to the team fight. So I really like this pickup, even though they just pick it so early.
We do see Caitlyn now potentially being switched to. No surprises really, because that's the other champion Forgiven has been playing a lot of. We'll see whether they do focus on towards that one. But the Lee Sin for Amazing, I mean, this is a champion that he has played a lot of, but to varying levels of success.
It's, for him, again, when you pick Lee Sin for a team as Copenhagen Wolves, and you rely so much on winning the early game because your decision-making, your shot-calling late game isn't there, it's very hard for him, if he doesn't perform early, to actually have an impact in the games. I like the fact he still picks it up, because he knows he needs to help every single lane in the early game, he needs to get them snowballing, so in that case I like it. And if, I like this one.
You like this one? Well, it isn't going to be unlimited on the Leona, but this is unlimited with, I believe, the highest death rate in the LCS, certainly the European side.
At least the highest first blood death rate.
I'm pretty sure it's the highest death rate as well.
He's dying a lot, we can agree on that. But on a champion like Leona, if he's managing, if he does the engage and he gets in the face of people, he can die from there. We saw AronA in the last game, just being in the face constantly. It doesn't really matter if you die once you have done everything. So maybe Leona is the champion for him.
Well, the aggression team coming out maybe from ROCCAT here, the Vi being hovered over. That could be for Jankos. Celavar also with the Morgana for Vander. We saw Vander playing this Morgana yesterday to great effect, and he's already played it twice in the LCS, winning both games.
And Morgana is such a good pick versus Leona, because you can put the Black Shield onto the target she's gonna go for, and you completely stop all the CC she's gonna bring, and she's actually more or less gonna waste her ultimate, because the Black Shield has a way lower cooldown, obviously, than the Leona ultimate, so you can always have it ready for whenever she wants to go in. The Vi pickup simply means that ROCCAT knows they want some hard engage in this. The first 3 champions they pick has no hard engage, now they have the Vi. And I actually like the fact that Copenhagen Wolves did the same, saying we need to have some engage this time, we need to take Leona.
Well, at the top of the show we talked about the Copenhagen Wolves having problems in these picks and bans, trying to get some team comps together. What are they going to go to round off this comp?
So we've seen Renekton from Youngbuck a lot of times. We also know that he has been playing in the past quite a lot of Vladimir. It's a champion we haven't seen too much, but it's actually something that can work against the Trundle. We saw the Lissandra pick from Super Pro earlier, and they picked it because you can farm versus this Trundle. He has a hard time getting to you, so something like, again, an AP champion, or maybe just fall back on the Renekton could be the option for him. Dr. Mundo's also still open if he wants to go the full tank route. for the mid lane, we've seen a lot of Ziggs, we've seen a lot of Gragas coming out of Kautar. He likes this champion. He's also been playing Yasuo, so it won't surprise me if he picks up any of that.
Will we see a Wukong in the top lane? We're just waiting to see where that one gets locked in. Gragas has been locked in and Wukong is selected, so it could be Lee Sin, but I'm reckoning it might be a Wukong in the top.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be Wukong top as well. Youngbuck has played it before, not in the LCS, but before we actually got into the LCS. It's a champion where you have the ability to lane swap because he's actually very good in a 1v2 scenario. He has a lot of easy farm potential with his Q, and it's very hard to dive due to having your decoy, so you can pop it if someone goes in, get the tower aggro, and they won't do any damage to you. So I like the pickup in that case. If he goes 1v1 versus the Trundle, I have a hard time seeing him beat Trundle. Once we really get out of the laning phase, we get the Sunfire Cape and the bit of the Rune King on Trundle, or the Hydras, I don't really see Wukong being able to kill him.
One thing the Wolves do have is initiation. They have it in spades. They're definitely going to be diving in, but the problem is they're diving in against the Trundle and Morgana. We'll see what Vander chooses for overpower here. Will it be the Mordekaiser, or will it just be back to the safe pick of Ziggs?
And again, we've seen the matchup between Ziggs and Gragas quite a lot of times. It goes almost... Oh, he actually switches over to Yasuo. Very nice synergy together with Vi. And also actually the pillar from Trundle counts as, you know, a knock-up or push, so you can jump on this target. But now, the single target damage they have, if Vi engages and Yasuo follows up, is a lot of CC and it's a lot of straight-up damage to whoever they're deciding to go for. If it could be the Caitlyn in the back line, or maybe the Gragas. They obviously don't really want to go for the front line.
When you also look at the Wolves, it's actually a pretty squishy lineup, and that suits a Yasuo in spades. You know, if he gets that static shift, Infinity Edge, it will be doing a lot of damage.
Youngbuck normally likes to build very tanky on his champions. If he decides to go for the full tank Wukong, he won't provide a lot of damage, but he will be a tanky force to deal with. It will require, though, that both Kautar and Forgiven is having a very good game, so they will provide the damage needed. I was actually just thinking combo-wise. It's like Copenhagen Wolves was listening to us in the pre-game. They picked so much hard engage. I've actually never seen them play with this many, you know, engages, and I like it. The combo from ROCCAT, though, is so strong once you just get past the laning phase and you really go into these team fights. They have so much kill potential, they have so much disengage potential, and the Morgana Black Shield, if Vander can land them on the engage from Copenhagen Wolves, which he can more or less shut down everything Copenhagen Wolves is bringing in.
Well, you guys at home have been voting on which team will win today. So let's check in to see how this match added up. With 86% of the vote, it seems that ROCCAT easily lead the Copenhagen Wolves.
And we have to agree on this one. Copenhagen Wolves looking kind of shaky. In the actually last few weeks, they started out really well, but then they've kind of gone downhill. And ROCCAT, they just keep going up and up and up, and they keep impressing us.
Yeah, and of course, they are top of the league right now. And, you know, Copenhagen Wolves in that mid-table obscurity right now, can see whether they can fight their way out of the relegation zone, because we just saw Millennium picking up a win. They're starting to get those wins. Maybe we can see where that confidence boost that Millennium may get taking down Fnatic. We'll see how it transitions into week 6 next week. But right now, we are watching the Copenhagen Wolves as the blue team up against ROCCAT as the red team, the team that are topping the European LCS right now. New team that came through, and you know, we talked about it. And honestly, you know, while we mentioned it, when they came through as KMT, they took down Ninjas in Pajamas. A choice that you and the rest of the team made to face off against this opposition. We talked about when a team comes through the promotion series, wins 3-0. Last time it happened was Cloud9 when on top of the league. Lemon Dogs when on top of the league. Can ROCCAT do the same?
I honestly believe with the way ROCCAT has been playing so far, with the individual play from the players and the coordination as a team, I believe they have what it takes, maybe not to go the same record Cloud9 did, but at least to remain a top team in Europe throughout the entire split. And one thing we actually have to notice here, just the first thing I noticed, is the fact there's an ancient coin onto Vander. This means simply, obviously it means that he's not expecting any poke to come in from AronA, he's not expecting a lot of poke from Caitlyn, because it's very hard for her to get in and hit the Morgana once Lucian is there. So he takes it to get some extra gold, and also for an early talisman, so they can do both engages and disengages for ROCCAT.
It is a standoff between both teams. Nobody going for any of that deep early aggression. Nobody really even placing wards out as well, using themselves as wards. So of course, wards are now available. Everybody pings them down. And that's actually a standard river ward coming out from Xaxus in that top lane. So he's making sure he doesn't get caught out by that Lee Sin early aggression.
So we need to see how aggressive ROCCAT want to play this early game. Trundle, he obviously needs some levels, he needs some items. Yasuo as well. He's alright in the laning phase, but he really shines once he gets his static shift and his infinity edge. So if they're going to play a lot of passive early and try and get these items, or are they just going to keep on the aggression?
Well, it's going to be a rotate for the Wolves. They are going to head. They were the first ones to do this in 4.1, actually, if I cast my mind back. So they're going to send Forgiven and Unlimited in towards the top lane, 2v1 in Xaxus.
And just like we talked about in Champ Select, Wukong in a lane swap, he's actually very, very strong. He's very hard to dive, so he's fairly safe. And with the teleport as well, he's able to now run around with Amazing, recall, and then teleport down to bot lane once the wave hits in.
This is ballsy play from Kautar, I feel, taking that belly slam at level 1 up against the Yasuo. So how does this matchup lane, get my words out, lane matchup balance out?
Well, obviously there is the poke for Gragas, but there's also a lot of damage from Yasuo if you move into melee range of him. So the reason he took the body slam was, trying to surprise him early game. He wanted him to go in, try and take the trade, and then body slam in his face, see if he can force out a flash. It's something some Gragas, especially over in Korea, actually like to do versus certain matchups, and I kind of respect Kautar for doing this here, trying to force something out early.
Yeah, very ballsy play up against Overpower, who himself has really set the world alight in some of his plays he's done, playing out multitude of champions. Not going to land the knock-up, though, on Kautar. And again, this trade, he seemed to be working pretty well for Kautar. Now got that barrel, managed to roll it out and catch Overpower off guard.
Yeah, and just look at the damage he could actually do with body slam there when Overpower just got a little bit too close. Boom, hit him in for about 10% HP and keeping the pressure up on him. In the meantime, Youngbuck, he managed to pretty much run down. He didn't use his teleport. Oh, he did use his teleport down bot lane to get the entire wave, get the XP he needed once ROCCAT had actually pushed it in.
He got himself up to level 2 quick enough as well. So we'll see how this works out. Jankos coming in towards the top lane. Remember last time these guys tried this. Actually, Overpower, they're going to try and go towards him. Have they got enough to try and lock him down there? They are going to get the blade slam. Barrel's not going to land. They're going to tower it though. Yes, they will get it. And it's Kautar with the belly slam.
And such a nice play because Yasuo was pushing up the lane, and due to having the body slam and due to Yasuo being melee, he could actually get in range to land the slow, and then Amazing could come in. There was the wind wall coming up from Overpower, but it was not placed correctly, so he couldn't really use it for anything.
And now you can see Copenhagen Wolves continuing to push on this one. They're going to focus in towards the golems and keeping Jankos well away from that, helping out Xaxus in that top lane turret. Meanwhile, Forgiven, he's going to come in there. They're going to try a 3-man stack on the top turret.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves keeping up the aggression. They already got the first blood. If they can manage to pick up a turret from this as well, the early game couldn't have been better for them.
Very good start here. Of course, we don't know how the bottom lane going at the moment. We do see Youngblood taken pretty low as well, but it's a 3-man stack in there. Unlimited's going to get focused on a bit. Remember, he's giving up a lot of kills. He's not going to be first, but this time around it was, of course, Overpower. That bottom lane, we do see Youngblood taken pretty low, and we do see Selavar and Vander. They're going to be pushing this one hard.
They want to push it in, especially because as you said to yourself, oh, they're going on Overpower again.
Oh, the wind wall being thrown out from Overpower, but it doesn't stop a big belly slam coming through it.
Now, just like you said, they want to keep shoving this lane in because the tower is more squishy than the top one, so they want to try and get it down early and maybe rotate around them, or at least get the dragon after they take this turret, and therefore force Copenhagen Wolves to lose the lane swap.
Yeah, you can see all the pressure that Copenhagen Wolves are trying to put on. They're actually even in towers, and remember, this top tower is buff. This is 4.1. This is going to be a very strong tower. They're doing a great job of taking it down so low early on.
They are putting a lot of pressure. This is what Caitlyn can do. Normally, Leona is not able to actually go in and really hit the turret due to taking too much damage, getting into the melee range. It's very risky if the jungler is nearby, like Jankos is here. So it's only Forgiving doing it, but he's doing a lot of damage and a very good job.
Continuing poking in. Jankos is forced to come back once again. Still at level 5, hasn't got that ultimate available, and he's actually ahead of Xaxus in terms of levels.
And notice the smart move Copenhagen Wolves did. Amazing, he recalled away from the top lane, and then he just immediately went down to bot lane and helped Youngbuck clear the wave and make sure that ROCCAT couldn't do too much damage to the turret. It is dropping fairly low though, so maybe not this one, but then the next wave they should be able to pick it up.
Dark Binding catching on towards Youngbuck, and that tower is taken very, very low, quickly bursting towards Vander, tries to use every ability he can to try and keep that turret alive, but Forgiven and the Copenhagen Wolves will be taking down the top turret first.
Yeah, so now they need to make sure they can shove off this lane so Trundle can freeze it. If they do put him in a position where he can actually freeze the wave, he's going to get a lot of farm before Youngbuck can rotate up there. But they also need to make sure they recall in time to get down here and defend his turret. Actually, it won't be in time.
No, they're going to back off. This is going to be the turret going down. Selavar taking 2 tower hits there, though, a little bit unnecessarily. ROCCAT trade But the bottom tower, definitely a lot weaker than that top one. So Copenhagen Wolves with good early pressure.
So now we have the issue for Copenhagen Wolves. Just as I talked about, they didn't actually push out the wave top because they want to recall so early. This means Trundle, he can now completely freeze it at his turret and just farm up all the time. And Youngbuck, he needs to go for the dragon then, or needs to find something else to do because he won't be able to go this far up in the top lane. There's too much of a risk of getting ganked.
We'll see what he does. At the moment, he is sticking around that bottom lane actually, and I think realizing the situation, looks like he's going to stay and keep that experience, and maybe, just maybe, they are going to transition for the dragon.
Yeah, he just wanted his level 6, and now they're going towards the dragon. There is a teleport on Xaxus, but if he goes away from this entire wave, he's going to keep being behind in XP, so they might want to try and force him to TP down.
And the whole 5 members of Copenhagen Wolves are here. Teleport is available for Xaxus if he wants to come and join this fight. He is going to teleport in. Where's he going to go? Are they going to be able to lock in towards it? On towards that ward. But look at Copenhagen Wolves. They've already taken the dragon very low. It's going to be Xaxus. Jankos tries to come in there, but it will be locked down. It's going to be the ultimate Cyclone coming on towards him. Vander taken low here. But Youngbuck's going to get dropped. He's going to be the first one to go down. The barrel comes through. He's still alive. Xaxus gets in. He manages to take him down. Now they're going towards Forgiven. ROCCAT again managing to close down. Can they get it? That's it. Assault battery on towards Forgiven. Can they lock out that AD carry? They're trying to get on towards him, but they will back off. They trade Youngbuck's death for the dragon. Worth it for the Wolves.
Worth it for Copenhagen Wolves, and also they got Xaxus to teleport away, so now he's been losing quite a lot of farm top. ROCCAT will try to put some aggression. No, Caitlyn is there. She should be able to wave clear this one.
Well, they're going to try and keep all those minions down. They're going to try and lock them up as much as possible. You can see Unlimited. He's got that shield on him. He's going to try and burst down those minions. They will take down the turrets. No, they're just going to hold off. Good Piltover Peacemaker, Forgiven and Unlimited doing their job.
Yeah, very nice wave clear between Leona and also Caitlyn. They managed to clear the wave. Xaxus, he's going to return to this top lane. He is in the issue now that is pushing against him. It's actually going towards Youngbuck, so once he returns up there, there's going to be a huge wave coming for him and a lot of farm he can pick up.
Now the Wolves turn their aggression in towards this middle turret. Can they focus down on that? I don't believe they've got enough damage and quickly overpower. Blocks it off with that wind wall, but the blue buff steal may be on now.
Amazing. He's actually in a good position for this. Banner did ward it, so he's going to try and steal with bind. Not exactly enough versus the smite from Lee Sin. Now, back to normal lanes. Look at the wave bot lane. If they can actually shove this one in early, because the mid lane, or the bot lane for ROCCAT, they're standing in mid. They want to try and get this turret.
A fast, progressive game once again here. Xaxus going to make sure he can steal away this blue buff. Coutard needs to make a move here. They surely know that he's chomping away on that blue. Instead, they're choosing to stick around. Amazing's about to come around here. He's about to come straight in towards it. Oh, and he comes in and gets the blue. Xaxus, all that work done, is now going to get focused on. You already see him getting kicked away. You can see Coutard making a move. You can see Youngbuck. They're all heading towards Xaxus. He's in all sort of manner of trouble. There's no way out of him here. Amazing should be able to solo kill this one and gets it.
Okay, everything for Xaxus and ROCCAT just went completely wrong. First, they lose their own blue buff to Amazing, then he runs all the way over, stops Xaxus, the level 5 Trundle, to the level 6 or level 7 Lee Sin from taking the blue buff, kills him as well. And look at the entire wave up top lane he actually lost on this. He hasn't gained a single CS since he teleported down to Dragon, and they didn't even get anything other than 1 kill for it.
It is all backfired. Don't forget that bottom turret also just went down for the Copenhagen Wolves. So all the early aggression working out well for the Copenhagen Wolves. The initiation set that they've chosen and a 2,000 gold lead over the league leaders at the moment. ROCCAT. Gambit will be watching this one, licking their lips right now.
Definitely, but we have to remember Copenhagen Wolves have been in this position before where they didn't manage to close out the games. And also ROCCAT have been in this position before where they were behind and they managed to make a comeback through very nice team fights and then, you know, claw their way back into the game and actually end up winning it. So this is still a very open game, but it's a very nice start for Copenhagen Wolves.
Coutard in this mid lane has been doing a good job keeping that CS farm with Overpower. Overpower hasn't had too much of an impact just yet. He got called out, of course, early on by Amazing and Coutard's aggression. And, you know, I do remember casting back to last week or 2 weeks ago, talking about how Amazing's impact on the game, how he's always involved in everything that Copenhagen Wolves do.
He's always the guy in the early game setting up the kills, helping the lanes. And this rotation from Copenhagen Wolves is so smart. They're forcing Lucian away from the bot lane so he can't farm because they just rotate everyone to the mid. And now he's stuck in the mid lane together with the rest of ROCCAT, and he's not going to pick up any additional farm for this because he has to defend.
Dark Binding caught on Unlimited, but he's going to follow through on that one. The barrels and the Piltover Peacemakers enough to keep everything at bay. But Youngbuck, well, he's been enjoying a lot of farm, and look at it, 65 CS to Xaxus' 30. It's a big differential, all spelling from that single dragon play.
Yes, and then also to the fact that Xaxus went for the blue buff, instead of trying to stay in the lane and get some XP, he's only level 6 at this point. There will be a good wave for him coming, but this means the Copenhagen Wolves can now pressure the mid turret because Xaxus is left up top.
Kautar's going to try and separate someone. It's Jankos that comes in there. Youngbuck comes around the side. Ace in the hole being used out there. Does manage to get his ultimate off as well. And that's going to keep ROCCAT at bay. They didn't manage to get the tower down. A bit of a lack of focus there from the Wolves.
Yeah, but also very hard to fight between two turrets. Especially at this point, you're still fairly squishy. Nobody can really tank it up. It was a nice engage though from Youngbuck. He hit multiple people. And he managed to decoy actually the Dark Binding from Vander, so he didn't die.
So Barrel continues to push them away, and ROCCAT, well, they're having to use a 3-man defense to keep this tower safe. Forgiven once again, getting some free shots, having to use good wind wall coming out from Overpower to protect that turret as long as possible while that minion wave gets taken down. Forgiven does get a little bit of free time, but not as much as he would have without that wind wall.
Now Youngbuck, he's returning to the top lane. He want to pick up the farm that Xaxus is leaving, or at least shove the wave all the way out so it resets. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, look at the wave being built up. Caitlyn will walk down at some point and just take up all the gold for her. And now the rest of Copenhagen Wolves, they want to keep punishing Xaxus.
We do see Amazing and Unlimited closing around. Oh, Xaxus hasn't backed away. He's in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get kicked into danger if he tries to flee this one. We see him getting punted in towards the bushes. Where's he going to go? Has to use that ultimate down, but you can see Unlimited. He's going to come around. He's going to lock him up. Youngbuck's taken very low here. He's going to make sure he gets caught out. Safeguard is being used, and Amazing's going to keep on towards him. Youngbuck's just going to kite it round. Unlimited wasn't needed. It's the kill picked up by Amazing.
And once again, they punish Xaxus every time they have the chance. Kautar is left in the mid lane together with Caitlyn. They won't be able to defend this.
So it will be a turret for a death. Not really worth it there. ROCCAT making good position and advantage. We do see Solar Flare available. Oh, Unlimited thought about it. There was a ward placed in that bush. Didn't go aggressive.
So again, the whole plan for Copenhagen Wolves was to keep the two wave clear champions in mid and try and defend the turret, while the rest could go up top and pick up the kill. Unlimited didn't actually have to move because he wasn't even an impact in this one, but it's always easier to say afterwards.
So Youngbuck, triple Dorans on Wukong, of course. Had a little bit of trouble early on. Giant wave down the bottom being pinged out. I believe that's going to be Forgiven and may well head that direction. We'll see which way it goes. At the moment, it's just going to be happy to deal with itself. Youngbuck actually has gone towards the top. He's going to continue farming up against Xaxus. Still has that level advantage over him. But as you just saw, it's a pretty even trade still, despite the fact he's level down. Dragon up.
Now, both top laners have to teleport. Vision-wise, look at the position here for Copenhagen Wolves. They are more towards the mid lane. They're actually going on overpower.
Oh, Kautar had to use the explosive cast out. I believe it got blocked out by that wind wall, despite the fact it was a strange diagonal wind wall. That was the explosive cast used.
It was. He's now down. Actually, an amazing wind wall coming from him. I'm not sure it was intended, but if it was damn beautiful.
Well, you always got to give them the benefit of the doubt, these pro players. They always intend what happens. Of course they do. Jankos, so starting off this blue buff, and it's going to be him that will take it, I feel. I don't think he's going to give it across to Vander, so he's going to be continuing. The Dragon's still up and available, but again, Copenhagen Wolves not making a move just yet.
No, but Yasuo just went back, got the item he needs. He got a static shift now. That's a lot of his base burst potential from this. And at the meantime, though, Caitlyn picked up the big wave bot, and now Copenhagen Wolves are starting this Dragon. If they can pick this one up as well, they're looking very, very good.
Both top laners do have teleport available, but both have interrupts as well, don't forget. So Copenhagen Wolves, they have a good position. They will take this before the ROCCAT managed to intervene, and they do take it down. The culling being used from Sullivan. Xaxus did teleport into this one, but the rest of the Wolves are going to back away, and Limited has to flash away. He's going to get tunneled in there. He's going to get caught with his own battery. Good wind wall coming out from Overpower. But look at that. Solar Flare from Unlimited locks onto the entire ROCCAT team, and he's just going to walk away from this one. Amazing kicks everyone back out from ROCCAT. Fantastic stuff. The Wolves hit and run.
But like, great play everywhere here. First the wind wall blocking out the rest of Copenhagen Wolves from coming in, but then Unlimited, he just lands his ultimate on 3 people, and after the black shield is gone, we see Lee Sin coming in and kicking multiple people away.
And look at that, the whole time, don't forget, Youngbuck wasn't even there. Again, getting all that farm in that top lane, free farming his way to victory right now over Xaxus. He's now got 2 levels over him, which is why we see Jankos going to come up and try and help out.
Yeah, Jankos really needs to stay around this because they need to make sure that Xaxus can pick up this big wave coming in for him. He will get it because Youngbuck is recalling. But Copenhagen Wolves, they need to use this advantage to have on the top lane. They need to use the advantage with the fact that their frontline tank is so much stronger than ROCCAT's, and then start some fight if they can get it and get a pick somewhere.
Well, Kautar almost got that Zhonya's Hourglass completed. Interesting first item for him, actually, on their Gragas. So go for that Zhonya's Hourglass. Again, another great win wall from Overpower, really starting to stop those barrels.
But the Sonyas will completely shut down the combo of Vi Yasuo, because if Vi puts it on you and you pop the Sonyas, nothing happens, you're not going to get knocked up, which means Yasuo cannot jump you, and it's actually very smart. If Forgiven then later on picks on, let's say, again, a Guardian Angel or something to make sure that he also can survive the burst coming in, they can actually completely shut down Yasuo.
Well, looks like Static Shift's going to get picked up by Forgiven. He's heading that way after that Bloodthirster. And actually, we should touch on that because Sullivan really is quite far behind in terms of item builds right now. I feel he's probably sat on quite a bit of gold. He's just completed that Bloodthirster. But again, he's almost a half an item behind. He went Berserker Greaves instead.
But this is also credit to Copenhagen and Wolves for the way they moved around the map. Because when there was this huge wave coming in, the huge wave in the bot lane, they forced him to move away from it and instead going to defend the mid lane. This meant he didn't pick up any CS except for maybe 5 or 6 in there while he was defending. And meanwhile, Caitlyn just walked down bot lane when the wave came to his tower and picked up every single CS.
ROCCAT in danger of being pushed out of this game. Copenhagen Wolves have started well, but now we are moving into danger territory for the Wolves. This is where they tend to lose track of their game.
This is where we need to see the decision making from them, and this is definitely where we need to see them learning from yesterday's mistakes and also last week's mistakes. So far they've been doing a good job.
Well, let's see if they go a little over aggressive here. Youngbuck using his mimic on towards Jankos, making sure he doesn't get caught out. The rest of the Wolves are pushing up. They're going to try and put the pressure. This turret will go down here, I feel, but no, again, ROCCAT doing a grand defensive job.
Yeah, the wind wall and also a nice pillar actually blocking them Copenhagen Wolves from coming and hitting. Oh, Kauser throwing down his ultimate for some harass.
Trying to blow someone back. Salavar almost caught out by that one. Jankos still waiting off at the side here. Wants to focus onto either Youngbuck or Forgiven. Of course, Youngbuck last time around, he has got that Cyclone available. Will he try and go for it? The barrels again come from Kautar. He's trying to get them in at the side this time because Overpower keeps shutting them off with that wind wall. This time they are going to go in. It's Forgiven. He focuses on. Forgiven does go very deep from this one. Overpower so quick to follow through with that ultimate. It's got a really long range, but they don't get him down. Jankos now, he's going to get dropped instead. Oh, Kautar does use that Zhonya's hourglass. He's going to come out. Has he got enough to get away? No, doesn't manage to get the barrel out in time either. And the ROCCAT are just closing down towards the rest of Copenhagen Wolves. They do manage to get themselves 2-for-1 kills. Very good ulti combo from Overpower and Jankos.
And this combo forced the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves to back off with Forgiven and try and defend him all the time, so they weren't able to hit anyone in the backline. And Overpower, he barely took any damage because everyone, they went for Jankos and they wanted to kill him. And this meant the rest of ROCCAT could once again, or not once again, but could pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, and 2 important kills as well. But Forgiven's still alive, and they're still keeping the pressure on this mid lane turret. There's still a gold advantage for the Copenhagen Wolves, and they still keep on pushing.
And one thing I noticed with the way Copenhagen Wolves does this push is they give every single CS to Forgiven. Kautar, he was standing up here just harassing the people on the turret, while Forgiven was picking up every single one. Celavar, he has to fight for the CS when he hits the turret, so that's also why he constantly is going to be behind.
Yeah, he's falling further and further as well. 40 CS, Red Buff's going to get picked up by Forgiven. He's also making his move down to the bottom. Let's see how the champions are starting to be built out here, because we mentioned, of course, the Zhonya's hourglass being picked up by Kautar. Yasuo, well, we expect him to go for that Infinity Edge on that Overpower. Top laners, though, I'm interested to see how Youngbuck's going to build out here.
Yeah, so he has the Giants build. It means he can go into something like a Random's Omen, spin into the rest of the team, pop it while he's spinning around, so he slows them and also knocks them up. It's a pretty good combo. It makes it fairly tanky as well, due to, you know, the physical damage on Yasuo. We have physical damage on Celavar. We have physical damage on the Trundle as well with the auto attacks. So there isn't really any magic damage, except for maybe the Vander, who's not going to do too much. So just stacking full armor for Copenhagen Wolves side is going to mean they will be very hard to kill for ROCCAT.
Static Shift was completed by Forgiven. We'll see how that works out in their favour as they continue to try and keep the pressure on this middle turret. Kautar chasing on towards Overpower there. Solar Flare being used, blows him, locks him up here, and Overpower may have to flash out of this one. Ace in the hole's going to come through. The damage is there. Overpower goes down.
Again, very nice move by Copenhagen Wolves. We have the Dragon up in 30 seconds. If they can take this mid turret and then also take the Dragon, they just keep punishing ROCCAT every single time.
They're going to keep on pushing. We see coming around the side, Vander and Jankos in all sorts of trouble. Cyclone catches on towards Vander. Vander taken very low, pops his own ultimate, but oh, flashes just in time to get out that Zenith play. But look at that, amazing, lands the kick and follows through, taking him down.
And again, this is the aggressive, the decision making from Copenhagen Wolves. It's a lot better this game. Everyone on the team has been stepping up, and now Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds. They can pick this one up for free because ROCCAT is not in a position to fight.
So Dragon will be taken for the Copenhagen Wolves, and I feel we really should point out, coming into the promotion series, moving into the European LCS spring split season, Copenhagen Wolves were the favourites. They were the #1 team that everybody avoided in that picks and when everybody was choosing the team. And they kind of now are finally proving why. They lost their way a little bit in the last few weeks.
They lost their way a little bit, but we have to remember Challenger scene and then LCS, there is a big difference. You have to get used to the fact you need to prepare for every single game insanely much, because every team you're gonna face will do this to you. They will prepare picks, everything. They will look at every move you make and make sure they have a tactic against this. So this is what you need to get used to getting into LCS. And I think Copenhagen Wolves, if they can keep improving from this, and if the shot calling can keep improving, they can also be one of the better teams in Europe.
Oh, amazing! Just got spotted out there. Jankos and Xaxus moving in position. Vander there as well. Amazing is all on his own. He's going to have to use that ward to safeguard himself through the Baron pit.
It's really hard to catch out Lee Sin with all the mobility. He could also even have used his Sonic Wave to the Baron, jumped over the wall, so he had a lot of chances to get out. It was a bit, they really want these very aggressive wards from Copenhagen Wolves side into the jungle of ROCCAT. This could mean potentially they want to try and set something up between the top and mid lane. Now, look how they're moving towards the top.
Xaxus, there's 3 members coming towards him, 4 members, sorry, they're going to lock him up. Solar Flare's going to land, the Cyclone comes out, Xaxus is going to go down here. The question is, how is he going to escape? He tries to flash through, but look at Kautar following through. The barrel will roll on towards him. Explosive pass says, no, you shall not pass. The barrel comes in, and Kautar gets another kill.
Kautar gets the kill, 3 members get the assist, and they don't lose anything elsewhere. He's pushing down, Overpower is pushing this bot turret, but Forgiven will come down, and it's such a small wave, he can't do anything with it.
Yeah, Forgiven will sort that one out, 90 caliber nets to make sure he gets in, just gets those extra little bit of CS towards the end there. Make sure he keeps Overpower from pushing. 7-3 in kills, and it's a 6,000 gold lead now for the Copenhagen Wolves.
And this time around, it's actually ROCCAT overextending, getting in some bad fights where Copenhagen Wolves can punish them without giving anything up elsewhere on the map. It's normally ROCCAT who's always getting these picks and then taking something, or split pushing, getting the turrets down. This time around, though, Copenhagen Wolves is doing a very good job.
Sullivan went for the Legolas build, which is the Bloodthirst and Last Whisper being picked up by them. He really is the only one with the positive KDA as well at the moment for ROCCAT. Xaxus singing his praises at the start, but he's been caught out in a few too many situations here. Was kind of a little uncomfortable in that 2v1 start. Oh, Unlimited trying to start something on towards Jankos, knew that he'd gone in towards that bush. They will clear out that pink ward, and ROCCAT, they're in a little bit of danger here. Vander's going to get ace in the hole. They're going to use the talisman. They're trying to go on towards him. Barrel will roll out there, but he will keep himself safe. Or will he? Youngbuck goes deep, and that's going to be a wind wall that's not going to stop them out there. They're going to focus back in. Teleport from Xaxus comes in there. Kautar taking a lot of damage coming out from Sullivan. Sullivan will focus back on towards them. They do go deep on towards the backside. Forgiven is going to get taken down. ROCCAT are doing really great work here. Youngbuck's trying to do what he can to keep them at bay, but now he's going to get focused on. Another Docker. Cyclone way too late, and ROCCAT get themselves a 3rd kill.
The wind wall from Overpower once again blocked the ultimate from Kautar. He did no damage with it, it was completely destroyed there, and then the teleport came in from Xaxus and he just managed to get in the face. Celebar, he came in from behind of them, he hit the calling on 2 members, he just got them so low from this, and ROCCAT from there on could just chase on the fight. Now, can they pick up this Baron?
Well, it's going to be very hard. Amazing's got his work cut out here. Unlimited doing what he can, but Sullivan's running the risk. Oh, Overpower, he's just beaten down Amazing. He's not really been able to stop it. Limited gets picked off, and that is surely now going to be the Baron for ROCCAT. Amazing is being kept around, but Vander's running interference, and ROCCAT, after a game, we talk about it so many times. Copenhagen Wolves, that gap, 15 minutes to 25, they have a brain fart, and they managed to throw the game some way. I don't understand. I mean, they had the aggression, they made the right moves, but ROCCAT really punished them this time.
They made the right move up until the dive. They actually got ROCCAT so low they could have just pick up the turret and not take any fight. Instead, though, Youngbuck went in, he wanted to fight for this one, and then due to the wind wall also blocking Kautar's ultimate, they didn't really have much damage. They only managed to pick up Vander, and then the rest of ROCCAT was completely untouched. Teleport came in, and also Celebar from behind there, so he did a lot of damage to Copenhagen Wolves, and they didn't have anything to respond with afterwards. So a little bit too greedy dive.
So pressure on towards Copenhagen Wolves. They still have a gold advantage. It is a 3,000 gold differential, but ROCCAT are going to be feeling they are much stronger. Of course, they have the Baron, the Infinity Edge of Static Shift, now completed by Overpower. He will be doing insane damage, followed by Jankos without Assault and Battery.
Yeah, Overpower has his key items now. He's more or less going to crit on every single hit he does. So once we see the combo with Jankos and Celebar jumping in, they should be able to pick up a kill. So far, Forgiven haven't picked up a defensive item yet, because he's actually not been getting too much other than just farm, they haven't picked up any new turrets, and at the same time, they just lost the Baron and the last team fight.
And this is the problem, because Amazing and Youngbuck, they've both gone for Randy and Zoma, but they're not going to be the focus. Well, Youngbuck maybe a little bit, but they don't care about Amazing. He's going to be going in there. It's Forgiven that needs to start doing something to stop him getting focused.
Yeah, Forgiven really has to stay a long way back and make sure he's not the engaged target for Jankos. Oh, facing here on Amazing.
Jankos does come in, but the rest of ROCCAT chasing, so they've got to be careful they don't follow through. Amazing does use that safeguard, gets himself away from it, catching the situation off guard. Youngbuck, pings going down onto him, Overpower ready and waiting.
So even though Copenhagen Wolves now are against this Baron team ROCCAT, what they actually have to do teamfight-wise is they have to do the engage. If they wait for Vi to do it, she will be able to catch on to Forgiven and they can start the fight. If, however, it is Youngbuck and Amazing jumping into the face of ROCCAT, they force them to turn on them and start doing some damage, and that's where all the armor stacking is going to work.
We'll see how it develops as this game moves into the 27 minutes. Certainly action from both of these teams in the early phases, and not something we were expecting. You know, we talked about it in the picks and bans that Copenhagen Wolves did go for an initiation team. This time around, ROCCAT, they're going to be the ones starting off the Dragon. Nothing the Wolves can do to prevent it.
But we also talked in the Champs League how ROCCAT would prefer a slow early game to get the key items they need. Again, the Infinity Hits and Static Shift is one of the key, or two of the key items they really need. So just the fact they actually survived the early game, and then we are now into this mid kind of late game scenario, is very good for them, and this is really where their champions start to shine. Except for maybe Xaxus, who's still very far behind because he got shot down so hard early.
Yeah, and that may be a problem, the fact they do lack that tank. Salivar, oh, Ace in the hole going to focus on him. That's going to get blocked off by Jankos. And look at that, Solar Flare being used. Now quickly, well, Culling being used as well by Salivar, not really focused on any damage. So a couple of ultimates being thrown by both members.
And this right here is one of the reasons people prefer Lucian over something like a Jinx, because you have this dash to avoid, for instance, getting kicked back by Lee Sin. Had this been a Jinx, you would have been knocked back into Unlimited, been stun locked, and maybe even taken down.
To land it. Wukong continuing to get that farm down that bottom lane, Youngbuck. And we see Xaxus. Xaxus has been off on his own, split push farming the entire time. He's trying to keep himself, trying to get himself back relevant in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the right thing, and ROCCAT is doing the right thing as a team. They only call him down if there really is a big fight, and he is using his teleport. He just stays as much as he can farming, and he's actually catching up in CS because Youngbuck, he's been with the team, and he's been trying to set up fights, and they haven't, well, at least the last one didn't work for them at all.
And I feel that actually the Copenhagen Wolves, you know, they've done a good job at keeping ROCCAT. They had this Baron for the last, 3-4 minutes. It's about to run out, so 4 minutes. And they've done nothing with it.
No, but we need to keep in mind they're still behind in goal. Copenhagen Wolves was so far ahead that the Baron buff itself didn't even do that much. And we also need to keep in mind that ROCCAT really want to go late game with this combo. They really want to get to the point where, first of all, Xaxus is able to tank Copenhagen Wolves, and they also want to get to the point where Yasuo can just kill people
and
instantly.
I kind of feel that they've done their homework, because Copenhagen Wolves are a team that will go late game, that's for sure. They really lack the conviction to finish out games. At the moment, Unlimited's going to get punched and kicked away from Jankos there. Beating away, Kautar's going to roll out the barrel. He will catch on towards them. Jankos, the tankiest member of the team so far. Xaxus is continuing this split push, and this is starting to start being a bit of a nuisance for them because they only really have Wukong to counter this.
Yeah, and Wukong is in the very wrong lane at the moment. He's not doing any pressure down here. He's so far away from any turret, so Xaxus was able to just freely push the wave all the way in, pick up a lot of free CS. He wisely enough backs off because Kautar is moving over, and the rest of ROCCAT is not in a position to follow or do something else.
Clears that out. Baron up in 1 minute 50. There is a pink on there, but really not a lot of other ward coverage in and around that Baron area. It's all going to be timing out before that Baron is up.
And if you look at the items here, we have already the pickaxe onto Yasuo. He reads all ult coming on Salivar.
Solar Flare, Salivar completely got out of position. Zenith Blade locks him on, and he is going down. Salivar, an unusual positional error.
Yeah, he's one of the most safe AD carries. He almost never get caught out. He didn't expect this one to just land straight in his face after the dash. It was a very nice ultimate by Unlimited, and it means Copenhagen Wolves can now pressure up.
Perfectly timed as well. The Baron just wore off, and well, the Copenhagen Wolves, a 5-man push on towards this inhibitor turret. The inner down, Amazing going to get locked up, but he is very tanky. And again, they're just going to keep that focus on. This time the barrel does land, doesn't really do a great deal of damage over, but it's just going to keep that pressure down. Forgiven, working on towards that turret, continuing to poke it down. The Wolves being thrown out. Overpower trying to get that knock up. He's going to try and do what he can. Youngbuck going to go in there. Cyclone being used. They all go piling in. Xaxus going to be focused on that tower very low. They need to finish it off. Inhibitor turret goes down. Now they're free to focus on Xaxus. He's going to get locked up. That will be another kill. And now they're going to back away. ROCCAT with an exposed inhibitor, just trying to run defensive duties. Youngbuck doing a great job, locking in towards there. Overpower tries to come in, but gets focused down. And they turn him round. Vander with the ultimate. He's going to lock down Forgiven. Forgiven's going to get focused down. He gets taken down. Salavar doing the job at the moment. Amazing. Kicks him away. Beats him back there. Unlimited running defensive duties there. Popping that shield on towards Jankos. They will be able to focus him down, I feel. They're calling, a flash from Unlimited keeps him away. And the Barrow will secure their retreat. And back and forth action. The Copenhagen Wolves, though, took 2 towers with that push.
They got 2 turrets and they only lost 1 member. It was definitely worth it for them. We have to notice, though, the decision making here for them. As soon as they saw Jankos moving back towards the fountain, they immediately went for the dive. Picked up the turret, picked up the kills they need. We're going to see it right here. Notice how Jankos, he's completely out because he's back in the fountain. So they're going for this dive, just focusing down south. There's not enough damage on ROCCAT side because there's no knock-up for Overpower to actually go on. That's why he's waiting for Jankos to come in here, and he goes for this one. And instantly Overpower jumps with him, wants to hit on Forgiven. They won't be able to take him down due to the rest of Copenhagen Wolves just instantly collapsing on them. Yeah, Silva comes in from behind though, and this time Forgiven gets locked up by the Morgana ultimate and will be taken down.
So fantastic stuff, but Baron is back up, and you can see they're starting to have some action around there. Baron being warded out, Pink was being thrown down by the Wolves. And ROCCAT quickly reacting to this one. So next focus almost certainly will be the Baron. Dragon's going to be up in 40 seconds, but neither team will be interested in that one just yet.
And Forgiven, he's a real man. He's not even thinking about defensive items at the moment, even though he is the focus target for ROCCAT. He just bought a straight-up new BF sword.
Well, he is Greek, so, you know, maybe he's part of the 300, going all manly in that front line for Forgiven. He's going to keep being focused, to be honest. You know, Jankos and Overpower will almost certainly be going for him every single fight. It's just a case of whether Unlimited can do what he can. You can see he's gone for the Michaelis Crucible, wants to try and keep him free and healthy. I'm wondering whether he's maybe even going to sell at Doran's Blade and just get himself a red button there ready and waiting.
He could do that, I mean, just for some more damage here. But what Copenhagen Wolves need to do, we touched on it earlier, is they need to make the engage. If they start the fight and get their tanks into the face of ROCCAT, completely shut out Silva, maybe even force Yasuo to go on one of them, they can make sure they do no damage with this very heavy armor build. And then also, Forgiven can stay safe, because he's really banking on the rest of the team to help him out.
Well, the Copenhagen Wolves selling ROCCAT down the river there because they were lulling him into a false sense, thinking they were going for that Baron instead. They want to focus on this inner turret in the top lane. ROCCAT trying to rotate around there, but look at Kauta running defensive duties. Anyone that comes around will get picked off. Youngbuck also in there, and that's going to be the turret being pinged down very heavily. Xaxus is not even involved in this fight. He's down the bottom lane trying to keep you pushed out there. A couple more shots. Solar Flare used. Overpower getting locked up. Ace in the hole's going to come through. It's going to be enough. The Cyclone catches on towards him. Overpower getting knocked out of this fight. Xaxus teleporting in. Does manage to get on towards Youngbuck. This could get turned around now. Assault Battery locks in there. Quickly Overpower follows through. Overpower doing duties. You can see the Static Shiv and Infinity Edge working beautifully in unison together. And well, Salavar just knocks down the team. The Copenhagen Wolves, they may have got the tower, but they lose 4-1 in deaths. And that's going to be another Baron for ROCCAT.
And it's going to be another Baron for ROCCAT, yeah. And what happened was they went for Overpower, but they didn't manage to kill him. Kauta's ultimate actually knocked him away. So ROCCAT could just disengage from there once Trundle actually came into the fight and just pick up the kills. And the damage Overpower is doing right now with these two, with both his Last Whisper, his Infinity Edge, and his Static Shift is insane. If ROCCAT can pick up this Baron now and really start pressuring down Copenhagen Wolves' base, they will be in the lead. Because there's a lot of turrets they can actually pick up, and also a Dragon who's alive they can take and get back.
Well, we'll see what they do with it this time around. They didn't do a great deal last time, but this time they have the items they wanted. And the difference here is the fact that Xaxus is now relevant in this game. He's got 2,000 gold in him, by the way. So he could do with spending some of that and maybe locking out a couple of those items, but they will just farm out. Dragon is still up, don't forget, it's going to be worth quite a bit of gold now. Amazing sniffing around that, and well, Copenhagen Wolves may try and lock that one up.
And one thing we actually have to touch on with the last fight, the fact that Youngbuck, he got into, you know, the backline of ROCCAT, but he wasn't able to do any damage, and they more or less just ignored him. And now we might see a fight.
Oh, the front Temple of... I don't know what the temple is. I don't know what the temple of...
It's definitely a pillar.
The pillar of ice. Maybe it's a temple. I don't know. But they're going to get it. It's amazing. They locks it up. Quickly safeguards out.
Alright, so again, issue for Copenhagen Wolves in the very last fight was the fact that ROCCAT completely ignored Youngbuck. Even though he was in the backline, they didn't even bother hitting him. And Jankos, he just saved his ultimate until Forgiven made one misstep, got a little bit too close, and then he locked him down. ROCCAT, if they can keep playing the team fights, this coordinated and with the patience they had before, it's going to be very, very hard for Copenhagen to do anything, especially also because he's now building towards a Banshee.
It's also very hard for me to keep track of it. He's Overpower and Jankos diving in very quickly in these team fights. It's hard to track.
I have to say, I'm not a fan of the Banshee he's about to build. It's going to be too easy for ROCCAT to pop and then do the same engage. He needs to build a Guardian Angel so he can survive the ultimates from both Jankos and Overpower, respawn, and then he can just start hammering away when 2 ultimates are gone. He doesn't need a Banshee.
Well, he could still build into the Banshees,
I'm just saying he doesn't need it.
No, well, I mean, yeah, that's very true. He doesn't need it. He's not going to do it, yeah, because I see what you're saying. He's going to get popped very quickly, but actually, who's going to be popping it?
Well, Celavar can pop it fairly easy, Vanda can pop it fairly easy, and actually going in the mid lane here.
Instead, they're going to use the ace in the hole on Celavar, and this time Youngbuck does teleport in. That's a little bit of a waste. Quick disengage there. Talisman being used to help them get away.
Alright, reset everything here. Xaxus is still in the bot lane pushing away. He actually picked up a Frozen Heart to again try and shut down Forgiven. They see him as the only damage threat at the moment. They don't even value Coutard because he's Gragas, yeah, but he's the only source then if they can completely shut down Forgiven, which they've been doing in every single fight so far.
Uh-oh, Overpower caught out of position here. This time the wind wall, well, it's not going to stop that barrel. It will do work though. Solar Flare being used. Coutard taking down solo. Look at the damage coming out from Overpower. Almost single-handedly taking him down in 2v1. Vanda comes in. He's going to focus on Unlimited. Tries to get on towards Coutard, but he's on the turret. Zonya's hourglass going to be used out here. Celavar comes in to try and help them out. Meanwhile, this is happening down the bottom. You can see there's a to and fro going on. Xaxus is going to get that turret down in the bottom lane. Unlimited to keeping them at bay. Amazing. And we do see Forgiven in there. Youngbuck just forced away. Youngbuck cannot solo Xaxus anymore.
Now this Wukong pick has completely lost its value. He has no chance in the 1v1 because Xaxus has been able to farm up so much. He's been farming the side lanes pretty much all the time. And this is a big issue for Copenhagen Wolves because ROCCAT, they're just going to keep him there. They love to split push and they know how to do this in the late game part. So Copenhagen Wolves, they need to either send Coutard down to defend or Forgiven, which means they won't have damage for the team fight.
Youngbuck's going to find Xaxus again. We'll see what he can do against him. It's so far not a great deal. Blaming on at the top there, Celavar once again using that Cullen. Oh, deep aggression from Amazing. They're going to continue on there. The Cyclone doing work, but he's all on his own. Youngbuck's just going to get locked up there. Xaxus gone towards Coutard. Coutard as well, he's respawned, but that Pillar of Ice will be back available. There it is, locking him back on towards it again. Amazing. Straight away getting locked down there. That is a double coup being picked up by Celavar. ROCCAT with the Baron buff, you've got to wonder what the hell Copenhagen Wolves were thinking engaging out there.
Definitely not the right move, and ROCCAT are just punishing Copenhagen Wolves every single time they make a misstep. And this has been, again, the story of Copenhagen Wolves. They don't know how to handle these situations, and ROCCAT is one of the best teams in Europe by simply coming back and knowing how to teamfight properly.
Inhibitor turret down, Inhibitor will follow, and remember it was the Copenhagen Wolves that took down the Inhibitor turret first. Oh, Vanda using the ultimate, it's going to lock up Amazing. Will they follow through and towards it? They're focusing on Forgiven in the top lane. Now they're going to go towards Amazing. He's going to get shut down, and ROCCAT could finish the game right here. Great comeback from them, the Copenhagen Wolves. I feel they may well have thrown this game away. The Culling coming out, Forgiven's going to get focused down. He's going to get dropped where he stands. ROCCAT Solar Flare comes out from Unlimited. There's nothing you can do about this one. They're going to take taken down. And ROCCAT, well, they keep their position at #1 in the European League. And wow, they had to work for it this time against the Copenhagen Wolves.
It was definitely harder for ROCCAT this time around than they had expected. They really needed to pull out everything, and they need to show great map control, but also great team fights. Every single time they managed to punish Copenhagen Wolves for a team fight, they could either take the Baron or just keep pushing down turrets. So we have to say, well played to ROCCAT. They managed to do the team fights really well. We also have to give Copenhagen Wolves credit for the early game. They actually really managed to shut down Xaxus and also the rest of ROCCAT.
They played really well this time around. They had the advantage. You know, they had I think it was about 6,000 gold advantage in that game, the Copenhagen Wolves. But ROCCAT, again, they managed to turtle it out. They managed to focus. And it was really the Wolves just making a couple of errors, just a few errors. And if you think back to the Alliance game yesterday, it's exactly the same. They were up against ROCCAT, just those few little errors around the Baron, and ROCCAT, they just pounced on it.
And then the fact that ROCCAT had this very late game combo. This simply means that if you do mistakes in the just start of late game team fights, you are really going to fall further behind than normal because this combo is going to outscale you. And we saw in the last team fights how Copenhagen Wolves had no damage to bring in. Wukong was completely, out of the game, even though he actually was spinning on multiple people. It did nothing. And simply the better combo for ROCCAT, the fact they could extend the game, and then the fact that Copenhagen Wolves gave them these kills from some very bad fights.
So cast your mind back throughout the whole game. What was your favorite moment?
Favorite moment. I really loved the block on the ultimate twice from Overpower.
Yeah, the wind walls.
The wind wall block when he put up, yeah, and
Diagonal though. I'm not sure. I don't know whether he meant it.
the last one he definitely did, because
Yeah.
that was put right in the face of Kautot when he threw the ultimate and he completely blocked it out, and then they turned the fight around and took the kills and also the Baron.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. We'd love to hear what your favorite moments were as well. Tweet us at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. So, ROCCAT, they managed to keep hold of that #1 spot. Gambit are going to be coming up shortly. How are they going to chase? I mean, that pressure that puts on you. I would say you've been in actually a similar situation, because when you were in NIP in the summer split, you were doing very well. You were chasing that #1 spot. What sort of pressure does that put on Gambit?
Pressure is maybe a hard word to use. It's actually a lot of motivation, knowing that if we win this game, we're going to get the #1 spot, or we're going to at least be tied for it, because it gives you the feeling of, even if we lose, it's not that bad, because we're still top on the table, or at least up there. So you feel a lot more safe. And also, you really just want to go in there and win, and you want to show to everyone how good you are and that you actually belong in the top.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can safely step away for just a moment, as it is time for a short break. But stay with us, because Shox and Quickshot will be speaking to Xaxus from ROCCAT. Then it's going to be Candy Panda and SK Gaming going to be squaring off against Genja and Gambit in what is sure to be a bloody battle. Do not go anywhere.
Thanks for staying with us, guys, as we are joined by ROCCAT's top laner, Xaxus, after that win versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Tell me the game plan going in for Picks and Bans.
Oh, well, we didn't expect Wukong at all. We were really surprised by that. What's more, he should lose lane to Trundle, but I think it came out that they just wanted to swap, and it really gave them advantage early on.
So how did the matchup, eventually play out? You said you weren't expecting the Wukong. It's the first time we've seen him in the top lane. Do you think it was a smart pick in the current meta?
No. He had advantage, but he didn't do anything with that. And although I was like 40 creeps behind, I just 1 versus 1 and could push him under the turret, so it was fine. He wasn't tanky, he wasn't doing much damage, so I didn't like that pick at all.
Yeah, do you notice if you all tab that he built Hex Drinker? And do you at that moment realize, oh, I'm just going to fight him?
Well, we were like losing 0-6, and at what point, I think it was Vander, he's saying, why the Wukong bought Hex Drinker? We were starting to laugh, because it had no sense at all.
Well, it ended up working out in favor of ROCCAT. You struggled a lot in the early game, and you managed to pull it back as the game went on. At what point did it turn? At what point did you regain control of the match?
It's hard to say, because there were so many team fights that I can't say there was one moment. There was like 3 team fights in a row that we somehow won. I still have no idea how we managed to do that, but maybe if I watch replay, I could replay to that.
As a top laner that has no idea how you won the fight, what was communication like then on the team?
Oh, just screaming Gragas, Gragas, or Caitlyn, stuff like that.
How is it now? Are you guys going more comfortable into going in these matchups knowing that you had a couple losses, you could bounce back? Are these matches getting harder for you, or is it getting easier?
Well, it's pretty much the same. All teams are playing really well right now, and everybody can win versus everybody or lose, so it's pretty much the same.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about some of the other champions that you pulled out for this game, the Vi and the Yasuo. First time we've seen that combination from you guys on the stage. Is it something you've been scrimming? Is it something you prepared just for this matchup? Or, why did you run those champions?
Well, last time we played Yasuo like 3 weeks ago. So in the pick phase, we were like, over, what do we want to play? I don't know, I would like to pick Yasuo, but I didn't play him in 3 weeks. So but we picked him after all, and it paid off.
That's quite lucky. It doesn't always work out that way. Let's step back from the games for a little bit. We just seen the feature on ROCCAT yesterday where we've seen the gaming house, and they've introduced Veggie now as your coach, and he's actually played on old KMT, Nexus, blah, blah, blah. Talk to me a little bit about the new setup, the house and having Veggie.
Oh, we don't have our gaming house yet. We should move there next week, so we can train ever harder. And Veggie is really helpful. I don't think so we would be on the first place with Gambit right now if there wasn't Veggie.
So how does he help you when it comes to picks and bans? What kind of team are you? Are you a team that just builds your own comp and doesn't look at the other team, or do you strategize against a team specifically?
Most often we just prepare bans, all of them. And pick phase, we often, we are thinking about picks while we are picking, because sometimes you can just predict what will come up. Like today, there's Wukong, and we had no idea about it, so you can't prepare for pick phase.
Well, I think ROCCAT as a team do very well. You guys all have multiple champions that you do perform exceptionally with. How has it been now transitioning, playing on the LCS? You've been now 5 weeks, 6 weeks on the stage and getting used to it. There's a lot of hype around ROCCAT. How does it feel? What's the mood like within the team?
Well, it feels great. I don't know what to say, just it feels great. I didn't expect that we'll do so good. If I had to bet on our team before the LCS, I would give like 4th, maybe 5th place.
Wow, well, you guys overreaching. I've got one more question about this now. How do you set your sights? How do you now stay focused as a team? If I remember correctly, you actually said in the feature yesterday, we have nothing to be proud of because it's just the split. MYM started strong and did poorly. So how do you as a player and ROCCAT as a team set your targets?
Well, now we aim for the top. Every team should do that.
What do you think is the way for you guys to keep doing what you're doing? Because I was very interested, and in the beginning you were pulling out all these weird picks, and I was wondering if it was stemming from things you had practiced, or maybe being afraid going up against teams and pulling out real things, strange things. Because now you seem to stray away from that a little bit.
Well, it's not so easy to come with something new that will work. We all the time working on something new every day. We are checking some new champions in different compositions and so on. But sometimes you just have to stick to the meta to win.
All right, so the next game coming up here, last game of the LCS for now, Challenger Series coming up after that, of course, is Gambit versus SK Gaming. Trevor, who are you calling it for?
Ooh, this is a tough one. I think SK have been performing significantly better with each game. If Gambit brings their A game, they should have the edge, but I feel that SK actually has the ability to pick up a win here.
Xaxus.
I have to admit that SK is doing really good recently, and I just can't say who will win because it's so hard right now.
It's going to be a very close matchup. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. And now let's get back over to D-Man and Officio.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Quick Shot. Fantastic words coming out from Xaxus there, really giving us an in-depth look into ROCCAT. So, the next match, you just heard their predictions. It is going to be SK Gaming facing off against Gambit. And SK Gaming really have pulled themselves together as a team with another fantastic performance yesterday, beating out Fnatic.
And SK Gaming, they're looking like a completely new team. They're not scared at all, and overall, everything is working for them at the moment. And we have to highlight the mid laner, Xaxus. He's been playing better and better, and you know, he's still having focus on the very farm-heavy champions, but they work for him and SK because Svenskeren is putting so much pressure on the lanes early that Xaxus can just farm away in the mid lane, and then he can get really, really strong once you get to this team fight and have like a huge impact. And we saw his AronA as well. Every single time there was a fight and he could land a shockwave on multiple people, he managed to do it.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic performance. And, you know, we can't talk about SK Gaming without mentioning Candy Panda because he pulled out Vayne twice now and it just works for him and SK.
And the funny thing is, Candy Panda, he said yesterday that SK Gaming likes to play this AD carry focus style with the Vayne, where they, you know, do everything to make Vayne farm and protect her. But the rest of Europe is saying that AD carries, they are weak, they can't carry games. So it kind of goes, you know, against this, and it really shows how much SK also believes in Candy Panda. And you know, his stats are not impressive on it, but just the amount of pressure he gives to the map or to the team, just by the fact you want to kill this Vayne in team fights, and also the split pushing he's doing.
You know, and he can carry that hard, he just doesn't need that pillow. The back of their J, he gives it across to Scott. Gambit, of course, well, they had a bit of a shock result last week up against the Super Hot crew, but yesterday we saw them grinding out that victory up against Millennium.
It was a very hard game, actually, where Gambit had to do full focus on split pushing. We had the full damage Renekton on Darien, and we also had the LeBlanc on Alex. And yeah, Alex was back on an assassin. He was making plays all around the map. He didn't always manage to pick up a kill, but at least, you know, he forced someone back, and he was constantly, you know, applying pressure to Millennium.
So is there actually a weakness to this Gambit team right now?
Gambit's weakness is the early game. Because the game, or like the early game issues for them, are the fact that they give up first blood in 8 out of 11 games. And that is a huge deal. And every single game they have lost is the same deal where they fall behind early, then they have a team fight around, you know, 20-25 minute mark, they lose it, and simply from there on, just get completely out-snowballed and can't really come back.
And you know, I think back across the history of Gambit, and that actually is completely right. That I don't recall them ever really coming back from a situation where they've been put under pressure. Once they go under it, they sort of go into that turtle, that solo mentality.
But it's also because the players, they all, you know, we have Genji, every time he's behind, he goes out to this lane, he just starts farming. He doesn't join for any team fights, and the other teams can punish him for this. They can set up fights everywhere. They know Genji is not going to join. They also know Darien wants to farm him for himself. So, you know, Gambit kind of split up when they are behind and just want to farm up everyone and then be strong that way.
We'll see how it works out. SK Gaming, they're coming into this rematch against Gambit as much more confident team, but according to Alex Sitch, this battle will come down to the team whose AD carry can kill the fastest.
Well, we played Gambit already. There wasn't a time where we really lacked a good mindset. So now going into the next match with Gambit, I think we are more confident and we can beat them.
And we beat Gambit in scrims a lot, actually. We just have to take what we do in scrims and actually do it in the real match.
SK always playing like strange things, like Tristana top lane, Blitzcrank, Gamumu compositions. Like, I don't understand, but it's sometimes hard to play against them.
So Genja has a pretty unique playstyle. He's playing Jinx and Lucian. It's not like he's innovating much right now. He's just playing the standard AD carries, and I know how to beat them.
I think that
The problem is it's not AD carry versus AD carry, so most of the time your AD carry is killing enemy's team and their AD carry kills your team, so it will depend on which AD carry will kill your team faster.
So what do you make of these two, the Candy Panda Genja combo? I mean, Candy Panda, he's been around in the scene for just as long as Genja. There's no real experience advantage over these teams. And, you know, he's said in the past, if I want to win, I go for Vayne. It's worked out many times. And he mentioned yesterday in the interview after the victory over Fnatic, the fact that SK Gaming is happy to actually base the team around him, almost like a CLG style with Doublelift.
And that's the difference between these two. Candy Panda, he wants to be the guy who carries the entire team. Genja, he's more of a team player. He's very focused, you know, on getting farmed early game. And then when he joins the team fights, he has this perfect positioning, and it's very hard to deal with. Candy Panda, he's more, I want to make plays. I want to take this Vayne, I want to split push and force someone to come up here and then kill them. Again, we saw in the game with Fnatic yesterday, whenever Source tried to come down and stop him, he just went on him and killed him. Genja, on the other hand, is farming and then team fight based.
Yeah, and the problem is he just sometimes just disappears out the game and continues farming a little too long. Let's check out those starting lineups, though. On the blue side, it is going to be SK Gaming. That means Freddy122 will be the top laner. Sven Skeren is in the jungle. Jez is in that mid lane. Candy Panda, the AD carry. And N-Rated is the support.
And on the red side, we have Gambit Gaming with Darian in the top lane. We have Diamond in the jungle. Alex in the mid lane. Genji as the AD carry. And Edward on the support.
So what are we expecting? Picks and bans are going to be coming up in just a few moments. What do we think? Are they going to be targeting, maybe going towards those AD carry bans?
I mean, we could actually see a Vayne being banned out. Candy Panda said he knows how to deal with all these standard AD carries that Genji are playing. And the bot lane from Gambit has been very up and down. They're giving up first blood in a lot of games. And if they're playing versus this Vayne, give up a first blood or give up some early, you know, easy farm for Candy. We've seen how much he can carry on it. So I could see that one being banned away.
Well, of course, that's the AD carries. And coming into this match, we really chose a different angle to go. We wanted to look at two players who have been doing exceptionally well for their team. And, of course, that is the two top laners, Freddy and Darian.
Yeah, and both these players, they share the same play style and the same champion pool. They love to be in the front line, and you know they always want to draw all the attention from the enemy team, so the rest of their team can do something and maybe get a dragon. We've seen Darian countless times doing this, where he forces everything on him, and then Gambit can just pick up the dragon. And the current meta really suits both of them because they play perfect with these tanky champions, with these split pushing champions, and if the meta stays like this, I actually see them doing really, really well throughout the entire split.
So with that in mind, do you think the top lane may be one of the focuses with the bans? Do you maybe they're going to try and knock them off their stride? Maybe go for a Renekton ban?
Yeah, Renekton ban is definitely a possibility. We have seen the Renekton being picked by Freddy. He goes his standard double Doran's blade and just focusing on constantly winning the lane.
He goes double Doran's and a Doran's shield. So he starts with the Doran's shield, then goes for the double Doran's. Yeah,
exactly. And it's like full lane dominance to try and shut down the enemy mid laner. I mean, enemy top laner. We have seen though Darian deal with Renekton before. We've seen him pick Trundle, we've seen him pick Mundo, get the farm he needed, and then outscale them. So, you know, either they're trying to bait him into this Renekton and think Darian can deal with him, or they just want to simply ban it away.
Well, here we go. Picks and bans underway. Evelyn being banned out by SK Gaming away from Diamond. Haven't seen it for the last few days. Elise is going to be taken away. Has snuck through in the last few games. It's a somewhat varied success.
Yeah, but against a jungler like Sven Skeren, who loves to be very aggressive early, you don't want to give him Elise. Simply too much power in his hands. And again, he's been playing Pantheon, Wukong, Listen, he has a lot of things to fall back on. So the SK might actually pick away something like Listen and make sure that Diamond isn't getting it now that Evelyn is also banned.
Well, Alex is not going to be picking out LeBlanc this time around, has been taken away. There is the Kassadin ban. A very happy Kassadin still continues.
It's barely worth noticing the Kassadin ban. Yeah. It's every single game so far. Kazzak's been taken away, very smart, and also the LeBlanc to simply shut down the assassins here from Alex. They're still set open. He played it before and he actually did really well on it.
We'll see which way he goes with this one. It does leave a lot of those top laners open. The AD carries, we've been talking all about those. It also leaves a lot of junglers available. Remember, Sven Skeren on Pantheon worked out very well for him. Maybe they're going to ban that one away. We'll see what Gambit's final choice is in the next 2 seconds. There we go. It's going to be Vi.
Take away the Vi. Maybe they want to have SK picking the early jungler here so they get 2 picks on Gambit's side. And he was left open. He's been banned quite a few times. We've seen him raid on it. He loves to make the plays, and he's also one of the shot callers.
It's interesting that they go for that. And of course, I was about to say, we haven't seen Eddie on it, but I do cast my mind back to Joe calling out that big 4-man Tibbers in the Baron pit. It was one of our LCS big plays. And It does mean, though, that Kale has been left open, and Gambit are considering this one.
Yeah, but another thing about the Annie pick, just to go back to this, she's very, very strong versus Jinx. Genja loves to play Jinx, but it's so hard for him to deal with Annie due to all the CC she can bring, and also the high range to poke him early in the laning phase. So maybe Gambit is thinking, twice about what to pick for AD carry. Lucian is also open. Caitlyn, not expecting to see Genja on that one, but yeah, the Kale was left open. If the Lug is one in, we know how strong she is late game.
We heard from Darian yesterday in the interview, Swag Lord Red Pants, as the Gambit like to call him, because he's in his comfy pants. He's one of those players that doesn't really care what he's wearing. Currently, it looks like it's going to be Genja's Lucian that they're talking about instead of going for that Jinx. This could be a counter straight away because of that Annie.
It's simply, I believe it's due to the Annie. He doesn't want to take the chance. It's so hard to position yourself because of the fact there's a possibility of a flash tippers to simply lock you down. Now, with the Lucian and also with the Kale, they've locked them up two of the very strong champions who scales well into the entire game and obviously scales well. Let's just say more for Kale. She's just going to go completely insane mode in the end.
Well, we saw Froggen trying hard to carry Alliance on it earlier on today. Didn't quite work out. He almost took down that Nexus, so taking the turrets, just ran out of minions. Look at these champions being picked up by SK, though. It could well be another Svenska and Pantheon.
And here's what SK Gaming can do. Now they have Alex, possibly Alex on the Kale. This is not an assassin where he's gonna, destroy his lane and then roam around. It's more where he needs to farm up. With the Pantheon, a lot of early game aggression from SK Gaming, they might be able to shut down Gambit early. Just as we talked about before, Gambit is not very good early game wise, and if they fall behind, they have a hard time coming back.
I wonder whether Darian maybe has a counter to that Trundle. We'll see what he goes with. SK Gaming are going to lock in those two champions. They certainly took the full time allocation to do that. And this right here being hovered over. This is a champion we know from our little background bit of data Diamond has actually been thinking about in the jungle.
Yeah, he's actually been playing it in scrims as well. He's been practicing this champion.
It's Skarner, by the way, I should say. I'm pretty sure everybody knows what the icon is, but you never know. It hasn't been seen for a while.
No, the thing with Skarner was he fell out of favor when they changed so you couldn't flash ulti, like you couldn't grab someone who flashed with your ultimate. You could that before, so even though if you click it on them and they flashed away, you would still grab them and pull them back.
You used to be able to back to base with it as well.
More or less. Once they removed that part, Skarner kind of fell out of favor. He has the issue, he's a bit of a slow jungler still, and also he needs to get, very close to apply his slow. The thing about him though, with the Spirit Stone changes, he's going to be able to get a lot of mana back when playing the waves, and he's going to be able to just farm all the time.
So, Skarner making his first appearance in the European LCS here for Diamond in the jungle, and of course Thresh also being picked up for the 4th consecutive game, this time for Edward.
And it's a champion he loves to play, and it's a champion also Genja loves to play with, because it provides him so much, safety. Just the fact knowing you have this lantern to, back you out, and we also have the hook from Edward to try and set up plays. If they can manage to make a combo where Skarner comes in through the lantern of Edward, it's very hard to escape in the lane, especially also because, well, Caitlyn is open, but the Lucian is gone, which is one of the most mobile ones. So maybe he's going to think about, yeah, exactly.
I was wrong, of course, because Thresh was banned in the last game. I was just so used to seeing Vander on it, and just expected it. But this is what we talked about. Top of show, top of the game, Candy Panda. And you can see he's considering it. He's actually pondering his options here. He's got Vayne selected, but he doesn't look convinced himself. It looks like he will be locked in, along with that Ziggs for Jezzes.
And he really believes in his Vayne play in the lane. They're not even, okay, last time they actually tried to lane swap, but they were forced into 2v2 anyway, and they managed to keep even in farm. If he can do the same versus Lucian, he's going to be so strong. And yeah, the farm heavy mid laner for Jezzes, we see it again and again. He just want to be able to constantly wave clear, constantly get farmed, and then get really strong once the team fight starts. And versus the Kale, it's more or less a matchup of just pushing both of them. I feel like Ziggs has a little more pushing power, or like at least damage-wise, onto Kale in the early game.
Eddie playing with the crowd once again here, wondering what Darian is going to head towards. Don't think it's going to be the Teemo. It is going to be up against a Trundle, whichever way it goes. So we'll see what Darian's decided to cook up in that top lane. Could be Lissandra. We saw him earlier on. Of course, it was Mima that pulled it out. But the crowd love it. It's the Warwick being locked in.
It is the Warwick, and look at just the CC they can bring in here when they start a fight. Warwick goes in, locks down the target. Skarner walks up to this target. Once the Warwick stun is gone, they grab it and they pull out. And it has a 100% win rate on Warwick in the entire EULCS. That is pretty insane.
And that's 3 times. This is going to be the 4th time I believe it's played. We saw Kevin on it once, and we've seen Darian on it twice. So it's working wonders, this Warwick, mate, it's that secret pick. I know you. You are not sold in this Warwick pick.
Oh, I think actually it's good. The first time I saw it, I was kind of trying to get my head around how it worked, but now I like it, and I really like it in this combo again, because the amount of picking they can do. Look at the Vayne. If Vayne doesn't have like a Banshees or something to avoid getting hooked in or pulled in or just stunned by Warwick and then hooked in afterwards, how is she going to survive team fights?
And you think of the crowd control that now Gambit have. I mean, the Warwick Infinite Duress, you've got Skarner coming in, locking you up. You've got the Qs, of course, from Kayle, which is always going to slow you down. The Thresh hooks. There's a lot of CC on that Gambit team.
And that's the thing. If everyone just piles onto the target they pick, they can kill this target completely CC, just lock it down, and with Kayle late game, you know, the burst damage she can do, it's going to be very hard for SK to survive it. On the other hand, though, it's going to be more or less Trundle versus Lucian in team fights, and that's really in favor of the Trundle. It's going to be very hard for him to shut him down unless Kayle actually helps Lucian out to kill him.
Well, this is where you guys at home get to play caster and call the game. According to LottieSports.com, 85% of you have gone with Gambit. So, big vote for Gambit there, no surprise. They're big favorites.
They are the favorites, but we have to keep in mind SK Gaming has been playing really well the last few weeks. We also heard Xaxus say it here in the interview how good SK actually are. So I think we're in for a very even match.
Yeah, we'll see how this one works out. Of course, as the game loads in, remember Gambit are chasing the pack right now, chasing that #1 spot. ROCCAT have managed to get themselves there all on their own. It's down to Gambit to keep even with them at the end of week 5. SK Gaming themselves, well, they are looking to close out a 2-0 victory as their own after taking Fnatic yesterday. They are starting out as the blue team, and they will be up against Gambit as the red team.
So, I wonder if SK want to lane swap this one and try and force Warwick into a scenario where he can't get the farm he needs. Because Trundle, again, he's very good in 1v2, he's very good at farming. He also has the pillar. If you dive him, that's going to block, you know, your movement, and it's going to be very hard to actually get out unless you're going to flash. And they also want to get some free farm on the Vayne, of course.
So standard builds from pretty much everyone involved on both teams. Nothing surprising coming out. All Doran's shields, blades, and of course the rings. And at the moment, it is a standoff in the lanes. We do see actual movement from Svenskeren. He's heading in towards Diamond, wants to get that ward in towards the bush. Wants to get vision of Diamond, but Diamond, he wants to hold him off.
Now we need to see how active Diamond want to be before he hits level 6. He really needs his ultimate to have some CC to lock someone down. He has his slow if he gets close with his Q, but it's hard for him to more or less just walk up. He does have like the small speed boost, but it's still hard for him to get in range, apply the slow before someone is getting down to the turret. So wouldn't surprise me to see him just farm it up to level 6, or at least try to.
We also need to keep our focus on who gives up first blood. It has been either Edward or Alex Sich for Gambit very early on, many times. 8 out of 11 games as shown in the start of the matchup. And SK Gaming are going to be trying to capitalize on that one and maybe pushing for some early aggression. Currently, it is going to be a blue buff start for Svenskeren and a red buff start for Diamond.
And standard lanes, look how Vayne and Annie are already in the lane. They're waiting for the minions to come in. They might try and sneak up and get some early poke, but it seems they just play it safe and try and farm it away. We have to keep an eye on Vayne though. How will she manage to farm in this game versus the Lucian first poke?
Well, we'll see who hits that level 1 first. Who's going to go aggressive? We see Eddie coming out once again, immediately going straight towards N-rated. Candy Panda and Genja trade blows as well. Candy Panda's going to be a little bit weaker off here, and you can see Edward already trying to capitalize and try and poke him down.
And it's hard for Vayne always to see us in the start due to her low range, so it makes it easy for Gambit to always punish her. Once you get, you know, laid up and maybe get some life steals, she can sustain herself. But before that point, she has to be very careful with going in for the CS.
It looks like Gambit going to be the first to hit level 2. You can see they're already trying to zone them out here. Edward just waiting for that Flay to be leveled up then, keeping the pressure down. Candy Panda making sure he doesn't get caught out with one of those hooks.
And now Candy Panda, he's keeping the stun very wisely, just waiting for Gambit to go in, and then he can stop the engage by just going straight up and stun onto Genja and avoid the damage onto Candy Panda.
There is the level 2, the hook comes straight in on towards N-rated. The Flay follows, but a good stun straight away. N-rated was ready and waiting with that flame to keep them stunned up.
And look how fast Skarner is already in the jungle. He's already got 9 CS to the 6 of Svenskeren. He's picked up double buff now, and he's just farming away so fast. Pantheon, he can't keep up in clearing speed compared to Skarner.
We'll see whether he keeps up with aggression. Jez is up against Alex Sich in this mid lane. Ziggs versus Kayle. It's a lane we've seen a little bit of so far in the European LCS. Of course, Kayle on 4.1 is still incredibly strong with that Q. You believe still incredibly strong in 4.2. We'll find that out next week, but right now, he has that very strong Q skill. 1-0 ability power.
And here's the thing for Xaxus. It's very easy for him to stop a gank from Diamond because he can throw down his satchel and just knock Diamond back, unless he actually flashes through it. So Xaxus, he can be fairly safe and just shoving up the lane when constantly. Oh, hook again!
The hook caught straight onto Candy Panda. Had to use the barrier bait straight out of there. Enrated does use some flames, tries to turn it back around. Svenskeren coming in. He's going to jump on towards Scrimger. Does manage to throw a couple of spears. There's the jump. The barrier being used. Has he got enough? The barrier's about to wear out. First blood comes in. Svenskeren gets him. Now they're chasing on towards Edward. Edward's going to try and escape through the jungle.
And once again, Gambit gives up first blood, and also Svenskeren is the one who's setting everything up and getting it from SK Gaming. He's always so aggressive early, and he likes to come down to the spot lane when they have the Vayne to make sure Candy Panda gets the farm he needs early.
Well, Diamond making use of the fact that Svenskeren's out in his lane. He did get that kill though, so this is going to be a little sacrifice he's going to be willing to take losing out those wolves to Diamond.
But again, look how fast he's actually clearing these camps. He can just keep doing this all around, get the level 6 before Svenskeren, and then set something up. Once Svenskeren actually... Oh, Svenskeren got the XP bonus from getting the first blood though, so he's actually going to be fairly happy with that.
Yeah, we do see the large wipe being taken away as well. Freddy, long way up the lane here. He may actually get Diamond come up. There is a ward, so we will spot this one out. Freddy should start backing off. He's already noticed it. There he goes, making a move for it. But I think he's actually happy with this one. He knows that Diamond is not at level 6. There's no CC really there. And Diamond's just going to walk away.
And again, the thing, the top lane one, once both of these champions are level 6, they can really set up some insane ganks with double ultimate. But before that, this small is just farm away. And again, Diamond just returns wisely enough to his lane. He just wants to hit this level 6 point.
Darien keeping that pressure and actually winning out the CS currently against Freddy in that top lane. Bottom lane mode, Genja going to get caught out once again here. And a great condemn onto the wall, and that takes him so low on health already.
Yeah, Genja mispositioning himself against the Vayne. You never want to hog this wall because it's so easy for him to condemn you into it and get the extra damage.
You know, we talked about those stats. It's now 9 of 12 games, the first blood given up by Gambit. We'll see whether this goes against them, because if you think back to that Fnatic game as well, they lost 2 deaths at level 1 as they went for that blue buff invade. They came back from that. Of course, that was one of the few games where it seems to have worked out for them. So, Gambit with the early pressure on them. They have got double Doran's blade being picked up by both AD carries. Candy Panda went back, made sure he spent that gold.
Yeah, so they're keeping even item-wise, and also Lucian is still stronger than Vayne, poking-wise. But once we hit the level 6 point for Vayne, she's going to be so hard to deal with. And notice Darren now, first item for him, he's just going straight for attack speed, and he's moving around towards this mid lane.
So this could be a wit's end start potentially coming out there from him, and I think that's maybe where he's going to go. We'll see how that develops. Currently though, bottom lane again. Pressure back on towards Candy Panda. Another stun coming out and another tumble from Candy Panda, keeping the aggression on him. This is not going well for Gambit in this bottom lane. The fact that Candy Panda on Vayne is keeping up with Genja on Lucian is danger signs.
But it's also due to Enrated always sitting ready with the stun, so whenever Gambit moves in close, he stuns them and they get a lot of poke on them. And we see now, Dragon for Gambit, it's not spotted at all. The ward here didn't see them coming running down. And yeah, Darien, he's only level 5, but he can still take the Dragon.
Yeah, Freddy actually making use and realizing that he is out of lane. Didn't push the tower, instead he's just trying to keep it frozen, which actually is a bit of a mistake. He should have shoved the tower onto there so he could lose those minions. Instead, Darien's going to teleport back up to that top lane and take all of that farm.
It's a very nice move by Gambit, very aggressive, and they knew there wasn't any vision control, or at least they thought they knew. So they simply walked down there, took the Dragon, and not contested at all. And due to the teleport, Darien didn't miss any CS up top.
One of the things Gambit do very well is Dragon control. Svenskeren, he's going for an invade, but Diamond's about to come around. Freddy's going to help him out. Not too sure whether Darien's going to be much use to help out in this one. Spears on towards Diamond. That's going to knock that shield off straight away. Jez is also making a move around here. Alex Hitch, he'd already backed away. Free red buff for SK Gaming.
It's a great call because, yeah, Alex recalls, so they know he's not there to challenge it, and the rest of SK simply goes in, picks up the red buff. Now, oh, Candy Panda stunning Genja once again.
Again condemned on towards that wall. Candy Panda taking low, the stun comes out, Eddie's going to throw out the hook, has to get flashed out of by Candy Panda. Hasn't really got the damage to capitalize on this one, although Edward taking low, he's going to go and the ignite's going to be enough, and N-Rated takes down Edward.
And SK Gaming's bot lane completely outplayed Gambit's bot lane there. They dodge the hook with the flash, and also they make sure they're not in range of the play, and just keep dealing damage, and then they pick up the kill in the end.
You know, N-Rated at the start of the season, he even said himself, I'm not in form right now, I am not playing well, but by God, has he really buckled down and practiced hard, because he has been fantastic the last few weeks.
He's been playing so well, pretty much every single game, just engages he's doing, and also he's laning with with Candy Panda. The synergy they have already is so amazing to watch, and that's why they can pick this Vayne pretty much every game now and do well.
Yeah, and it's something they talked about in the video, you know, how how it would work. The fact that Nif has now gone off to Alliance, it's a lane matchup that Candy Panda's been with Nif since Season 1. You know, this is the first change he's had to make for a very long time, and it seems that he's adjusted very well. Svenskeren and Xaxus, they're on a blue buff in Vayne.
They are spotted out though. Can do the... Look at Edward, he's trying to come in from behind. Can he land a hook?
Svenskeren might pounce on him, he is. Diamond is hit level 6 though, and he's going to pull Svenskeren in, but that means Edward's in trouble. Intervention being used, Svenskeren will go down. Xaxus gets the kill, but they're going to turn this one back on its head, and it's a double kill for SK Gaming. They're going to continue chasing. They can just go for the blue buff and take it for themselves.
And notice how the bot lane from SK move up there. Edward was there first, but Genji, he was just left down here bottom. He didn't even join in, so this was an easy 2 kills for SK. Yes, they got the kill on Pantheon for Gambit side, but now they lose blue buff and 2 kills.
Well, the culling being used out, but Tibbers is tanking out that blue buff, and Candy Panda will take it for themselves. And now this is massive problems for Gambit. The fact that Candy Panda, he's got 4 assists. Granted, it would be much nicer if that 202 stat was on Candy Panda instead of unrated, but that bottom lane is doing work.
It's doing so much work, and again, just the fact that it moves so fast up there, because the rest of SK, they're all on the same page, they're all agreed. We can go for this blue buff. We are ready to move. We already shoved the lane up, and then they instantly move up when the fight started.
Well, Gambit was shocked by the Super Hot crew in the final game last week, and it seems that SK Gaming may well have pulled a fast one on them here. They really have been stepping up. You compare SK Gaming in week 1, even in promotion series in week 2, to the SK Gaming of the last 2 weeks. They really have pulled together as a team so well. This was a team that was literally thrown together last minute, pulling players from left, right, and center. Freddy, he was in Against All Authority in the spring split. Svenskeren, he was in Copenhagen Wolves EU in the spring split. Xaxus pulled out of the solo queue. Candy Panda, well, he's been around for forever and a day in SK Gaming, and then rated, pulled back to be a pro player. Maybe there is hope for you yet, Deficio.
I'm gonna try at least to make my comeback soon. St. Vicious made his comeback in NA. I can do the same.
The rise is back, but right now Gambit really are pressured. And we talked about it, top of the show. They don't come back from pressure situations that well.
And again, they're also against the Vayne. You really don't want to fall behind to Vayne early game, because she's so hard to deal with in teamfights. Against the Trundle, who's also just going to be such a beast in teamfight wise. And you have the wave clear and the siege potential on the 6. And you have the global presence from Svenskeren, who can jump around and punish Gambit if they try something risky. So it's very hard for them now, and they really need to make sure they're not giving up more free kills in this early game.
And of course, the single focus target that Gambit have, that it seems to be backfiring, because SK Gaming, they don't care about one focus. They're going for like 2, 3, 4 in a fight.
One thing we need to have an eye on is the Wits End for Darien once he actually completes it. If he can 1v1 versus this Trundle up here, force him maybe out, and then do the Darien style of just forcing people to come up against him all the time.
Darien is going to be backing off. We'll see where he goes. Will it be that Wits End instead? Freddy is going to put that pillar of ice on him, prevent him backing away, and said we'll continue that farm. Diamond also heading down towards the bottom, but Svenskeren's down there as well. So both junglers may be looking at creating yet more plays in this bottom lane.
There is flash ready on Diamond. There's also the lantern from Edward, so it's going to be very easy for him to get in there. The ward is actually for Gambit, so he's not spotted out by SK, but Svenskeren is moving away. He does have Grand Skyfall though to join in.
Candy Panda tumbling in. That's going to be the lantern thrown out from Edward, keeping Genja safe. Svenskeren has gone on. Oh, look at this. This could be a 4-man dive in the bottom. There's going to be the Grand Skyfall. It's going to land on towards Genja. Diamond comes in, tries to hook on towards him, but Tibbers quickly turns that back on its head. Diamond's going to run away from this one. Xaxus is coming in from the side right now. The Cullings comes out, but look at this. He's just going to throw out the mine, throw out the bombs, throw out the rubber ducky, and Genja is in all sorts of trouble. Svenskeren's going to tank out that turret, flashes away. Fantastic play from SK, but look at Darien. He's coming in. Alex is just going to join the fight as well. Darien picks up one. Alex chooses not to fight it. Freddy teleports top. Great play once again from SK Gaming, a 3-for-1.
Yeah, SK Gaming is just setting up the perfect fights all the time. And so far, the Skarner haven't had an impact in these 3v3 or 2v2 scenarios. He was there, he did line his ultimate onto Svenskeren, but they didn't have any damage really to follow up in the start, and ended up dying for it. Yes, okay, Darien could come down, pick up an easy kill for him, but in the fight itself, there was no damage from Gambit's side.
Candy Panda's going to be kicking himself right now. He could be 7-0, but no, he's 1-0-6. It could be an incredible. It would be game over if he was 7-0, I feel, right now. As it is, he's got the Blade of the Rune King completed. He's got the farm ahead of Genja in the lane phase. Only 13 minutes in this game.
Yeah, more or less. He is really, really strong. Let's just keep it at that. We have to also remember though, as we talked about in Champ Select, the combo from Gambit, if they manage to get him locked down and kill him in the team fights, they can completely remove him. So it might even benefit them if he feels too confident going into this one. We saw him again yesterday versus Fnatic in the fight they had in the mid lane, where he got overconfident, got in too far, and he got killed. So Gambit can try and punish him for this. But this time now, it's Dragon.
Dragon fight is what they're going to go for. Diamond currently does now raise ultimate available. He's going to be locked out of this one. Those mines doing work. He's already taken a couple of bombs, takes another. He's down to half hit points. He can't get close to this fight. It's going to be an easy Dragon picked up for SK.
Very nice zoning control by GS. He's completely blocking him out. There was no flash on Diamond either, so he didn't really want to go in for this one because it's very hard for him to walk up and grab a target.
He didn't take any objectives. Alex wasn't able to push that mid lane. SK Gaming seemingly in control right now up against Gambit. 4,000 gold differential between these two teams. 7-2 in kills. Big advantages early on. Are they going to keep the pressure on that turret? Do they even want to take that turret down early?
They don't have to take it down because it's just Candy Panda farming. If they do kill the turret, they have to rotate somewhere else on the map, and that's not what you want to do with Vayne. Or you can actually look at it the other way around. If they do take it down, there's a long lane for him to split push, and then maybe force Gambit again to come in a bad situation where he can either 1v1 someone or force multiple people down there, and then Jessis can take the mid turret. So actually it goes kind of back and forth if they want to take it.
Well, we do see Jezza's taking that blue buff. Darian right now taking some damage from Freddy. That's going to be the infinite duress. Remember, Diamond can hook him in, pulls him in towards that tower. Freddy trying to tank it out. The ultimate's not going to be enough. It will be a kill for Diamond.
And there we see the combo when both of them have the ultimate ready. You more or less cannot escape it, because also you're going to be changed load. But look at Svensson. He has Grand Skyfall ready. He's moving towards the spot lane.
It's the blue buff. They pinged it out, and you can see they took it in the first time around. Of course, it was Candy Panda that locked that one up. Alexich knows this. The jungler in the top lane, they know that this is free. You see the Mega Inferno Bomb thrown to the top. That's going to prevent the push. Diamond and Darian not able to keep shoving onto that tower. Now we're going to see them coming in towards there, but Gambit will take this one down. It will go across to Alexich.
And Candy Panda is just pushing the turret meanwhile, waiting for it to clear out the minions actually, and then keeping it very low. So if he wants to take it down at any point, he can more or less just walk in there, give it a few hits, and then get the goal for the rest of SK. And Genji, he's actually just recalling.
Yeah, he doesn't want a part of that, and I don't blame him. Alexich himself has been pushed pretty heavily in this mid lane. You can see that turret almost going down as well. This would be all three outer turrets being pressured by SK Gaming.
So now we have the situation where Candy Panda can just keep split pushing the bot lane because he has his own turret to fall back on if he should be ganked, and at the same time, Gambit didn't have a single person who can actually 1v1 him.
Look at Candy Panda and N-Rated. They're laying in wait. We do see Edward. He's recalling. This would leave Genja open, exposed to a flash Tibbers. It is available for Candy Panda, and they want to stay and wait. They've taken the gold from the win, but they are going to back off.
That's smart because look at the vision they actually have. They only have one ward to spot something out, so they didn't know if Skana was nearby or if maybe Alex was, about to move over. So very smart of them not to go for this one because they don't have to risk anything.
Well, it seems that Diamond and Darian, they want to focus on Freddy. You can see once again that ultimate available from both of these. They want to keep that top lane at shut down. He went for a Tiamat, and he went for some magic resist along with that Vampiric Scepter. They are going to close on him once again.
And here's the smart thing about the Wit's End. It steals magic resistance. So it means that Alex will also do more damage to this target they decide to lock. So Gambit more or less just have a full-on pick one target, and this target has to die. We remove the magic resist with the Wit's End, and we have our Kayle just going crazy on it. Also, Kayle removes magic resist.
Well, the mid lane turret, that's going to go down. That's going to get caught out. There's nothing that Gambit can do to prevent that one. So they're losing out in the early game here. Diamond, once again, looking at maybe focusing on towards Freddy. Here we can see Darian goes in. Infinite Duress locks him up. Quick Impale, but it's going to be Svenskeren going to join this party. Freddy 1-2-2. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to land on both of them. Then suddenly Gambit going to get turned around here. And Diamond's going to try and get away. He's going to get focused on Spear from Svenskeren. Will close this one out. They're closing back in towards Darian. The mines get down. N-Rated. Oh, Flash Tibbers not going to land. And the Swag Lord runs away.
But every single time there is a fight where Skana is involved and members from SK, they don't have the damage on Gambit's side. They keep losing this one. Yes, we had the 6 ultimate coming in, but they didn't even need it to win the 2v2 fight. Nice Grand Skyfall from Svenskeren, just turning everything around.
So, kill for SK Gaming. Back and forth, the action continues. And, well, down the bottom lane, Candy Panda. I was wondering whether Edward was thinking of trying something there. Down the bottom, Candy Panda, he's going one-on-one with Genja, and Genja just doesn't want to get close to him anymore.
No, look how far he's staying back because he knows he can't even get close. The ward here is very nice though. It spots Candy Panda from trying to, hide away and then go on Genja when he moves forward. But all in all, it's free farm for Vayne, and she can just keep doing this as long as SK has pressure elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, just keeping those CS creep scores ticking up there. 106. He had that Blade of the Ruin King. He's going towards the Trinity Force, I believe, right now. Had the phase picked up for that extra little bit of health and will be backing away. He hasn't teleported gone home yet. Diamond had come down to give a little bit of reassurance to Genja, but it seems they have vision of him. Darian going to ward down that Baron. Look at that. That's how dangerous as they feel SK are right now.
But the move before here from Candy Panda really shows how safe he's playing it. He spotted Skarner on the ward, and instantly he just started walking backwards. He didn't want to take any chances of giving a kill over to Gambit, and now Diamond actually trying to come around.
I want a theoretical question for you right now, because this is something we've seen from Gambit before. They have two-manned the Dragon before, the Baron, sorry, with, of course, that Warwick in there. Is it something they may well go for? But at the moment, we'll come back to that in a second. They're just going to push on that turret. Alex is going to clear that wave quickly.
It is very hard for them. Obviously, Diamond trying to get him in front and engage, but the Baron thing, it's very hard for them to actually get around to do it unnoticed due to all their outer turrets being gone and SK having, you know, full vision on the map and full pressure. So I don't even think Gambit will be in the situation, at least not in the next few minutes or 10 minutes, to go around and try and take this Baron.
Freddy 122 continues to pound away on Darian. And of course, Darian just life steals it all back right again. Swipe of those claws on towards Freddy. Freddy with a Hydra, pushing that lane as quick as possible. He's keeping Darian busy. And now the red buff is going to get stolen away. Candy Panda will happily take that one away from the jungle of Gambit. And that's a 5-man push from SK Gaming towards the top turret.
In the pre-game, we talked about how if Genja was behind, he would just stay and farm in his lane. SK knew this, so they rotate all 5 people. And we see the Grand Skyfall.
Who is he going to man drop in? That's going to be on towards Darian. Oh, and look how much coming out towards him. Everything thrown out, but not chained very well. And that's a quick lantern and an intervention for Gambit, but it's a tower down.
That's the thing. It's fine for SK Gaming because they get the turret and also Genja down in the bot lane. They can just teleport down, stop the push there, pick up the farm. So SK there just constantly pressuring Gambit.
Yep, Freddy teleports down there. Got that Ravenous Hydra and he's just going to wipe those waves out, no problem at all. Genja not involved in this and just trying to keep that farm flowing. SK Gaming seemingly in control, and with that Dragon back alive, they are moving straight for it.
Now the ultimate from Kill is not up yet, so if they rush this Dragon, it won't be up for the next fight, at least not for the start. The rest of the ultimate for Gambit, except for the calling though, is ready.
Xaxus is going to come back around. He's used those mines actually to keep them away at the top there, but look at Diamond. He's actually trying to get in towards it, but again, SK Gaming zoning them out, taking themselves another free Dragon.
And Gambit, they simply can't fight at the moment, and they know this. That's why they have to back out and just go back to the lanes and keep farming away. They need to try and at least get a pick on SK at some point in the game. They have the Skarner Warwick combo to do it, so it could be where Darian is. They can try and get some more, but they need kills on more than just Darian and Diamond.
They need SK to make a mistake, it seems, and they need to try somehow to single out Candy Panda. And as it's working, it's not happening right now because he is just farming away. We have a pause. 30 minutes into this game, it is going to be SK Gaming, it seems, although I see Alex Sitch with his headset off straight away. So we'll see what exactly this is for, which means we won't give too much away that's happening in the game right now, other than the fact that SK Gaming are in full control. Looks like it's going to be Alex. He's running off.
Yeah, so SK is in full control, and they're playing so careful. And I really like that. They don't want to make any single mistake. They don't want to give up any free kills. Freddy already died once up in the top lane to the gank, but the next time, Svenskan was ready when he pushed it all the way up to the turret, and he just joined in as soon as something happened.
No, headsets back on there, and Svenskan flailing his arms around almost Mima-like, making sure he gets the attention. Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the attention of the referee, waving wildly to say, what's going on? What's going on here? So at the moment, we're just waiting for Alex to return to his computer. He has had to step out of the stage for a moment. So, what do we make of the situation?
We can touch on item on Trundle. He actually picked up the Hydra, so he really want to focus on the split pushing potential and constantly, you know, push every single lane. So you have Vayne pushing one lane, you have the rest, the 6 staying in the mid lane, and then you have obviously the Trundle with the Hydra just staying in top lane, just pushing down every single lane, and then they simply go for beating whoever they are against 1v1 or 3v3 and just take everything on the map from there.
I want to just give you a couple of stats. I mean, Xaxus has played fantastic. He's out-farming Alex Sitch in the mid lane. 2-0-3 right now, of course, was involved in a couple of those Dragons, zoning out Diamond. Alex Sitch himself, he is 1-0. He's 200 plus CS, so he's actually doing a good job keeping up with Xaxus. He's actually the only one, though, because Darian has fell behind. He's now, what, 40 CS behind Freddy, which is a bit of a problem there, starting to brew, as it were, because Freddy, we know we've touched on at the beginning how these players are very similar in play style, but Freddy just doing exactly what he should do for his team not really feeding. It's 0-1-1, that's fine for him. But the danger situation has been his bottom lane. It's been where the focus has been. Both junglers going in towards us. Svenskaren's man dropped a couple of times on towards there. 1-0-6 Vayne. I don't need to tell anyone that's played League of Legends to level 30 how dangerous it is to get Vayne fed.
No, that's the thing, and that's the perfect thing for SK Gaming, and that's why Svenskan always, when they have this Vayne, he walks to the lane very early. It was level 3, I think. He walks down and he picks up the first spot, and therefore helps Candy Panda get a good start and get the farm he needs early on the Vayne. And this also, again, every time you give Candy Panda something, he will take it and he will use it to just get stronger and stronger. Genji has managed to actually catch up in farm, but it's simply due to him staying in the bot lane, farming away when Candy Panda went top lane and took the turret for SK.
And of course, we talked about the fact that, you know, N-Rated really has stepped up. He's at, what, 2-0-4 now, right now. And SK Gaming themselves have even said, Candy Panda said in an interview, you know, we were talking about how Gambit can try and focus on towards Candy Panda, maybe lock him up, everyone piling in with all that CC, but they themselves will completely disrupt that. That Tibbers from N-Rated is almost certainly going to be used purposely, either on Darien or Diamond, the moment they go for that stun.
Yeah, that's the thing they can do, because if they manage to stun both of them, as both Darien and Diamond will be on the same target, and just pile all the damage onto them, you have the 6 burst, and then obviously you have the Vayne, they will be able to actually take them down fairly easy. And Lucian in the background, oh, notice here, what Vayne just picked up, the QSS very early to simply stop this from happening. If she gets stunned up by the Warwick, she can pop the QSS and then get out of range of Skarner.
Yeah, you talked about it there, Candy Panda. He is very clever in this game, knows exactly, and builds perfectly relevant against what he's up against. That QSS, he can just cleanse. It's a free cleanse given to you, a free item click, and just clear it off. And along with the extra stuns that the rest of the team are going to give, that spells danger for Gambit once again. Freddy 1-2-2, pushing in towards that top lane and coming around actually. Diamond's going to find him. Freddy will continue pushing. There's a lot of pressure on the mid lane here while Candy Panda's got free farm at the bottom.
And notice also how Svenskan has picked up the Black Cleaver. It will stack up on his Heartseeker strike, his E, very, very fast. So it's going to be very good for the rest of SK, or at least for Candy Panda and Trundle to do even more damage because they shred all this armor.
Well, we talked about the 4-1 split pressure that Fnatic like to put out, but what about the pressure that SK are applying right now? Candy Panda free farming down the bottom, keeping Genja busy in the mid lane, and that's 5 members of Gambit desperately keeping the siege pressure from SK.
And this is just like the game yesterday with Candy Panda and Vayne, staying in the bot lane and just constantly pushing it up over and over and again. And the rest of SK, they just stay together and just make sure they don't get engaged on. Aaron is here in the corner though, he will go in for this one.
Well, I'm trying to think if they will. He's going to go in towards Svenskaren, not really the focus. Intervention being used on Darien there, but literally 0 damage done. Diamond comes in, he takes himself a big bunch of damage. Now, finally, Candy Panda's going to rotate round. Look at that, keeping Genja, doesn't want a part of that, has to be forced away from this one. Candy Panda's going to get free farm on that bottom turret.
The pillar right here from Freddy completely blocked Diamond from going in. It would force Diamond to actually flash ultimate, but he didn't want to go for it. Due to also the fact there were only 4 members from Gambit, so he didn't feel confident enough. So very nice pillar from Freddy, blocking everything, and cancels it.
Cancels it out there. The bottom turret is also being focused. Candy Panda's going to be focused on. Diamond's going to come around towards him. Candy Panda pops that ultimate, turns the aggression back on his head, and just keeps him away. Man drop this time is coming in. Oh, flash tubers on towards Genja, but quickly N-Rated gets pulled in there by Edward, but Edward just gets dropped. They turn it around. The damage coming out from Svenskaren and Xaxus being huge, and it was Alex Ditz who got himself the kill, but it's another turret coming out for SK Gaming.
And SK Gaming is giving Gambit no chances of just extending the game and farming up. They want to go for this. This was between 2 turrets. They just man dropped in, and then the Tibbers from N-Rated.
SK Gaming doing work right now on Gambit. They now have a 10,000 gold lead. It's like week 4 all over again. Super Hot Crew versus Gambit. SK Gaming really doing work. I'm not quite sure what Xaxus was planning. I think he wanted to hop over the wall, but it kind of failed on his head.
Oh, it looked pretty good anyway. So back to the game though. Gambit, they need to try and just farm on Alex as much as they can. They need Genji to keep farming. He's doing the race right here. He can't really take the wave up top because Freddy's gonna go there. It puts all the way down to the turret. But Gambit, they just need to try and extend the game. And then they need SK to overextend. Let's say Candy Panda is pushing the bot lane and the rest of SK is staying in mid, and you have 5 Gambit members. If they can get a hard engage there, pull them in and then take a 5v4 and actually win it, that's the way back for Gambit. They have to just try and ignore the Candy Panda who's split pushing.
I'm a little bit worried. SK Gaming heading towards this Baron. I think they're just going to ward it out. Not sure if they're going to go for it just yet, but this is a danger sign still. because Gambit, one little steal away, could turn that game. I don't think they need the Baron right now. I think they're in a good position, but just like that, Xaxus gets caught out. Infinite Dress being used. Have they got the damage? No. Tibbers comes in, quickly bombs himself away. Mega Inferno bomb thrown out. Look at that, the damage turned around. SK Gaming reacted to this one. They're going to keep chasing on there. Alex is doing what he can to keep him away, but Xaxus is safe.
So they tried to do the pick we just talked about, where they ignore Candy Panda in the bot lane and try and go on the 4 members from SK, but they didn't have the damage between Warwick and Skarner. I'm sorry, but the Skarner pick is not providing any damage in these fights.
Currently backfiring. Candy Panda doing work, taking away that blue buff from Alex Ich, and Alex was just about to show himself, but again, too late to the party. SK Gaming around that Baron buff, clearing out all of the wards. Remember, there's a couple of ultimates used. Both Darians and Diamonds down still right now. If SK Gaming will try and start something.
Now, SK Gaming really want to wait for Gambit to move someone bot lane before they want to go for this Baron. If this started without seeing anyone from Gambit showing up here, it's way too risky because it's too easy for Gambit to engage. The flash from Darien is going to be up fairly soon, and then he can really set up a fight if it should be.
See how it develops. Candy Panda's making his way back up. Dragon will be up in 25 seconds time. That's going to almost certainly be picked up by SK Gaming, continuing to keep their gold advantage. Red buff being taken by Candy Panda. Continues to just drive home every little bit of gold advantage he can. I think he may well go for Trinity Force before they go for this Baron.
Well, he might not even be in the Baron because they want him to draw the attention by bot lane. Once he goes back and buys it though, they can actually go 5v5 and fight if they want to because Vayne is so strong. Oh, Svensken, he might catch up Diamond.
Diamond thought about going in towards it. Svensken instead doesn't go in there. It was only really N-rated and Xaxus with him. They probably would have had enough to take him down actually, now I come to think of it. The damage involved in them. Candy Panda's running up the mid lane, clearing out the way. But now Freddy, it's his turn to split push. And this is the guy that should be split pushing. He's got that teleport.
He has to teleport again. He's forcing Genji to stay here and just farm up, which means SK can now start a fight somewhere else and then have him teleporting in.
And you know what? We've seen many Trundles already taking down the AD carrier. So Genji has to be very careful not to get too close because with that Ravenous Hydra, he's going to have the damage to do some dangerous work on towards Genji. Instead, he's going to keep him away. It's not the barrel, it's a hot water balloon going out on towards Diamond. But look at that, 1 Q from Xaxus doing that to Diamond.
Diamond has 66 magic resistance at the moment versus a Void Staff, Death Cap, a Fiend's Xaxus. He's doing so much damage every time he hits him. And the teleport coming in.
Teleport, will it get cancelled out? Darian's not there. No, instead, Diamond's going to get focused on. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out. The invulnerability coming out in the intervention. But Diamond will get taken down. SK peeled off the Baron there really nicely there. But they just return straight to it, keeping it low. Candy Panda's actually pretty low in there. The culling coming out from Genji again. 1 water balloon coming out from Xaxus, taking out half the hit points. And SK Gaming picked themselves up the first Baron of the game.
I'm not sure how that teleport went through, as Darien was actually there with his ultimate ready. He could have stopped it, but he didn't. Instead, he just let him teleport away, and yeah, maybe he's going to push the turret and thought it was worth it.
It's not, that's for sure. Instead, the Dragon is up, and Freddy's going to come around to there. Candy Panda with that Baron still coming down there. Darien is going to back away from this one, and that will be another gold objective for SK Gaming. That's going to keep that gold ticking. It's now 14,000 gold between these two teams. That is a gigantic advantage 28 minutes into this game.
And Candy Panda should have enough for his 24s now. He can go back and buy it, or he can just, keep pushing, apply the pressure. He seems to be actually returning up with the team. Now they feel confident enough they can take the team fight.
Such a transition when you cast your mind back to that promotion series. 0-2 down to the Super Hot Crew. SK Gaming had to fight their way, pulling out that Vayne for Candy Panda to draw themselves back into this European LCS, and right now it seems they're going to take it to Gambit. It's a split decision from Gambit. They are off at the sides.
Yeah, notice how Diamond, he wants to try and flank around and get a pick on someone.
That's exactly what I was about to mention. You can see Svensson in there, and Diamond, well, he's not able to get close enough. Svensson was taken pretty low though. I think that was a single little bit of burst damage from Alex Ich. They do clear the wave very quickly.
Yeah, as long as they can keep this wave cleared and actually wait, so far the minions in the other lanes are not pushed up yet. It will be very soon, so SK can just stay in here in the mid lane and force Gambit to stay there as well and wave it all the time.
Diamond without that flash, he's not able to get too involved in this one. The culling being used to clear those minions. Every little bit of ability power being used to keep those minions at bay there. But again, the turret is slowly dropping. This is a Baron up SK Gaming. They can just step away with that Baron and regenerate all that health.
And there's no flash on Diamond at the moment, so he can't do the engage. They need Darien to do it.
Yeah, no, I just said that.
Did you?
At the moment.
Oh, I didn't hear. I'm very sorry. I was too focused on that.
It's okay, man. The pressure is on, and that's where it is. you're feeling it as well as Gambit, it seems. Skyfall being used here. Tower goes down. They're going to go towards Diamond, but they're not really going to focus on any target. Instead, the inhibitor will get taken down. And SK Gaming, they are just taking what they want right now from the Gambit.
And it was actually a smart use, simply zoning the rest of Gambit away. And now I can just say there is a flash ready on Diamond.
Yes, there is indeed. The minions pushing around that bottom lane, and Candy Panda will follow through with the rest of SK Gaming, keeping that pressure on. They have the siege minion in there, and they continue to siege. The Baron buff, it's still got around about 80 seconds left on it, but will Gambit maybe, just maybe, engage on Candy Panda?
They have to try something. They can't just let another inhib go down, because SK is just going to keep extending the lead. They need to try a team fight.
There's a big wave of minions pushing in the top lane as well. They will be driving themselves in towards that inhibitor turret. Maybe someone's going to have to deal with them at the moment. They're going to leave it to the tower. We see just in the mid lane, actually, Diamond is off there, not involved in this. He's going to try and sneak around the side once again, but Freddy just charging at it, making sure he stays well away from the rest of the team. Darian goes in for the duress going on towards him. Quickly locking in, Svenskera's going to go down, but what damage will that do really to SK Gaming? Not a great deal. Edward's going to get focused on here. Darian taken really low. He gets stunned up, and Rated getting hooked in by Edward. But again, no kills for SK Gaming. Look how low Darian got away.
Yeah, SK actually almost managed to turn this around, but a nice engage by Gambit. You saw Darren, he didn't want to jump on Candy Panda due to the QSS, so he picked the next target, that was Svenskeren, and they managed to lock him in, pull him back into their own team, and take the kill.
Jesus this time does manage to use the pack to blow himself over the wall and get away in style. SK Gaming all backing off here. They still have themselves a 12,000 gold lead, and that mid inhib did go down.
And Alex is 3-0, he just picked up his death cap now. He's going to be bringing a lot of damage to the table. If they can keep having fights like this, where they just get 1 or 2 kills and avoid dying and giving up more turrets and inhibitors, they can actually slowly try and come back in the game.
Ginja pushing out, taking the red buff. Alex is going to churn that wave in the top lane, making sure that doesn't get taken down either. Ginja just using a bit of style there to tank out the red buff. I'm not sure. I'm hoping he felt a little bit safe to make use of that ability rather than keeping it safe just in case someone came around the corner. Nevertheless, SK Gaming, Baron buff worn off. Let's see what they do now they come back in. And Rated, you can see, gone for that Banshee's Veil, got himself a QS as well as Jez's. Everybody's stacking out.
So this time around, SK can actually just go up and try and do the same, but just a little bit more careful once the engage is about to start. Diamond had to use his flash, and also Darren had to use his flash, so this time around there's a lot less engage potential for Gambit, and SK should notice and just return back up here and push the turret again.
Gambit trying to play it by the numbers. They shoved all of the waves out, doing what they could. You can see Darian standing guard in that mid lane, making sure the super minions don't get too close towards those Nexus turrets, while the rest of SK are focusing Gambit. They're keeping them busy in this bottom lane.
Now notice how Jess also picked up a QSS, so he's going to be very hard to deal with for Gambit as well. They more or less have to go on Svenskeren.
Just taking a bit of the cooling damage there. Candy Panda's so close to being hooked in there by Eddie. Had to quickly tumble away from that hook.
Okay, Siege is on again. The Svenskeren, he's going to be the target for Gambit. He's the only one they can actually go for, unless they want to go for the front. Meanwhile though, SK just have to focus on hitting this turret a few times, backing out, then in again and again, and just always dodge the hook.
You see him just tumbling away. Eddie keeps throwing out the hook, focusing on towards it. Darian going to go in towards Svenskeren once again, but Darian's taking too much damage this time around. Has to take the lantern, but gets taken down by N-Rated with the flame. That will be the second inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor will follow.
And Gambit was completely out of position right here. 3 members had moved backwards, and then he went in for this one.
Alexic comes in, but it's only Freddy that he can get towards, and Freddy happily will take that damage. Man drop going to come in. Diamond's been pinned down the corner there. He's going to get taken down. Alex comes back in, but it's a Nexus turret falling for him, and he's not going to be able to keep that one at bay. Diamond goes down in that top area. You can see the balloons keep on rolling.
Okay, so SK, they can stay, they're going in again.
Oh, Alex is gone out, has to use the intervention. It's not going to last long enough. He does manage to get himself a kill. Will he get away? No! Candy Panda flashes for it, gets the kill. Edward taking low. Final Nexus turret drops. And SK Gaming, they're going to end the game right here. They've taken down Fnatic, and now they're going to take down Gambit. What a week it's been for SK Gaming.
And what a great team. They're doing everything right in this game. They win their early game, they get Candy Panda rolling early with Svenskeren, and then they make no mistakes. They had one fight they lost, but they gave up 1 kill, and that was it.
Fantastic performance from SK Gaming. They really have turned themselves in one of the teams to beat, and they continue their progress up the top of the table. That also means, of course, ROCCAT are all on their own at the top of the table, but all credit to this team on your screens. SK Gaming have played magnificently this weekend.
And we might see them actually joining the top ranks very soon. If they keep playing like this, they are beating everyone so far. And again, they don't seem to have any really weak point. As long as Svensson is doing all his early game, very aggressive style, gets Candy Panda rolling, Freddy will always do well by himself, and Xaxus will also do well by himself. The entire SK machine is just going.
So the fantastic turnaround from SK Gaming really is a bit of a dream story for them. I have to think of the start. You know, I personally had them in relegation after week 1. I was like, this team is just at odds with itself. They don't seem to know what to do, but by God have they turned it around.
Every single member have stepped up. Rated is one of them. We talked about him, how when he got started playing in LCS again, he didn't perform. He said himself he wasn't happy. Now he's been stepping it up, giving all the help to Candy Panda he needs. And then the rest of the members from SK are just playing so well. And if they keep doing this, I don't see actually how or who is going to beat them. I mean, who's going to destroy them, at least, like they did in the first few weeks, because if they can keep going like this, they will be among the top teams.
Well, there's one thing I can assure you. Whoever plays them next week will be banning Vayne.
I think that would be a very good idea, or at least have something that can really shut down Vayne early, and definitely be ready for the early game from Svensson if Candy Panda is playing the Vayne.
So fantastic, fantastic stuff. So, what do we make of it now for Gambit? They just seem a little bit hit and miss. And again, this time they've lost to SK Gaming. Last week it was Super Hot Crew. They seem to be going 1 for 1. They're keeping it in there. And this is the Spring Split. Spring Split's usually when Gambit are really on fire.
Gambit simply just need to sort the early game issues they have. They're playing, you know, a little bit too aggressive in certain lanes.
They gave up First Blood again.
Gave up First Blood once again. And they need to stop doing this. They need to fix it before the playoffs if they actually want to have a chance of winning the split.
Yeah, and if you cast your mind back to the 2013 season, it was Fnatic and Gambit head-to-head the whole way through. And from Gambit, they just lost out in the final. But both of these teams are really hitting this tough role. I mean, Fnatic, 0-4. It's 0-5 now, in fact, I should say. 0-5 now. They haven't won for 3 weeks.
And both teams are kind of trying out new stuff as well. And it's sometimes a bit up and down. But yeah, the general issue for Fnatic is not the things they're playing. It's just the whole play style and the individual play has kind of dropped down, and now they need to find the confidence again.
Do you feel, actually, I just want to think of Fnatic, they were actually surprised when they started off so well. They were surprised themselves, because they even had, we were like, well, we're probably going to go 2-2 in week 1. Do you think that start has actually kicked them in the butt now, because they were like, the confidence maybe went a little too high when they actually weren't playing as well as they thought?
I think people just kind of found a way to play against them. They found the right champions to use, the very early game aggression to kind of shut down Fnatic in the lanes. And from there on, they just never really recovered from it. They never really found a new play style. And that's kind of what's, the issue now.
So, for now though, we are going to see what the players have to say themselves. Let's go over to Shox and Quickshot, who are standing by with Nrated.
Absolutely, guys. Joined here by Nrated. What a weekend for you guys. Fnatic yesterday, Gambit today. How did you pick them apart if we look at picks and bans?
Well, looking at this week, it looked pretty much unbearable. Like, the matchups were horrible for us. We had a pretty bad record before. We lost both matches against each one of them. And it just felt like it was very, very hard winning any of these matches. So we went first of all in the match and said, okay, we have nothing to lose, but everything to win. And I think that attitude reflected a bit how we played, aggressive, went in, did everything we could, and I think we handled it pretty well.
Oh, I completely agree. It feels like the communication is very good. Yesterday, for example, using Candy Panda to pull Fnatic away so you can grab Baron. This game, you grab control from Gambit and never let go. What was your take on the Warwick and the Skarner being locked in? Because we were talking about it a lot.
Well, this Warwick pick was pretty obvious. It might have happened, so we prepared something against it. I think that too much suppression in the team might be over the top because QSS just simply counters it. So as soon as you have QSS, that engage threat is lower and Warwick can be cancelled as well. Therefore, we were not really afraid of any of those picks. We just needed to play it a bit more calm and choose the team fights wisely. And they tried to collapse on us several times, but we just had the vision up and just denied it completely. And we took the fights and we engaged. So that was the way you had to handle it.
Yeah, sure thing. Tell me a little bit about lane experience. And we know Candy Panda loves to play that Vayne. How is it for you as a support? play with a Vayne that's pretty short range. You have to protect a little more, as opposed to Caitlyn, for instance.
Well, early on it's really hard. So like everyone bullies Vayne. That's basically how it works. But at a certain point, like the true bullets of true bolts of Vayne basically deal a lot of damage. And as soon as you rank that up, the power spike gets immense. So.
I've got a personal question because of the first couple of weeks of the LCS, you were quite outspoken about your own performance. And if we're going to be very honest, you didn't have the same impact that you've been having last week and this week. What have you done personally to actually level up your game and now be a real threat and a fear in that lane?
Well, most of all, I practice a lot and I feel more comfortable playing. I feel comfortable playing with my team and I'm not afraid of completely messing up or anything. I know if I do everything I can, I will do everything I can. Therefore, I just play to my limit and see how far it goes.
Candy Panda mentioned the sports psychologist you guys were working with. That he was helping a lot out with what Pandy Canada was dealing with. How does he help you?
Well, for me personally, he didn't have that much impact, but as soon as it comes to the team, I feel like our communication in general got a lot better. And like we get along very well anyways, and he just shapes the little things that needs to be like shaped. So
I got a question about can you explain a little bit about how he does it? Because we've never heard of a sports psychologist helping a team. I mean, do you just sit down and hold hands and sing Kumbaya?
Well, we had some unsettled thing. Let's say schedules during a week, the way we approach a day, the way we handle match days in general. Like every single part needs to be somehow thought through, and we kind of need to sort that on our own. He's just helping us. We are doing the work.
Tell me a little bit about the league in general, and of course I want to pick your brain about Fnatic a little bit. Not that there's any bad blood or anything, but you have a great insight in that team. What do you think is going on?
Well, I'm not really sure. I think they're a bit uncoordinated and they're relying on everything they did before. For example, that brush camping already got obvious in some way. They just need to find their playstyle and kind of stick to it. Right now they're a bit struggling of finding their champs to play, and I guess they need a couple of weeks to get that fixed, but I don't see a reason why they wouldn't.
Talking about the fact that Fnatic's now dropping ROCCAT sitting at the top of the league. I believe with this win, you guys are now 6 wins, 6 losses, firmly in the middle as well. It seems like every team's beating everybody. What's your take on that? Why is that always happening in Europe?
Well, as long as we are the team that beats everyone, I'm fine with it.
Have you reset your goals a little bit? Because teams are always saying, you know, this season we just don't want to relegate and that's it. But do you dare, if you play like this, to make some better judgments?
I don't dare
that?
to do anything. I hope. That's the only thing I can. I cannot believe anything. I just hope.
D-man style. Cannot believe it. Awesome. Well, great weekend for you guys. Great play from you. Congratulations. And thank you very much for your time. And now let's see how the tables have turned after today's 4 matches.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Quick Shot, and of course N-rated for a little tip of the hat there. You cannot believe it! At the end of week 5, here is where the teams are standing right now. At the top of the pile, well, it's ROCCAT now 9 wins and 3 losses. Fantastic start for them in the spring split. Gambit, we just saw them going down to SK Gaming. They're now 8 and 4, and Fnatic have had a torrid time. 5 losses on the bounce now at 7 and 5.
And then we have SK Gaming and Super Hot Crew, who both have 6 wins and 6 losses. And down at the bottom, we have Alliance, Copenhagen Wolves, and Millennium, who are all 3 on 4 wins and 8 losses.
So looking back at this week's matches, we've put together our own team of players who have managed to go above and beyond their play this week. Of course, starting out, we have to talk about the top laner, Kevin. What an impressive week it's been for him.
He had a KDA of 25. He didn't die a single time in his Shen game versus Gambit yesterday. And his Trundle game today, he was just in every single team fight, impossible to kill and just constantly a pain for Fnatic.
And of course, the SK Gaming jungler, he managed to get the Pantheon again against Gambit. Sven Skeren has played brilliantly. 89% kill participation, crazy.
That is insane. He's part of everything SK is doing. He's part of the early game, he's part of the mid and the late game. His Pantheon play we just saw here, every single ultimate resulted in either a kill or getting a turret or something. Just beautiful play overall.
And Moops, Super Hot Crew really have stepped up. And the man in the middle seems to be working out for him. 2 games as Gragas with great team fight with those barrels.
And Moops is a player Super Hot Crew need to have, playing well, because he's such a key player for them. He's always the guy who's there with the Gragas, with the 6, with the wave clear in general. And as long as he's doing well in the early game, gets the farm he needs, he's always doing really well in the team fights.
And Super Hot Crew continue because alongside him, well, he's been here before, hasn't he? It's MrRallez. What a player he is. 14 kills, 2 deaths, 15 assists. Amazing, amazing stuff.
Yeah, and he played Jinx today for the first time versus Alliance. He didn't die a single time. He picked up 7 kills and 10 assists. Overall, just an amazing performance from him. But he's doing well every single week. We just have to highlight as well the fact he just took the inhibitor versus Copenhagen Wolves all alone with the split push.
And of course, well, the support, Jairi, he really has played well, and he's one of the shining lights for Millennium. And you can see that the fact that there is 2 Millennium players in there shows how well they've done this week.
Yeah, but getting support this week as well, where so many people have been performing, that really means something. His fresh plays in both games were just spot on. He was landing hooks everywhere. The play he made where he hooks in Reckless and then creates and finish off 3 people, that was one of the reasons Millennium actually won the game. And that really shows how important Jairi is and how well he's played.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from those guys, but of course, then there is one player who has stood out and really impressed all of us this weekend. So this week, our most valuable player, it goes to Super Hot Crew's Mixer for their supreme support play.
And just Mixer in general, the hooks he did on Fresh. I've barely seen anything like this. Every single time he landed a hook, there was a kill for Super Hot Crew, and he just kept doing it over and over again, hitting key targets. His anti-play versus Copenhagen Wolves as well, spot on, landing the tippers, landing the stunts. And he's laning face with MrRallez. That is one of the best bottom lanes we have in Europe.
Yeah, 0-0-19 on Thresh. And of course, you add that to the 14-15 over the 2 games for MrRallez. What a partnership that has been. So congratulations for Mixer for being this week's MVP. And it really is great to see these supports. This week, the supports have been crazy.
They have been spot on pretty much every single game. We had support stepping up, making big plays all around.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. So if you guys have been watching, don't go anywhere because there is still more action to come. Of course, the European Challenger Series final is about to take place right here with a best-of-3 series to decide if Ninjas in Pajamas or Cloud9 Eclipse will be taking home the title. It all begins in 3.5.
Okay, so SK, they can stay, they're going in again.
Oh, Alex is gone out, has to use the intervention, is not going to last long enough. He does manage to get himself a kill. Will he get away? No! Candy Panda flashes for it, gets the kill. Edward taking low, final Nexus turret drops, and SK Gaming, they're going to end the game right here. They've taken down Fnatic, and now they're going to take down Gambit. What a week it's been!
it's much hype for me and for everyone.
We can just show our fans how good we are, even though we lost in the promotion.
Even if NIP lost the Promo Series, I wouldn't say like they're a bad team.
Pretty much everyone had like a season of LCS. Like, of course, we lack that experience they have, but I don't think it's gonna be that big of a factor.
They're all challenger, we're all challengers, so I don't think much changes in that regard. Amin was sick, so he got substituted by Shaker.
They think I'm the weak link, so if they focus me and I do my job, then we can easily win. Like, it can be a weak link for them as well.
But I remember when Shaker first came to the LCS, he didn't like choke off lanes.
We know he's a good player and think he can pull through.
Cloud9 has been #1 in NA. I hope we're going to make it.
Cloud9 got a lot of hype around them. I'm not sure I support that hype, but I guess we'll see today.
If we all play our best, we'll go really good, I think, and we can beat them.
For us, it's more that we want to prove that we are still a good team.
This is something big, we have to win this. I did not come here to lose.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm Joe Miller alongside Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Thank you very much, Joe, and I'm very excited to see NIP back on the big stage against one of the strongest new teams in the scene, Cloud9 Eclipse. All of the pros have been highlighting how strong Cloud9 are.
Yeah, and it could be a little bit scary here. And it was interesting that they touched kind of on the experience that's lacking there. We'll see how it being under the big lights here on the big stage will affect Cloud9 for that. But for you, for those of you at home that haven't been following this Challenger Series, let's just fill you in on a little bit of how this has all gone down. Obviously, the Challenger Series starting at the quarterfinal stages. Both of these teams actually losing a game in their quarterfinal matches.
Yeah, from there on out, though, it was very different stories. Ninjas in Pajamas have managed to just tear through the entire bracket, earning victories and accruing hundreds of kills along the way. They've qualified here in the final. They took down Tick, Trick, and Duck in their semi-final, whereas on the other side, we did see Cloud9 Eclipse. They actually took out Meet Your Makers 2-0. A little bit more difficult of a game, but C9e eventually grabbing themselves that victory.
And of course, we did see Meet Your Makers yesterday getting that third place, which gives them that automatic berth into the second spring series that kicks off on February the 27th.
Yeah, and after all of that, we're now sitting here in the final match of the first spring series, the best of 3 showdown between the Ninjas in Pajamas and Cloud9 Eclipse.
And for more information on the Challenger Series, Challenger points, as well as the scores, schedules, and more, head over to lolesports.com.
Yeah, you can find the European Challenger Series information under the Leagues and Tournaments tab at the top of the page.
Now that we're all caught up on what's on the line tonight, let's get to the games. The best of 3 Challenger Series finals between Ninjas in Pajamas and Cloud9 Eclipse. Now, Cloud9 Eclipse was the top-seeded Rank 5s team, while Ninjas in Pajamas were the top-ranked team in the entire Challenger Series. And I've got to say, coming into this game, that both of these teams have lived up to the expectations so far.
Yeah, and by now, anybody who follows LOL Esports should know the story of Ninjas in Pajamas. After a disappointing Season 3, they were relegated to the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament. And in preparation for the tournament, they completely retooled their roster. They brought in 3 members of the Lemon Dogs, NukeDuck, Zoro0, and Mythy.
But despite that new roster, the Ninjas in Pajamas are thoroughly beaten by a relatively unknown squad in the promotion tournament, KMT, or as the fans of the LCS now know them, the first-placed ROCCAT. Yeah. They were kind of good, it turns out. That obviously devastated NIP a little bit, and it dropped them into the Challenger Series, and to be honest, a long road back into the LCS.
Yeah, and we're going to touch again on how that started. NIP nearly tripped up before they even got started on that journey. You've already highlighted they lost the first quarterfinal match to SK Gaming Prime. Went 16-22-38.
But that stumble out of the gate was the last game that the Ninjas lost in the Challenger Series on their way into tonight's final.
Yeah, now here's some awesome numbers. NIP died 22 numbers in that opening night loss to SK Prime. But in the next 4 games, they only died 12 times combined. If you subtract that first game, NIP has a staggering Team KDA of more than 15 in their wins.
Yeah, and 2 big reasons for that. NIP has rattled off 4 massive wins in a row. Is there AD carry freeze and their mid laner NukeDuck, who's been literally blowing people up.
I see what you did there. Just like when he was on the Lemon Dogs, Assassins are the name of the game as far as NukeDuck is concerned. So far during the course of the Challenger Series, he's played LeBlanc 3 times, Fizz and Zed each once, has got a combined KDA of 11 on those champions. Like we can expect him to be picked here today. Freeze, on the other hand, he's leading the entire Challenger Series with an impressive KDA of 18.3. He's only had to respawn 3 times in 5 games.
That's a ridiculous...
It's a phenomenal number.
You just don't see those kind of numbers very often, to be honest. On the other side of the Rift tonight, trying to shut down Freeze and NIP is Cloud9 Eclipse. Now, they were the top-seeded rank 5 EUS team in this Challenger Series.
Yeah, and so far this series, they've shown why they were ranked so highly. They have won 6 out of the 7 games they've played, including a 2-game sweep of Meet Your Makers in those semi-finals. Contrastly, in comparison to NIP, they have way more deaths.
Way more deaths, but leading the way for Cloud9 Eclipse in this Challenger Series is their AD carry Hjanen, which in Swedish means the brain behind everything, similar to Joe.
They definitely got the hair behind everything, it appears, as well. And if NIP are using their brains tonight, they will be trying to keep Hjanen off of Jinx. He ran Jinx both of the games against MYM, put up double-digit kills in both of them. You can see the stats, 39, 13, 28. He has also been playing Lucian, and his Lucian game that he did play, he went 18, 1, and 12 in those 3 games. If you consider how few deaths he's got between those 2 champions, the rest of the team has died cumulatively about 90 times, which is scary.
It's a lot of deaths if you compare that to some of the numbers that we saw previously. Let's turn our focus towards tonight's featured matchup, this time between the junglers. NIP's stand-in Xaxus versus Cloud9 Eclipse's Co.
Yeah, now NIP will be counting on the former EG jungler Xaxus, who they've actually just signed up for this week. They're hoping for him to put some early lane pressure down. I feel like Xaxus is an aggressive jungler, much like Amin, who, as we've already said, he's out sick this week, and hopefully the transition for NIP won't hurt them too much. Just some very quick background information here for Xaxus. He replaced Snoopy in the jungle during the summer split. He's sometimes too aggressive. He went 10, 19, 37 in the 5 games where he played for Evil Geniuses before Snoopy regained his position. But I think very crucially, he's aggressive, he likes to gank, which is what Amin does as well.
Yeah, and tonight Xaxus making his Challenger Series debut across the Rift from Cloud9's Ku.
Now, Ku is an amazingly strong jungler in his own right. He's also incredibly young at only 16. You're allowed to have younger players in the Challenger Series. It's part of the rules. He's picked up 2 First Bloods. He's assisted in 1 in 6 of the games. So been involved in 50% of his team's First Bloods. 65% kill participation in the Challenger Series. That's on par with LCS level junglers. And the jungle champions he's playing, Lee Sin, Jarvan, Elise, Vine, Gragas. Jarvan's the interesting one. He's grabbed himself 18 kills, 13 deaths, and 36 assists during the course of the Challenger Series so far.
Okay, guys, we're just minutes away from the first ever Challenger Series final, so let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups. In the blue corner for Game 1, it's the Ninjas in Pajamas, with Zoro Zero in the top lane, Xaxus in the jungle, Nuke Duck in the mid lane, AD carry is Freeze, Miffy the support.
Starting in the red corner, hoping I get these names right, it is Cloud9 Eclipse. In the top lane, it is Oduamne. In the jungle, it is Ko. Febiven is your mid laner. Hjanen, the brains behind everything, is your AD carry. And Voidal, well, we know Voidal, he's the support.
Yeah, and actually I was reading an interesting article, you can check it out yourselves over on lolesports.com, about Cloud9 Eclipse and their kind of rise. And one of the big points in that was Voidal, the fact that he went to Worlds with Gambit. Like, this is a guy with a ton of experience.
Yeah, and not only that, the amount that he was able to soak up and learn from actually competing on a regular basis with the rest of Gambit, we'll see how well it transitions to the rest of his team. Because when we compare and contrast NIP to Cloud9 Eclipse, Cloud9 Eclipse is the upstart, it's the new team. All the hype's around them, because NIP's been there. Everybody knows what NIP can and cannot do, as we've seen in the past. And now we're going to have to see how Cloud9 perform on this big stage.
And I want to go a little bit more in depth on Xaxus and the whole change for them in the jungle, because for me that's a little bit worrying, obviously, because Amin, if you watch their games back, if you guys at home managed to catch them live, Amin has been such a fantastically important player for them. We are getting into the bans and the picks though, so we're going to be seeing what comes down in there.
Well, I think some of the things we need to keep our eyes on is going to have to be Riven. Riven has been banned against Febiven an extensive amount during the course of the Challenger Series, and I don't know if NIP are going to allow that one to slide through.
Well, first ban actually coming out here will be Lee Sin, aimed straight at Ku, and I think we will see quite a lot of jungle bans overall coming into this game. You've got your obvious ones in here. I was just about to say Kassadin, and that's taken away first by Cloud9.
Elise has to be a concern here. You can see NIP have removed it. This is quite interesting that it's banned on the blue side. It tells me that NIP are more concerned about other champions, maybe the likes of Thresh, maybe even the likes of getting an assassin onto Nukeduck, one that he's comfortable playing. They have not yet banned Riven, so this is something we have to see whether or not Febiven actually wants to pick that champion, considering how well he plays it in solo queue.
Yeah, actually the last ban was Zed here, and Febiven played Zed both games against Meet Your Makers. 2-3-12 in game 1, 7-3-4 in game 2. Not massively impressive numbers, but that game 2 performance in particular was really what got his team rolling. On the other side, LeBlanc was banned out alongside Renekton as their final 2 bans, and you were right with Thresh. That was a first pick here. Cloud9 not messing around though, Kale Kha'Zix.
So that is a super safe lock-in here on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas. Knowing that they're not going to be in trouble with the Thresh, they reply very very I want to see what Nukeduck decides to run into Kale. He played Riven against overpowers Kale, it didn't work, and we'll see whether or not 2 months or 3 months of playing and practice will have taught him anything different.
We see also that Mundo being locked in there, which if you look at these these top laners, they have a very similar champion pool. Actually, Mundo and Renekton, the only 2 champions that Zoro0 has played so far in the 5 games that they've played in Challenger. He's going to get that Mundo this time around with Jinx. On the other side, already that bottom lane locked in with Lucian and Annie.
Now, the Lucian and Annie is going to be a very aggressive lane. The amount of poke and the early lane damage is going to be very difficult for Jinx and Thresh to deal with. However, Thresh does have a lot of poke himself. That flay damage is definitely going to work in their favor. And you do see Ninjas in Pajamas, they're locking in that Lulu mid. It's something that we've been seeing from the LCS players. Alex in particular has run it twice. Yes, it's very strong in lane. Yes, you have scaling utility. But if Shaka on this Wukong isn't going to have impactful ultimates or have enough damage, I'm not 100% sure this is going to work. I think it's a little bit of a brave pick.
I think we've been, across the board, quite underwhelmed with what Lulu's managed later on in the games. As you said, strong lane phase, no doubt in that one, but how will it transition into the later game? The final pick, by the way, here for Cloud9 was Trundle there for the top lane for AronA.
So we're going to be seeing the Kha'Zix in the jungle. This is something that Shook has run a multitude of times during the course of the spring split. It's a jungler that, if you get ahead, is phenomenal because you can stay ahead, you can keep killing people, you can keep shutting them down. But when you're dealing with somebody who's very difficult to kill like a Mundo, you've got the shields of Thresh, and you've got the wild growth from Lulu, it makes getting those kills and getting those resets all the more difficult. So Ko's going to have a tough time as the game scales. We're going to have to see if he can make it count early.
And who are you favouring for this one? Just overall, I mean, it's a best of 3. We've already talked a little bit about this one. Is for you a favourite coming into this matchup? I mean, Ninjas in Pajamas look great. They've had that jungle change. Cloud9, they've got no real experience outside of Voidal on the big stage. It's a really hard one to call for me.
There's too many questions. Because we don't know how well they're going to perform with Shaka, how much have they practiced with Shaka? You know, what's the communication? What's the calling going to be like? Who was the shot? Was Armin involved in the shot calling? Like, that alone could signal a weakness for Cloud9. And during the preview video, Shaka himself said, if they try target me, if they try ban me or try to control me, the rest of my team can do their job. We'll see how this works out. I don't know if I like Nukeduck on this Lulu pick, on the champion in particular, because Nukeduck is much like Alexic in the way that if you give him a playmaking champion, he can make things happen. You give him a Lulu that's passive and you don't do anything, you run the risk of being caught out.
Yeah, and it kind of surprises me that we've seen that, because if you look at the games that he's played, LeBlanc, Zed, Fizz, all very playmaky, carry, snowbally champions, which for me, Lulu just isn't. That's like almost the counter style to what Nukeduck is. I'm hoping for NIP's fans and for their sake that they can prove me wrong in this one, but we are into game number 1, the final of the Challenger Series here between Ninjas in Pajamas and Cloud9 Eclipse.
And of course, do not forget this is a best of 3, so we'll see who's going to grab that title and who's going to end up walking away with the most Challenger points. It looks to be another defensive start here from both teams, which is the norm these days. We don't see too many invades, we don't see too many moves going forward, and I think with all those points on the line, it's going to be smart. It's a little bit of a dance party in mid.
Bit of a dance party, and I always have to come back to this point about Kale. If you get rolling, if you make it late enough in-game, Kale is an absolute beast. I want to touch on that earlier game by Froggen, obviously, where although he was basically 1 versus 5 by the end of it because he was the only one that had got that strong, he could have tipped the balance of the game. We'll see how that one all gets going here. As we've said, so many questions really to be answered, especially with that man Shaka coming in for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
So you've touched on the fact that Febiven's Kayle is going to scale very well. You know, the longer the game goes, the more of an impact he's going to have. Both of these teams actually scale very effectively. You know, I think that you've got Trundle that's going to become this mega tank killer. You've got Mundo that's going to become a mega tank. There's a lot more damage sources on the side of Cloud9 Eclipse. So I think the longer the game goes, the more important it's going to be for NIP to find the right fight and get the right pick, because they simply don't have the same abundances of damage all the way down their roster. So we'll see how NIP handle that situation.
So it's going to be a top of the jungle start for both teams. Shaka and Zoro0 going to be starting off with the red buff, and over the other side, Ko is going to be helped out by odoamne to take his red buff away, and then we'll switch across. Obviously mid lane we have Kayle versus Lulu, a matchup which is becoming all the more popular.
So this is a matchup we have actually seen already. Kautard was playing Kayle. The first time we've seen it was Alexich playing Lulu. In the early game, Alex was able to get a kill onto that Kayle just by out trading. What you tend to see with the Lulus is they go cooldown reduction in their runes, Russian Athenes, and it allows you to get 2 Glitter Lancers off 1 E. And that's basically why he becomes such a lane bully. Good trade here between Nukeduck and Febiven, but as it stands, it's about even.
This is going to be a very, very interesting game. If you just join us, don't forget, it's a best of 3 game. So one team going to need 2 wins to take that one home, and the title here for our first split in spring. Down on the bottom side there, we just saw Shaka with that Wukong starting to move on towards his red buff. And in the bottom lane, actually, it's Ninjas in Pyjamas that are doing all the pressuring.
So an early level 2 for Freeze and Mythias allowed them to sort of zone Hyanin and Voidal a little bit out of the way. The range on Jinx and Thresh, plus I think the early damage is a little bit higher. Voidal needs to get a little more aggressive. He's been hooked.
He's been hooked, but I'm not sure that they could get a kill from this one. There's a stun down from Voidal, and he just puts that damage right back in on Myth. He took good damage from the minions in there as well.
Considering that Hyanin hasn't taken any damage at all, that trade was actually in the advantage of NIP. What I'd like to see from Voidal with that Annie, charging up the stun, get that Pyromania ready, and then continuously auto-attack. Have the threat of stunning Freeze up, because the follow-up damage from Hyanin's Lucian can be very high. They've caught Hyanin.
There's another hook coming in. Zap is actually going to land this time around Mithy, down below half HP. In the end, though, again, they couldn't pull any further. Just simple trading going on. Bit of power play in that bottom lane.
I don't think Voidal actually even landed any damage on his W either there, so we'll have to keep an eye on who's landing their abilities. As it stands, Mythy and Voidal going quite aggressive. Shaka making the first potential move of the game, and literally as we start to say it, he decides to recall in the tri-bush. This top lane between Trundle and Mundo should actually be a little bit of a farm fest, even though odoamne's got that ignite. It's going to need a few more items before he can really threaten getting a kill on Zoro0.
Yeah, and if you think about it as well, looking into the 2 junglers coming in, until level 6, especially for Wukong, there's not really much CC to get anything going. Slows is basically what they've got there to work with in that top lane. This mid lane might be a little bit different though, with a bit more burst ability available to the 2.
Now, we heard during the preview video how all of the players, they're all in Challenger, etc. But Nukeduck, I believe coming into yesterday, if not still today, held the #1 ranked position on EU West. And we'll see if that's going to affect this game. Ko, level 4, snuck himself into the bush. There's no vision here from Ninjas in Pyjamas. So if Annie gets a good stun down, maybe they're going to follow it up. Not too many minions and just going to back away.
I think Ninjas in Pyjamas completely felt that one coming as well. They noticed that, hang on a minute, Cloud9 are pushing that bottom lane out heavier than they've been doing all game so far. And that signal that jungler was maybe waiting there, pushing through the brushes for them. And funnily enough, Ko is actually coming back down on towards this bottom lane. But at this point, it would take a dive to be getting in on any action.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a risky play diving with a Kha'Zix or anybody similar until you've got Kale's help with that intervention. So Cloud9 Eclipse just going to back away from that one, continue this sort of passive bombing. We talked a little bit about the players. Zoro0 is a top laner that is touted as being one of the best, if not the strongest in Europe. A lot of the pros that we were talking to about this match were specifically saying how Zoro0 is expected to do well, and we're going to have to keep our eyes on him on this Dr. Mundo.
On the Mundo, a champion which, as I said, he's played a lot of. 3 out of the 5 games that they've played in Challenger, he has played with Mundo and won them all. Interesting stat for you there. In fact, they've only lost 1 game, so not that hard. That was on a Renekton either way. But up against Odoamne, who also is in a similar position. You know, Trundle, Renekton, Mundo, Shyvana. Kind of typical top lane champion pools that both of these guys have.
Yeah, definitely not trending towards those AP champs that we're seeing a little more in the LCS. As it stands, another hook. This one catches Yarnet, but he's going to be able to just dash away. And again, Mithy he's been good with his death sentences. I think he's landed all the ones that we've seen thus far, but it hasn't really garnered them any sort of lead or any sort of kill potential. Look at both of the supports. They do both have Ignite as well. So if anybody gets too low, then we'll be in trouble. Febiven's going to be the first one to get ganked.
He is, but I'm not sure they're actually going to be able to do all that much to him. He's level 6. He's got intervention. Shaka didn't have his ultimate available, so they had nothing to really hold him in. There's another hook down bottom. Yarnan going to get flayed. He's on top of the traps here, but Freeze taking a lot of damage. Can they finish off Yarnan? There's the Lantern taken in. There is the barrier from Yarnan coming through. The Zap will do it. Have they got the damage to kill Voidal here? Freeze will actually fall to Voidal. Mithy realizing he can't do much more. It's kill for kill down the bottom, but first blood, NIP.
Yeah, trading the advantage goes to NIP thanks to Freeze getting the kill bonus, thanks to him getting that additional gold from first blood. A nice play actually that the hook from Mithy caught Yarnan off guard, wasn't anticipating Mithy going in. I didn't think he was going to follow up with that secondary active on the death sentence. Nevertheless, we do see Freeze coming back into lane. BF Sword as well as the boots, so damage will be even, but Freeze is going to be able to kite and dodge a little bit more. Ko may be the next target. We'll see if he's going to jump on Zoro Zero. He doesn't have his ultimate, but he's going to go in.
Yeah, and he's baited total into this one. There's a pillar going down, a flash, but that won't help when Kha'Zix's going to jump on top of you. Ko picks up the second kill for Cloud9.
That was a lot of burst coming down. The subjugate into instant ignite meant that Zoro Zero lost his defensive statistics and he couldn't regenerate with sadism, so he just got melted by that damage. I actually think it was very good that Ko was the one that got the kill credit because you need that additional gold on a jungle Kha'Zix. If it had gone to Trundle, who we know is going to get tanky, we know has tools to make himself more beefy in team fights, it's less efficient. So almost smart play by Cloud9.
This is a smart play from NIP though, knowing that the jungler was on the top side of the map, knowing that Trundle was up there as well. Obviously has no teleport, which Zoro Zero does have. He used that, by the way, to get back into his lane after going down. He's now in there with that giant spell. NIP said, we've got the stronger team on this side of the map. Let's just go and take the dragon. Exactly what they did. 300 gold lead.
Yeah, and it worked out perfectly in their favor. We'll see. It's interesting. I wonder who would have made that call. Whether it would have come from a player like Shaka or whether it would have come from somebody like Mithy or Freeze or Nukeduck, you know, one of the ex-LCS players that's been on this stage. They grab that one. They're going to have the timer for it. And we'll see if they want to challenge. Voidal's returning back to lane with that Relic Shield as well as the Dawn's Blade. So already a difference in itemization. I want to see how Voidal's going to be last hitting, if at all, to spread some of that gold.
Shaka actually nearly died to his red buff there. I'm sure you guys at home noticed the blinking red health bar of his, and he actually backed away from it there and decided to go home to heal. But we are seeing those first blue buffs coming out. Actually, Nukeduck already has his, and there is one for Febiven as well in the mid lane on Kayle. As I said, both of them now up to level 6. And Shaka, once he hits that level 6, which should be very, very soon here, he's going to get interesting. He's currently a couple of levels behind, actually.
Yeah, so Ko does have that additional kill under his belt for extra XP, and we've seen Ko in the lanes. He's leached some CS from both bottom and top lane. Not necessarily, you know, killing it, but just the experience working in his favor. So that is a testament to him being level 7. I believe that Shaka has just hit level 6, so he's got his Cyclone available. He's going to need to combo it most likely with a good death sentence from Mithy if they want to get more kills. And you can see Shaka immediately moving to the bottom lane. There's no vision further up the bushes here for Cloud9 and Cliff. So we could see a Lantern gank, or Snecker's just going to sneak in. He's got it with Decoy.
There is a Decoy, and there is a Cyclone. Have they got the damage to finish this one off? The hook actually missing. There goes Tibbers down, and they've hardly taken any damage there, to be honest, Cloud9. NIP have to back away. Shaka nearly went down even.
Shaka ate every single bullet of the culling as he was trying to spin with that Cyclone. Spin to win did not work out for him this time round. And a nice defensive play from Cloud9 Eclipse. It did cost them both of their ultimates. However, they didn't burn any of their summoner spells. So very nice just backing away from that. I think Shaka needs to get way more tanky if he wants to try and sustain damage. But with Mundo on the team, we're most likely just going to see him building damage items.
That was interesting. Zoro didn't have a ward down in River, doesn't have his flash after he used it last time when he went down up there to the gank, but Ko deciding actually he's going to get back onto his jungle path, and looks like he's going to try and come in there through the lane, which is for me is a long way around, but we can see the ward, so there we go.
What's very important to note about that is that Cloud9 have pulled Ko up there the moment Ignite comes off cooldown. As Ko was running into the bushes, Ignite had just become available now for Odo1 there to use. They may wait for Zoro to push this wave back out, because at this moment in time, there's a lot of minions to deal with, and I'm going to be a little scared. Look at the Xaxus, aware of the dive, he's coming in.
Xaxus coming around, he doesn't have his Cyclone available. Odo1 is going to get caught out from this one, but look at the burst coming out there. There is a kill onto Xaxus. Cloud9 start to back away, but they need to be careful here. Nukeduck's coming up, he stood on top of a pink ward. He's killing the pink ward because why ever not? Kayle is coming up there as well in case they needed him, and that will just be a single kill for Cloud9. Again, nicely done. Xaxus is so squishy right now, we just saw that.
He just got shredded. The Subjugate plus Ignite once again coming down from Odo1 there. Ko was able to jump in from behind, grab them a kill. They've set their sights on Nukeduck, and there goes Febiven.
Yeah, gonna dive in onto him. Do they have the damage here? No. And wow, that's a big hit onto Ko. As he said, Athene's Unholy Grail was rushed out here by Nukeduck.
What we have seen is both of the junglers are squishy. They've caught Voidal now.
They've caught Voidal in there. The box has gone down, but I think actually NIP are going to be losing out on damage from this one. Yarnan focusing straight towards Freeze. Half of his health gone. Voidal didn't really take much damage.
I'm not quite sure why they were trying to focus Voidal. There wasn't any auto attacks down onto Yarnan. So the moment that Freeze turned his attention to that Annie, Yarnan just said, thank you very much, I'll just keep auto-attacking Freeze's Jinx, and forced him away. Freeze trying to get these double golems without taking any damage. Resets once or twice. He does a pretty good job of it at the end.
Yeah, making sure they go down for him. Obviously, he's got a BF Sword boots in there. It's been a while since these bot laners go back, so I'm assuming that they are sat on a decent amount of health right now. As we see Zoro, he might actually get caught out from this. He does now have his flash available. Will use it as well, but almost as quickly as it comes off cooldown, he's back on it again.
So a difference in approaches here as far as the lanes are concerned. The only ganks we've seen from Ninjas in Pajamas has been for Freeze and Mithy. Xaxus tried to make it work, and then he responded to a gank in the top lane, which didn't work in their favor. Now, NIP have been caught out. There's Tibbers. Look at Febiven coming from the Tribush.
Yeah, this could be very, very dangerous. They could dive this one. They have intervention available, but we see from Cloud9's side, they want to play this very, very safely. I think problem was they didn't know where Xaxus was there. Nukeduck had started to move down a little bit on the river as well, so better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And in terms of the dynamic of play, Cloud9 have been much more proactive in trying to find ganks and trying to roam. Every time a fighter's rocked up in that top or bottom lane, Febiven has attempted to move, has attempted to roam. It hasn't worked out just yet, but we'll see how well he continues to scale. He's a little bit behind on CS to Nukeduck, but it is somewhat to be expected. It is quite difficult to deal with that Lulu in those early levels, thanks to the slow, the shield, and the constant auto attack harass that can come down.
So just nailing his red buff down there. Easy damage for him, easy kill. There's that one. We'll see where he goes. Actually, mid lane, not really had much focus put into it whatsoever up until now. I was expecting, honestly, a little bit more in there with players, of Febiven and Nukeduck's kind of caliber from this.
It's mostly because of the champions. Kayle, without a couple of items on her belt, is actually not all that scary. And in addition to that, Lulu needs some assistance from other champions and from other lanes to really try and secure kills and get them locked down. So that's why that mid lane has turned into a bit of a farm fest. The one thing that Ninjas in Pajamas have done well, they secured the first dragon of the game, realizing that Cloud9 were up in the top lane. Now they've started the second one off. They've got a lot of members around. If Cloud9 want to challenge, they have to go soon, because this is going down quite quickly.
It is going down quickly. Ko is going to jump in there and actually will steal that one away. He all stealthing out of there, and that is a great steal from them. There's the culling coming out, which should stop Xaxus actually getting in to do anything, and well, that is a mega bonus for Cloud9 right there. You cannot afford that to happen. Xaxus still got his smite up.
Didn't expect it at all. I think Xaxus was not anticipating Ko coming in there, get caught napping a little bit, lose the dragon, and that is something you have to ask. Is that going to affect Xaxus' mentality? Is this something that can throw him a little bit off, considering he's the sub, he's the guy that was brought in to replace Armin, who is a jungler that, to be brutally honest, helped carry Ninjas in Pajamas to this final.
Along with Nukeduck, I'd argue with that one, as up until now, well, he's doing what we said Lulu's do well. have a great laning phase, but is he going to be able to have the impact later? Look at this, odoamne going 1-on-1 versus Zoro0, chomps down, and he's taken 3 or 4 turret hits in there, hardly lost any health for it, and that was just a simple 1v1 under the tower. Shouldn't happen.
No, it definitely shouldn't. But when you've got that Trundle with Subjugate available, with Ignite available, there's nothing you can really do. Zoro0's gone for Flash Teleport. He should be making plays across the map, maybe even have used that teleport of the Dragon and picked a fight on behalf of Ninjas in Pajamas. As it stands, he's playing a little bit passive. He's down on CS, he's down on kills, and the fact that Trundle's already got that Blade of the Ruined King at 15 minutes, and he's getting kills, and now they're on the inner turret, this is a great position for Cloud9.
Yeah, Xaxus coming up from this one, but are they scared of Xaxus at this point?
No.
I don't really think they are. odoamne even putting damage down onto Xaxus there, forcing him to decoy underneath his own turret. Oh, and here is Ku waiting. Nukeduck actually wards right on top of him, spots him out, and that's always dangerous when that Xaxus is, you know, he's really quite got rolling, got that pickaxe in there already at 1-0-1.
I want to see where Ko actually does decide to itemize, if he's going to go for maybe an early Last Whisper, alternatively a more traditional item, which would be the oh, we do see Febiven has been caught by Nukeduck.
Yeah, he does use the intervention there, but that Ignite ticking away on him! And that is the beauty. You think you've got away from the Pixie, but actually no.
No, Pix just flying behind. There's the clear launch. Now odoamne is the one in trouble. Subjugate comes down.
Subjugate coming in from this one, and all of a sudden Zoro0's thinking, hang on a minute, can he get through this one? He's got no Ignite here though, odoamne, and he's gonna surely go down to Zoro0, who's trying to lifesteal back there, and Zoro0 gets through it.
So importantly to note, Zoro0 is able to basically win that fight with his ultimate and a Sunfire Cape. We do see, oh, that was close. odoamne didn't have Ignite. Now naturally, if that was available, Zoro0 would not have won. However, Zoro knew that it wasn't up because it was just used to kill him a minute or two ago. If Zoro0 can continue picking fights at the right time, he can try pull himself back into that lane. He's now even on CS, but he's backing away. He needs to play a little bit safer.
Let's have a look at CS while we're talking about it there. Freeze is ahead down in that bottom lane, has that kill to his name as well. Over on the other side, yeah, we shouldn't also forget the face of the mountain in there, which obviously adds a little bit more in there onto that total that we're seeing. Meanwhile, Kohi are coming around that mid lane. Nukeduck and Mithy are there. Voidal's coming to join in as well, but I think we're just going to see a trade of a few wards.
Yeah, I think both of these teams are going to set their sights on these middle turrets as it is right now. Both teams got one turret down. You can see the AD carry of Cloud9 Eclipse is slowly moving up towards this red buff. Cloud9 are doing well at getting vision control. I think they're setting this one up for Dragon. It should be a couple of minutes, 3 or so, until it respawns. And by getting this nice ring of vision, it's going to give Cloud9 the ability to interpret and interact with NIP as and when they move for it.
Well, they were actually trying to just catch them out, I think, here. Down on that bottom lane. Nice chompers going into the brush will reveal, but will they hold on to the turret? Actually, Ko going right up in their face from that. The hook won't land. The turret, no, he needed one more auto-attack. Minions, just enough. I think the last minion that was alive there, a single auto-attack. Cast the minions too strong, and that will be the turret going down. Nukeduck, however, is causing some problems for Febiven in the middle lane.
Yeah, he's starting to pull ahead now. Now that Nukeduck's got the makings of that Lich Bane, he goes for the Lich Bane to add additional damage, whereas, you know, Lulu doesn't have normal damage dealing spells. So we'll see how he makes Febiven's life more difficult. The rest of Cloud9 are trying to react, but Nukeduck's backed away in time.
Had that ward in there, which was just out of range of that scan. And now they move up towards that top side of their jungle where the red buff is now available. Nukeduck knows of the pink ward in there because he was used to clear out one of their own wards earlier on, but do you want to really face check into a brush? No, you probably don't. Knowing that Xaxus was around there somewhere. Currently 1-0-1, you don't want to get him rocking and rolling because he's already got that last whisper in.
So whichever team makes the jump on their opponents first is the team that's going to be able to get kills. And what I mean by that is Xaxus and Ko are super squishy. There's no defensive statistics there. We've seen how quickly both of them have been melted. You've got Febiven and Nukeduck who've both got ultimates that save somebody's life, but if they get bursted down by all of the damage that's sitting on either of these teams, if you polymorph Kayle, then knock her up with a Cyclone and get some auto attacks from Jinx, that's going to be a dead Kayle before she even gets out of the Munchkin form. So I think vision and finding a pick is very important for both of these teams and both of their compositions.
Freeze now moving up towards that mid lane. Actually, this is good damage that he's putting in on towards Febiven. And he will lose his tower here, no doubt about that one. Can't really do anything to keep it up. Voidal had come around to try and help out with that one, but Quite simply, too much power in that mid lane with the Lulu, who now has that Lich Bane as well.
Yeah, and I'm very happy to see that Shaq has grabbed himself a Giant's Belt, so he's going to be a little less insta-gibbable, but still very squishy. No additional armor or magic resist just yet. Now that Dragon has respawned, we talked about how the vision from Cloud9 is going to let them know where NIP are, but NIP are using those sweeping lenses. They've got 3 of them. They're clearing out the vision of Cloud9, and we do see there's a couple of wards, so this little Dragon dance is going to be happening. The rest of NIP, they're going for the turret, but they split up.
They split up from this one. Interesting decision. Shaka and Zoro there at the front. We're going to see Odo Amna getting right in on top of them, but I'm not sure he's got the damage. Actually, we'll get hooked from this one. This could be bad news for him, as we're going to see him going very low. Shaka going low as well. No kill so now, but here comes Ko jumping in there. Picks up that kill on towards Shaka. Can they chase down for any more here? Ko right at the front trying to get in. He gets hooked. They can burst him down. Great intervention. Tibbers came in as well, but the follow-up's just not there. And now Febiven being constantly slowed down, and he comes to the front. Voidal now getting hooked in as well. The damage can come back. Voidal is still alive, finally gets finished off, and now Hjarnan, in middle of nowhere to be honest, has to try and get away. Flash hook from Mithy. Hjarnan's going to go down from this. It's a double kill for Freeze.
Now NIP should go for the Dragon. They've got themselves 2 kills. They did lose 1 though. Shaka did go down during the course of that fight. Cloud9 were able to respond quite well, and you see, I think, the fact that Ninjas in Pajamas have a new member in their roster, they didn't stack up quickly enough. They were caught a little bit spread out. Luckily for NIP, Cloud9 continued to chase when maybe they should have backed away, and Mithy with some great hooks, allowing NIP some kills on the way out.
So far, Mithy has been on point with those hooks. There's no doubt about that one. The flash up there at the end as well, really coming in handy for them. So let's take stock after that fight, after the Dragon goes down. It's currently 5-4 in kills for Cloud9. Look at the goal. It's pretty much bang on even at this stage, 23 minutes in. We've got 2-2 on turrets. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much more even than this one. One thing that, again, I want to kind of touch back onto is this Kayle that's just getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
Basically a ticking time bomb. And we've seen the impact that Kayle's can have. And when you consider that you've got, you know, a little bit of HP on Shaka's Wukong, but 3 other champions that are fairly squishy, you get the burst down from Febiven's Kayle, and you allow Code to sort of hop in there and try get some resets. You have a very scary reset potential team. However, Code cannot afford to get caught out by that hook. He needs to hop in, get a kill, hop out, wait for his rest of his team to then regroup and push forward. And we'll see how Code decides to itemize from here. He's grabbed himself a cloth armor, and the rest of NIP are now grouping towards this top lane. There are pings on this tri-bush, so Cloud9 are aware that NIP are up here.
Yeah, actually, Void Spike's just thrown in there. It's Hjarnan going to get caught out somewhat by Nukeduck. Does he want to follow through? He's got no flash, so couldn't get over the wall on top of him there and keep that one going. In the end, no kills for either side of things.
Yeah, 50% of Hjarnan's HP was lost by this little one. So Shaq has been caught.
He has been caught out, but he manages to take the lantern there back to safety, use the decoy, and takes the ride home. And Nip are actually pushing here in that mid lane. And that's Jinx and
that's
a Lulu who's got a Lich Bane in there. I'm sorry, but that tower's not lasting long.
There's nothing you can do to stop that. The tower pushing power of a Jinx plus a Lulu, and the fact that they've got great escapes. Lulu's going to be able to throw down that Whimsy on herself, get the speed boost up, plus Jinx's passive is just going to allow them to get out cleanly, safely, and that's exactly what happened in that situation. So NIP take the tower lead, but they are still looking for a kill in this top lane. They want to get this last outer turret. If Mithy gets a hook, they will dive Odo-1 there, but I think if he doesn't get a hook, they should just focus the tower down.
Ko is there as well. Shaka just backing off with the decoy. There is the hook. And the minions are gone. They start to back away from things. R0 can tank up there, especially now that that Freezer's come in on Jinx with that assassination potential when he's got that super mega death rocket. I'll get it out in a second. And they do take out the turret and just back away.
Now this is something that we've also got to touch on, is how many champions in NIP are good at taking down those towers. You've got an attack damage steroid on Dr. Mundo. You've got Wukong, who can use his crushing blow on towers. We've already touched on the Lich Bane and the Jinx. Once NIP get to a tower, it will not last very long. And this is something that Cloud9 need to prevent. They've got some very good engages. They can have Ko that can jump in with intervention. They have Voidal that can use that Tibbers for a stun. But they're not necessarily the best at defending those sieges. You know, they don't have the longest of pokes. And, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Cloud9 to find those opportunities to engage.
Still a tense one here. Ninjas in Pajamas will have now gained the gold advantage. Albeit around about 1,000. Not a massive lead for them, but we can see a few more items starting to appear on this one. Randuin's Omen finished along with the Sunfire Cape for Zoro0. So he's already going to be immune more or less to those AD champions, and obviously unless it's 3v1, 4v1, whatever. Still, for me though, he needs to get that Spirit Visage in there as quickly as possible because, well, Febiven's getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and I think the key for these team fights is going to be which top lane is going to have the biggest impact. You know, you've got two, almost steals that blue buff from Freeze, but I think with Zoro0 going full tank, there's no, you don't tend to build damage items in Dr. Mundo anyway. Odoamne can shut him down quite efficiently. If I recall correctly, when ROCCAT played Fnatic for the first time, Xaxus was the one playing Trundle and Soaz was playing Dr. Mundo, and I distinctly remember Soaz being caught by a hook, having his stats stolen, and like Dr. Mundo, full tank, was killed very quickly. I think that's what Cloud9 want to try do if these fights happen, because if Zoro0 and Shaka get to the backline, get to Hyun and Voidal, they can wreak havoc with the Cyclone and the damage that Mundo can put out, the sustained ongoing damage.
Yeah, and the tankier the better almost for that Subjugate ultimate coming out of Odoamne. Let's see now what the other team can do when it comes to pushing turrets, because they're going onto this middle outer turret. There's a box down from Mithy. He's taken a lot of damage. Shaka's going to come spinning on through. Turret goes down finally. There is Tibbers. 2 kills, actually 1 kill. That's Ella Line. One of them coming down there on towards Thresh. Can they get any more? Code is going to go down. Arden is trying to get some kills as well, but everyone going so low
Super
in that
Mega
one.
Death Rocket.
Nuke is coming through here as well. The Super Mega Death Rocket, where is it? Why is he not going to go for that one? Is he going to... I don't think it's enough actually to kill Odoamne, so they'll keep that one up. And Zoro0 going to pop his ultimate here. They might look to push back, you know.
2 for 1, tower and 1 for 1 as far as the fight was concerned. Cloud9 diving under the turret after Febiven was caught. Mithy actually committed to that one, landing a good death sentence. Once again, we see Cloud9 starting off the fight well, but then I think maybe overcommitting or staying too long, and that's what allowed NIP to grab themselves a kill. We did also see Ko just make a beeline for Freeze. Great replay here, and I'll focus on Febiven being caught out. The rest of NIP are trying to respond, and also take note that the top lane is not there. Zoro0 only just started to teleport in, so this whole fight, Cloud9 felt that they were 5v4. We did have a very good Cyclone from Shaka, and you see Ko, he manages to jump in, get a kill, leaps out, and now we're back in a fight.
Now we are back in a fight. Febiven is dead in this fight though. Around the dragon, hook comes through, doesn't quite land onto Ko, but that gives Ninjas in Pajamas now the dragon. They can't challenge for this Cloud9. They came in there to try and stop that happening, but NIP take that one away. They're now 2,000. Not quite. 1,500 gold in the lead of this one. We're back to 660 kills. NIP still have the turret lead.
Yeah, and that particular dragon engage, if you notice, there's not a lot of vision past the dragon or past the river for Cloud9 and Clip. So Febiven actually walked in there basically blind. I think part of the reason that he got caught out was just that, they didn't have enough sight to work with. We see Zoro0 a little bit overextended. He's going to back away and get out cleanly from that particular situation. But now Ko and Shaka both getting more tanky. Aegis of the Legion picked up for Shaka. We're seeing this week more Aegis into Lockets than any other week of the LCS so far. And of course now for the Challenger Series.
I just want to point out the AD carry builds at this point as well, because Freeze, 4-1-1 on that Jinx. Bloodthirst, a Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, and going up to what I think is going to be a Banshee's Veil for him in there as well. He's pretty scary right now.
He is, and it's also a slightly different build from what we actually see from Jinxes. We tend to see the static shivs on them because you can get that magic damage from the critical of the shiv, plus the splash damage from your rocket launcher and really kill waves very quickly. This time around, Freeze has just gone for even more damage. Once he eventually gets to the likes of that Infinity Edge, he's actually going to be able to deal with Odoamne because there's so much damage that comes down from Jinx and a minigun and that attack speed steroid that she has.
Just seen a few wards being put down by Baron as well here, so that whole game is going to start to kick off basically between Mithy and Voidal to see who can get the best wards down and who can clear them out. Straight away after that one, we saw there Mithy a little bit cautious. He's on his own there in that Baron pit, so needs to watch out somewhat how far he actually goes through here. And he knows that ward's obviously in, because he's already done one chunk of damage to it, and he will regain that ward control. But again, sweeping lenses pretty much across the map. We've got 7 in the game so far.
Yeah, 4 on the side of NIP, 3 on the side of Cloud9. Considering the amount of wards we had in the early game, both teams have realized that they're pushing quite aggressively actually into the opponent's territory. So making sure you have that vision control is definitely going to pay dividends. Co just basically scouting the Baron. Just wants to see. There was no vision there for Cloud9. You can see there's no wards in that pit, thanks to NIP's good positioning of that pink ward. And again, it's just use the sweeping lens, deny the vision, and force your opponents to make a move. Cloud9 and NIP, we touched on how they both want to get a pick, they both want to get a kill, and then they can do other stuff, and that's what they're trying to do now.
Who's going to be able to get that one? Hook something of a setup device there. We can see that actually Voidal's flash is coming off cooldown here soon, so that's always a big option for Cloud9. Actually, in that last fight, he did manage to flash in there and get Tibbers down onto the AD carry at the back. The problem that they had was that there was no damage, no one able to get in there and follow things up. NIP have started Baron, but we can see Cloud9 pushing it.
Yeah, we do see, oh, that hook was so close to connecting. Nice ward comes down from Cloud9, and Ninjas in Pajamas, they're trying to use Baron as a bait. Teleport is about to become available now for Zoro. So one way or the other, NIP are applying pressure on this map and forcing Cloud9 to react to them. As long as NIP don't get surprised, if Cloud9 jump on them with a big fight, NIP can continue doing this until they either get in a turret or a Baron. Zoro may be the target of a subjugate. We'll see if Odoamne goes in, decides against it.
I think this bottom lane is going to pretty much go like that for a while here. Back and forth as Zoro tries to open up a bit of an opportunity on the map for his team. We see that the Locket of the Iron Solari is now in fact finished in there for Xaxus, so it's going to give him a bit more when it comes to team fights.
What I like about that, we just see Ko right now, and that Locket's going to be very important in trying to prevent that first or second reset. You throw that Locket down on the initial burst, and if Ko jumps into a fight expecting to get a kill in a reset and all of a sudden he's going to burn through that shield, it makes it a lot easier to focus him down and kill him. He doesn't have that mobility, so we'll see if Xaxus' timing on that ability will be good. Still sitting on that single Giant's Belt is his only real HP item, and Odoamne and Zoro, the exciting tank wars continues.
Exciting is one word for it, that's for sure. There's Ko using that sweeping lens outside of Baron, and they now have almost full control of that one. That's the annoying thing. That, yeah, cleared out the ward and they just plop one straight down in front of you. You can't do anything about that. Second one coming in. Now Cloud9 getting back towards the middle. So a tense period, and you can see why. This is, the Challenger Series final. It's the first game of the best of 3. Both teams still testing the waters a little bit with each other.
Ninjas in Pajamas don't necessarily have the strongest of siege compositions. They don't have super great poke. They've got Lulu that can throw out glitter lances, sure. But you don't have a Ziggs, you don't have a Gragas to sit and poke your opponents down and force them to take damage, which allows you to put damage on the turret. So that's the reason NIP are now stalling out this mid-game and trying to find ways to make make Cloud9 come to them. If Cloud9 are jumping on NIP, then NIP's composition is great. They can react, they can fight. On a similar token, Cloud9 doesn't have a very good tower sieging team themselves. They've got even less poke. And in order for Cloud9 to make something happen, they have to all in you. So similarly to day 1 of the week, slower paced games, teams with a little bit less clear initiation. Voidal can flash Tibbers, but that's always risky. Of course, Mithy, if he gets a hook, that's definitely a way in.
You can see there, the blue buff was taken away. They've got ward control down on that bottom side here, and they're setting up a little bit of a trap. And, well, I'll build it up and throw the hook a little bit too early there, Mithy, but that's okay. Voidal just got a ward down, but there's another pink ward to stop that actually from giving them the vision, which means that Cloud9 have to start to come through here. They need kind of the man ward to be in position, which should be Odoamne. He's the tankiest of the bunch, but are they going to kick it off?
Well, Dragon is going to go low. They've caught Odoamne, and there's the flash!
Yeah, flash Tibbers. He actually caught 4 men in there. Ko is surely going to go down. No, intervention gets onto him in time. Odoamne right in the front of them. They're actually focusing on the tank, and they're going to kill him off as well. The Ninjas in Pajamas can turn around from this one. Ko's going down. Femiman's going down. The big chase comes in as Nuke Duck gets himself a triple. There's the slow on to Voidal as well. This is going to be an ace. Wow! Max range hook from Mithy will finish it It's a quadra kill for Lulu. I'll take everything back that I've said about Lulu not being effective later on. NIP get the ace, they're gonna have the dragon, and maybe an in-him turret.
They got exactly what they wanted. The Ninjas in Pajamas composition wants you to jump on them, then react. We've seen the Locket of the Iron Solari coming down from Shaka. That actually prevented the first reset from Ko jumping in. They forced him down low. We had to see the intervention being used on Ko's Kha'Zix, but he used all his cooldowns, so it didn't matter. Ninjas in Pajamas then just clean house. With the slow from Glitterlance and the movement speed increase from Freeze's Jinx, they get themselves 5 kills rather, a Dragon and a Baron, and now an 8,000 gold lead in about 40 seconds.
And here's another look back at that fight. Look at Voidal's Tibbers here, 4 many core.
Now, if Febiven had been a little closer and got some Righteous Fury swings down, that would have helped. That would have been splash damage on that that E, which would have been great. And even better, if it had been a Kragus or a Ziggs, they could have popped Ninjas in Pajamas. But Febiven is so far away from the beginning of the fight, and he joins so late. It's basically over. He needed to be a little quicker, maybe even needed to flash in with Voidal. A little bit of, dare I say, miscommunication from Cloud9 in that Voidal was so far forward and nobody else reacted in time.
Yeah, I actually think that Febiven called that one to back away, or someone had called to back away, because he had already changed direction, was headed back towards his own jungle. So, well, Cloud9, we were talking about Ninjas in Pajamas, they're the ones with the replacement jungler in here, a position which is probably the most key when it comes to communication. And from what we just saw in that last team fight, it seems like NIP have the advantage there. They've now got Baron, they took that last dragon, they're 4-3 up in turrets, and they're going to try and push some advantage with that Baron buff on.
Yeah, I think with the Baron buff and the fact that they've got themselves a nice big lead now, and the fact that Zoro's actually grabbed himself that Thornmail is going to be very difficult to deal with, considering 3 of Cloud9's members are auto attackers. They are, don't really want to be smacking him. Now NIP are going to start this siege using the good range from Freeze. He gets the minigun out, and that's going to be another tower. Oh, no hook this time. That was a bit of a brave flash.
Yeah, he flayed first and then threw the hook. Didn't quite work out for Mithy, but that can sometimes happen to you. He's been hitting hooks left, right, and center all day so far, so let's not criticize him for the one that's missed. Nukeduck actually clearing things out as well inside of the jungle. We've seen what kind of impact he can have here. And in the meantime, Ninjas in Pajamas just sticking outside on the Sepsezza hook going through it. Had the right direction, just not quite the range. Well, look at this, Febiven and Ku, they're coming in behind. They want to try and play the pincer move here on towards Ninjas in Pajamas, and look at this, they're chasing after Ku. Lucian's outside the base as well. Odoamne comes in, and they fall straight back in. Little bit of a ballsy play positioning-wise there from Cloud9, doesn't work.
Yeah, they did get the ultimate out of Ku as well, so if a fight were to break out, they've already got a small advantage. We see Lulu pushing the mid lane. Zoro's tanked about 7 turret hits and is hardly taking damage. Freeze continues using max range on that Q to smack down the turret. They've caught the troll, and they're not going to go in yet.
Not going to go in for that one, and we saw Zoro underneath the tower. His regen absolutely massive right now as Odoamne comes out the base, puts in the pillar. There's the box going down. Tibber's got 3 of them, but have they got the follow-up damage this time around? Odoamne again is in the middle of them. There's Ku. Doesn't quite get the reset on towards Shaka, but they do manage to shut down Nukeduck. Can they get any more from it? Slow landed onto Freeze, but Ninjas in Pajamas already backing off. I think Cloud9 are happy with what they got there.
Yeah, Nukeduck needed to be a little bit closer to that fight. He didn't get Glitter Lances off really. He did have a decent enough wild growth, but Cloud9 just got all of the damage onto the right targets. Odoamne just tanked through so much of the damage that Zoro and the rest of NIP were putting out. So pretty good fight for Cloud9. And this is the problem that NIP have. They're not particularly strong at sieging. They got some good damage in the top turret with the Baron buff, but they are at such risk of being engaged upon by Cloud9 Eclipse that they backed away instantly as soon as that fight began.
Yeah, I mean, Zoro, he can sit there and tank the turret hit, but it means that his team needs to close in. We've seen that Cloud9 not scared of getting in there and doing the dirty work and getting the fight started. I mean, just to look through Zoro's items, Randuin's Own, Spirit Visage, Sunfire Cape, Thornmail, he's got another Giant's Belt in there. He's got about 4 million armor right now. Those turrets don't do anything to him.
Nothing at all, and sitting close to 4,000 hit points. However, you do have Odoamne that can steal a very large portion of those stats.
True.
So as long as Odoamne gets on him, and the rest of NIP can't respond, it can work out well. Cloud9 are now setting a bait. They've been sitting in this bush. They've got pretty good vision control. The rest of NIP, however, have now started to back away. Nukeduck may find himself in trouble. He's going to go for blue. This is going to hurt.
It's not just gonna hurt, it's gonna just be death for him. Odoamne gets the kill in the end, and well, sometimes a little bit unfortunate. Actually, they're going to keep going for this one. That's a good pillar coming down. Actually, I say good, it kind of blocked them from getting through the jungle as well there. I think the troll was a little bit too hefty to squeeze through. Kale did get through there in the end, but Cloud9 not able to chase on, but they might be able to do some damage here onto this turret, if not take it down.
Yeah, Cloud9 have definitely got the ability right now. We'll see whether or not Voidal wants to go in. The flash has already been used from Voidal, so Tibbers is still up, I believe. I don't think he casted it. Rest of Cloud9 chasing in. They've hooked Odoamne, but you don't want Odoamne. There's Tibbers actually. He's tanking up the turret. The rest of the team is trying to defend.
And there's a hook coming in on towards Ko, but they didn't follow it through. Freeze is there. Still 20 seconds until Nuke Duck comes up in this one. Another hook goes through. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to do a whole lot. They don't get the finisher that they need, but there's the dive in. Voidal is going to have the intervention on him. Febiven going to turn around, pop Shaka, force them back in. They grab the troll once more, but have they got the damage here? I think he just wants to escape. That's a great pillar going down, and it will be Cloud9 able to walk away from this one with that inhibitor and the inhibitor going down.
And they grabbed themselves some kills on the way out as well. So a decent enough attempt from Ninjas in Pajamas, but they just got caught out. All of this came from the fact that Cloud9 were able to get vision of the blue buff, realized that NIP were just going to move up for the blue. Cloud9 had stolen it, got themselves a kill, and now they have map control. With super minions going down the middle lane, Cloud9 should be able to start trying to siege themselves, force NIP to respond to the super minions, and then again, go for a 5v4 kind of fight. It's a very good decision from Cloud9.
See the tankier items now coming in. Thornmail was completed for Trundle. We've got now Randuins on both top laners and both junglers at this point. There's an Infinity Edge for both AD carries. Infinity Edge, Trinity Force, Bloodthirst, the Last Whisper coming out for Yarnan at this point. On the other side, a little bit more defensive statistics in there with that Banshee's Veil for Freeze.
So Freeze has not died more than once this game, and he's played very safe. If you think of all the team fights, Ko has tried to make a beeline from trying to jump on him, and Freeze has not fallen victim to it. All the rest of Cloud9, they're grouped up. If anyone goes forward, this is going to be so scary. This could be game.
Oh, this is bad news. This is real bad news for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going in towards Freeze, but Odoamne taking a lot of damage. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through. They have to use the intervention, but look at the tank. He's getting blasted down. Zoro0's dead. Can they get any more? Ko moves forward there. That was the decoy from Wukong. Baron is live here. They've turned around. They're going to take it.
Now, Cloud9 are going to be able to secure this Baron. So much was invested in just defending the members of NIP in that fight that they needed to back away. Ninjas in Pajamas have made the same mistake within 3 minutes. They face-checked their blue, they had very little vision in the river, and they just walked straight in there. Cloud9 was sitting, waiting for them. Now, Cloud9 grouping towards the top inner turret. They steal the blue buff again, and they're going to start challenging for this tower.
Blue buff for Gale. Tower is down. No chance to save that one for NIP, which means that mid lane not only has no inhibitor, with super minions pushed in fact I think there's a double super minion wave coming straight down there by now. Cloud9 are just going to sit and wait on the steps of this top lane until they have to deal with those super minions coming in. Ko getting connected onto, but look how fast they kill the towers.
Yeah, that was a decent enough catch, but without Zoro0 to run in and try tank the fight, they didn't want to engage. There is a lot of damage coming down from Freeze. Odoamne is in trouble.
Odoamne is in trouble from this one. Ko actually is going to get away from it, jumping out, but Freeze does manage to get the killing blow. Oh, that's a good flash, actually. I think the Zap would have landed, would have got the slowdown there on towards Fabian, and he possibly would have been dead as Zoro0 comes flying in. There's the culling. Well, it doesn't really do a lot. That's a good dodge away, though, from the briefcase. But with the ulti running, is he going to be able to dodge another one? Yes, he is. Flash over into the race. Good play, a lot used there by Yarnan, but you have to give him credit. He probably would have died if one of those briefcases landed.
Definitely. With the briefcase plus the glitter lance, it would have cost them. The rest of Ninjas in Pajamas are trying to defend their Nexus turrets from the double waves of super minions from top and middle, and now that they've backed away, they have defended them. A good chunk of damage is missing from that left Nexus turret, and Cloud9 and Clips, having 2 inhibitors down from NIP, are now in, once again, complete control of this game. Cloud9 grouping towards this bottom lane. They're going to set their sights on that last inner turret and then just start sieging the third tower. Once again, using the tools they have available, using the lanes that they've won in their favor.
Cloud9 just having a bit of a shopping spree as well. Locket of the Iron Solari for Voidal on Annie. We see a Malmortius coming in for Ku on Kha'Zix. Death Cap finish now for Febivin on Kale if he wasn't already doing enough. But look at this. NIP waiting. Cloud9 not going to fall for their own trick.
No, not this time round. Good scouting there from Co. Even though they didn't have the vision, they could smell something was up. Were able to avoid getting caught out. I want to see how Cloud9 now decide to siege. It is only a 4,000 gold lead, but because of super minions and the Baron buff, it's actually going to be worth a little bit more. And the way Cloud9 have basically won their fights and won this mid game is by catching NIP off guard, and then when they had the numbers advantage, tower diving. It's going to be a straight up 5v5, and these next team fights, if NIP make one mistake, it's going to cost them the game.
It will cost them the game. Febiven is destroying turrets at this point. They do not last long once they come in. Oh, they're actually coming from the side. I think they might just back away, yeah. I think a wise decision here from Ninjas in Pyjamas anyway. They are going to back off. We've got super minions coming in top lane. The minions in the mid lane are starting to push through as well. It's currently a 5 versus 4 down in the bottom lane. They have to make a decision to bring Zoro down or leave him up in the top lane to defend.
They managed to get a good zap onto Hyana, but nobody else from NIP could actually respond. We do see Zoro0. He was moving as if he wanted to defend that last turret. Now he's moved to the top lane. Zoro0 reading the situation fairly well. Cloud9 have not committed to the tower. They've decided to go for the exposed inhibitor. Death Sentence doesn't connect with anybody that Ninjas in Pyjamas want. Now we are going to see a 5 versus 5. Another Death Sentence goes wide. Mithy needs to get a kick. Flash Tibbet!
Flash Tibbet comes down. Nuke getting a load of damage in onto him there. Shaka actually is going to surely go down. No, he's spinning away at the back. Mithy will die though, and that's going to give them the opportunity to chase in there for more. Zoro0's right at the front of them. Actually, good damage from Freeze coming in. Odoamne finding himself all alone all of a sudden in the back of his base. He has to flash away from that. Gets out of range, but Nuke still chasing in. He will pick up the kill onto Odoamne, and in the end, that's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1 trade, and that was with a great initiation from Voidal. This time Cloud9 were able to respond. I think Freeze actually fired his super mega death rocket while the intervention was up. Freeze needs to delay that a little bit. He needs to keep his eyes open for that ability. Cloud9 did, however, get the inhibitor. So trading 1 kill for 1 kill, but getting the super minions to push down the lane, I still think they're going to be a little bit happy with that situation. We're going to need to see how Cloud9 once again continue to siege. The only thing Cloud9 can do is initiate and fight, because they don't have very good sieging, they don't have very good poke. If Cloud9 aren't going all in, they're not really going to be able to beat NIP.
Well, there are 3... Oh, sorry, I tell a lie. Because the bottom inhibitor has now respawned, there are 2 inhibitors down at this point. We can see those red lines on the minimap streaming in towards the Ninjas in Pyjamas base. Top inhib has just respawned. As I said, bottom one, I was lying earlier on because the turret's still there. You could have at least corrected me, Trev, on that one.
I was waiting. We've had 3 respawns. We've had 3 respawns on this inhibs. Super Mini is down the middle lane, and Baron coming up in 2 minutes. I almost feel like Cloud9 may want to try pull Ninjas in Pyjamas towards them. I think that what's worked for Cloud9 so far is getting superior vision control and forcing Ninjas in Pyjamas to react. And when Cloud9 are forcing NIP to play on their terms, Cloud9 are winning. That's how they've won this. They've pulled themselves back into the game. This Lulu is now, yes, has got great damage with that glitter lance, but has become a little bit more utility-centric. Has got very good slows and going to be reliant on wild growthing either Zoro0 or Shaka in these bigger team fights.
See that a Warmogs has been completed for Dr. Mundo. I think that actually happened quite a while ago and just didn't quite touch on that one. So I don't know exactly how much HP Zoro0's got at this point of things, but one could imagine that it's a lot. 4,794. Almost 5,000 HP.
Halfway to 9,000.
Over halfway if you can do maths.
I think the fact that these teams don't have strong initiation, it's frustrating to play, and it's a little bit frustrating to watch, because the only way to make something happen is to get a good flash engage from Voidal or to get a death sentence from Mithy. And Mithy's death sentence has been very good. However, he's caught Odo1 there in these sieging situations. It goes out so close to catching Ko. They probably would have gone in on that one had it connected. Now, ROCCAT is available now for Voidal, so if any of that burst damage comes down, Voidal should be able to block some of it. And again, see, Cloud9, they want to find a pick. They want to engage when they have a numbers advantage, and we don't have traditional engages, so I'm going to back away and play it safe.
Baron is coming up in 20 seconds though, so that may give Cloud9 a bit more confidence to get in there and get things rolling at this point. Actually, they've pinged the bottom lane here. They might want to be thinking about sending someone off there to split push. Zoro, of course, does have a TP. Look at this though, they're sat inside Baron Pit.
Yeah, this is going to be so scary. They've jumped in!
Here comes the trap, they dive in. Shaka's going low. He does manage to get the Cyclone off Ko. Does get hooked in there as well. Can they damage him enough? No, he jumps out of the party, and that's a 1-for-0. 70-second spawn timers. They go back towards Baron Pit. Will they start this one off? Yes, they will. As Hook comes in, but it lands on the troll. Not the target that you're looking for. Ko getting good heals here as well, as they do bring the troll in once again. Taking a lot of damage, but there is the Baron. Meanwhile, Voidal going low. Will be finished off here by Freeze. They're actually doing well in this fight here, Ninjas in Pajamas. Are they going to get another one? No. Ko flashes out to the backside. Yarn on the target, and look at the speed of Zoro in there with the teleport and those home guard boots. Ko is super low. There's the slow on Tianan. There's the shutdown. They can keep going. Flash from Freeze. He's going to take out Ko here as well. Takes the lantern back as well. And that is a 3-for-1.
Now the rest of Cloud9 are trying to get some more map presence. There are minions pushing the bottom wave. Febivent has got himself into the base. He's going to set his sights on the inhibitors. He should be able to get one easily. And a back away, doesn't want to give up more. That speed that Zoro had wasn't even home guard. That was just his ultimate plus the coin. Now he's running, still has his teleport available. So if NIP can get 1 or 2 more kills, they may even be able to play the map if they decide to. That's a flash killer, Lance.
Wow. That is ridiculous damage, but Febivent turns it around. Intervention's not going to save you there, I'm afraid. That's 4 men dead. Look, Annie's up in 15, but they've only got Odo Amne. NIP might be able to do it.
Well, we'll see what they can do. There are minions on the bottom wave. There are super minions pushing through middle. So it's going to make life a little more difficult for Ninjas in Pajamas. We need to see when Freeze gets to this tower. Nukeduck is doing a good job of killing his turrets, but it's taking a little bit longer than NIP wanted. They should be able to get the inhibitor and back away. Tower's now going to fall. Still 3 members of Cloud9 dead.
What a game this one is turning out to be. That inhibitor will fall here. What will Ninjas in Pajamas do? They've got minions down on the bottom side. It makes sense. Go for that bottom minion turrets, but the respawns are coming in. It'll leave 4 men alive for Cloud9, and to be honest, Ninjas in Pajamas might be comfortable with that.
Cloud9 cannot defend this. Even with 4 members alive, there is too much damage from the rest of NIP. Freeze has sold his boots, and he's picked up a Zephyr as his 6th item. The reason that fight was won for Ninjas in Pajamas is because all of the ultimates were unavailable for Cloud9 Eclipse. Subjugate had been used, the intervention had been used, and all Freeze did is stood at max range with Fishbones, the rocket launcher, hitting critical hit after critical hit, thanks to that Fancy Dancer and Infinity Edge, and allowed NIP to get themselves back into this game, and arguably now in control of the game.
Well, they've had the gold lead pretty much the entire time. That's the interesting thing about this one. Cloud9 had bullied them back, had taken down 2 inhibitors. Only the bottom lane still has that inhib turret left standing. And 52 minutes into this match. This is what we were hoping for here from the Challenger final. We weren't quite sure what to expect, but this is what we were hoping for. Extremely close match here in game 1. And
yes,
it's a best of 3, so we've got maybe 2 more to come after that.
We can only hope for 3 50-minute epics like this. I have to admit the mid-game was slow, and that is because of the compositions that these teams have put together, and we are now once again going to be in the exact same situation we have been previously. Cloud9 are looking for a place where they can catch NIP off guard. They're playing the Death Bush game right now. Ninjas in Pajamas so far have got themselves quite tightly grouped up, but there are 2 Guardian Angels on the side of NIP, which is very important to note. Cloud9 want resets, and you can't get resets if you've got the GA. So, just leap to safety. That was a little brave, in my opinion. And look at the movement speed there just from Winston. Zoro has gone in on Cloud9. This could be the fight.
He's going in for this one. Odo Amne actually taking a lot of damage from the backside as well. He stood on the choppers. They've hooked him in. They can finish him off here if they wanted to. But there goes Tibbers down into the rest of the team. The shutdown comes down. Ninjas in Pajamas are losing men. There is the Guardian Angel popped of Shaka. They'll wait around and they'll kill him straight off from that one. That is going to be 2 kills for 1.
For the first time this game, Freeze is way out of position during the course of a fight. The Tibbers did come in. I think that's just the bear running around. There he is. In the fight, Boydell once again with a great stun in the middle of the team fight. And Freeze needed to be further back. Once Cloud9 threw down the shield and just committed to the fight, Odo Amne and Co managed to find him, kill Freeze, and instantly Ninjas in Pajamas realized they didn't have enough damage from the rest of their positions, and they tried to get away. Luckily though, Super Minions have actually grabbed the first Nexus turret against Cloud9.
This is absolute madness, this game. I'd like to actually just look at Nukeduck for a second, because I think I just saw some pretty astonishing numbers on that. 738 AP.
That is why Febiven just got popped earlier. You get the Glitter Lance, plus the damage from Help Picks, plus the Lich Bane proc. And that is just going to melt. But there's a couple seconds between each of those combos. So, you know, if you can focus Nukeduck in that small period of time where you can get Febiven and Ko to jump on him, you may actually be able to take him down. But as it stands, both teams, 90,000 gold on the board. You're hitting peak damage, peak survivability for everybody. And whoever just gets caught out basically dies.
NIP moving again towards this top side. Only Zoro going to show himself. We seem to be in a bit of a repeat of how that last fight all got kicked off, with people hiding in different bushes trying to catch each other out of things. We should mention, though, that Guardian Angel of Xaxus is down and out if they should fight now.
Ko, however, has his available. So that is also very important to note. Somebody like a Kha'Zix who can, you know, go down, allow his teammates to get a kill, come back up, and then continue casting spells is very key. At this stage in the game, you touched on the fact that Lulu's got that 720 ability power. I just quickly looked at it, a plus 100% move speed on Whimsy. On a W, because of the scaling utility, basically doubles your move speed. Of course, there is diminishing returns to be factored in. Right now, NIP, they caught Ko, didn't commit. Cloud9 still trying to defend the tower.
Inhibitor has now respawned there in the bottom lane for Cloud9. They're trying to catch in on towards Ko, but he speeds away from that one. That middle and bottom Inhibitor, of course, they're open there. We've almost got the mirror image bases going on right now, with just the top lane left alive for Cloud9 Eclipse and the bottom lane Inhibitor turret alive for Ninjas in Pajamas, and they're so both very, very wary of going in. We're almost 1 hour into this matchup.
Ko was trying to wait in the wings. He was trying to flank, and now Shaka is a little bit overextended. Ninjas in Pajamas are kind of split up. If Cloud9 can get a good engage on somebody, this could be their moment, but the fact of the matter is Cloud9 were a little bit split up there as well. NIP cannot afford to be caught out. We see Freeze going in. This is the start of the fight.
Ko jumps in there. Shaka is going to decoy away to the backside. Zoro taking a lot of damage. The hook actually lands onto Oda under there. They don't have Lulu, but Lulu is coming down. It's going to come in from the side of this Nukeduck. Moves around there. Can he take anyone out? Ko not taking masses of damage there from that one. Shaka's gone in with the Cyclone. Tibbers is already down. Shaka is going to fall. That's going to be the first kill here coming out for Cloud9. Can they get any more? Intervention comes down. Zoro, he's very, very low from this one. Decides to skip away from the Lantern, and I think NIP is going to walk away. Baron's live right now. We might see that fight in Fight and fall. That's the word.
Nukeduck managed to get the tower. During the course of the Fight and fall in the mid lane, Nukeduck got the top inhibitor turret. So there are only Nexus turrets standing for Cloud9. We did see Nukeduck coming in from the side of the fight, but it was too late. Well, this might be a backdoor. Zoro is going to try go for Inhibitor. Oh, they've caught Mithy!
They've caught Mithy out, but who cares about Mithy? Let's have a look at the Inhibitor, because they are pushing through that one right now, and it looks like Cloud9 might try and go for this one. Are we going to have the base race going on? The Inhib has fallen, but Cloud9 are charging down the mid lane, and I think with Kale and with Lucian there, they can probably win out from this one. Double recalls coming in from the Cloud9 base. There is a zap landing onto Ku. Inhibitor goes down. Super Mega Death Rocket only lands onto Oda Amna. They may try and finish this one off. Ko taking a big burst out there from Nukeduck, but he doesn't go down. He still has his GA.
There is so much pressure on Ninjas in Pajamas right now. They've got 3 members, but there are 2 GAs. Both Freeze and Zoro need to be taken down twice in order to be killed. Nukeduck is going to continue trying to slow down the members of Cloud9. They're low on mana. Their cooldowns aren't necessarily available, and as it stands, Cloud9 get away, but that was the makings of a base race. Zoro teleported in to get that Inhibitor. Now, Cloud9 setting up, is that as a Death Bush? Baron's up. They're going to try bait it. We've seen this already. They're actually starting Baron.
They're starting Baron, and I tell you what, Baron is not going to last long here. We need to be very careful. Down to 4,000 HP already. Down to 1,200. It will be Cloud9 to pick that one up. Shaka's in the middle of them. He uses his ultimate. There's his Guardian Angel. He just came back up after this, but it won't mean that he gets away from it. Ku will pick up that kill. They got the Baron. What's next? Cloud9 going home for a shopping trip.
That was a 4 versus 1. Mithy was not in the fight. He was at the base, so we didn't have a death sentence. We didn't have a box. There was no flame. Shaka attempted to steal, but he didn't even get his smite off. Once again, Xaxus not landing the smites. He lost a dragon earlier. He didn't succeed in the steal this time around. And even though he had the GA and the wild growth with his Cyclone, Cloud9 didn't really care. NIP had decided to back away from that fight, and we're just going to hit the pause button for 1 more minute.
We're approaching 100,000 gold on either side of the map. It's 10-8 in turrets. Inhibitors, well, all of Cloud9's inhibitors are open. There's one turret left guarding that bottom lane for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Cloud9 are now pushing. They're the ones with Baron on. Are they going to try and utilize that here to finish the game?
20 seconds before Xaxus comes up. If Cloud9 want to engage, it's going to be probably Voidal once again starting it. Using the coin into going to a Tibbers is the best way to do this, but they've got to get through the Guardian Angels of NIP. Now Oduam is going to start this one. Subjugate hasn't been burned yet, so we're not convinced the fight's going to happen, and it's just this dance, waiting for the first bit of CC to connect. Cloud9 get the inhibitor and back away.
Oduam is down to half HP though. They might fancy their chances from this one. Super Mega Death Rocket goes through. There's Ku diving into the middle of them. Who's the damage source going to come from? It's Xaxus that dives in there. Ku going to take a lot of damage. He has that Guardian Angel though, so he's coming back into play in just a second. Freeze is there at the front. They've caught out Oduam, but he's super tanky. He won't be able to walk off for now. Hyanan actually being burst down by Nukduk, who sadly for him doesn't have the mana to finish off. But is he going to be able to finish off? I may be telling a lie. The GA is popped. Myth is going to wait here, playing backwards a little early there on the back, and Hyanan gets the kill. He's got lifesteal. He's having to go at Mythy. Can he finish him off? Yes, he can. Double kill for Hyanan. Insane.
The brains behind everything. Hyanan manages to grab himself a double kill after coming up from the Guardian Angel. Mythy throws out the death sentence half a second too early. It didn't get the root. It didn't lock him down. Now the rest of Cloud9, they got the inhibitor in the top lane. There are super minions in the middle lane, and Ninjas in Pyjamas are scrambling to defend. Febiven is picking a fight with Freeze, but he's got to get through that GA.
He's got to get through that GA and through the damage that Freeze can throw his way. That's a nice intervention. There comes the zap. He gets the slow. He should be able to finish this one off here. Doesn't have mana to keep going through. Febiven is getting away from this one. Freeze decides not to keep going, but we've got super minions running into the base now.
Freeze has sold his Zephyr and repurchased boots. He grabbed himself another set of Berserker's Greaves, this time around with the Furor upgrade to get that movement speed while chasing. And it's very interesting because the one fight that NIP lost was when Freeze was caught. He's valuing the mobility right now. Cloud9 backed away. The rest of NIP defending the Nexus turrets. Everyone's going to respawn, and we're going to do this all over again.
Whew. What a game. I cannot believe how close and amazingly interesting this one is. Look at the goal. Both teams over 100,000. We're over an hour into the match. We're tied on kills at 20 apiece, 10-8 in turrets, and it's just game one of a best of 3.
It's mind-boggling. I think Cloud9, both teams actually have made good plays and have made misplays when it comes to getting caught up, when it comes to these team fights. And the only thing that has really sort of been consistent is that Cloud9 have had control of the map for longer than Ninjas in Pyjamas have. Cloud9 have got more inhibitors down over the course of the fight. They've had super minions pushing into NIP's base. NIP has always been playing defensively, but that's because of the composition of NIP. They're not necessarily the strongest at setting up a fight because the only initiation they have is the death sentence. Now, Cloud9, they've gone all in. Hyanan went very aggressive under that tower. They've got the last inhibitor turret, and they're on to the third final inhibitor now for Ninjas in Pyjamas.
Yeah, but they're scared of it, and there is the coin pop. They're going to go chasing in from this one. There is the Cullen going back onto them, but Voidal taking tons of damage from Freeze. They have to back away here. The support is too low. There goes the Super Mega Death Rocket. Doesn't have enough damage. They back away. NIP have got to push the waves out once again.
Yeah, Cloud9 got the last remaining turret, so all entrances to Ninjas in Pyjamas base are now available to them. They only have to get to those Nexus turrets. NIP cannot afford to overextend. If Ninjas in Pyjamas go past their red and blue bus and so much as sneeze in the wrong direction, Cloud9 can easily backdoor, grab themselves inhibitors, and potentially the game. Instead, Cloud9 have grouped up. They think they've got Zoro a little bit out of position. Oh, that hook was so close to Ko. He's been dropped low by that Glitzerlance, and again, Cloud9 looking for an opening, looking for an initiation.
He's got no Guardian Angel here. That is down at the moment for Ko. Everyone else has their Guardian Angel. available to them though. So just to keep that one in mind, and probably the danger and why Cloud9 are thinking, you know, we need to be a little bit more careful about this one when he doesn't have that up for himself.
Cloud9 need to be even more careful than Ninjas in Pajamas, because if Cloud9 lose 1 or 2 members in and around this area of the map, and Nukeduck is able to interrupt everybody else from getting back to their base, you could see Zoro teleporting to the backlines, teleporting to a minion that maybe pushes towards Cloud9's side of the base and could grab himself an inhibitor. I think that's what Ninjas in Pajamas need to try and do to wrestle some map presence back. As it stands, NIP, once again, they're staying even, they're winning fights. I mean, as far as every metric is concerned, it looks close, but it's not been NIP in control.
Baron is coming up here in 45 seconds as well. You see the NIP pushing this mid lane straight back out there. Hyanin going to have a bit of a dig at Zoro, and actually they're going to catch Zoro completely out from this one. He may go down. No, he comes in, Wild Growth goes down. Who's going to jump in there? Cyclone comes back, Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't finish anyone off. Shaka going low, but all the damage goes to his decoy. He gets himself over the wall, but there is Ko diving in again. They actually pop the talisman, start to back away. The hook flashed away from as well. Crazy stuff, no one dies.
Zoro was so close to going down, he had to burn everything to stay alive. That was also great escape from Shaka. Realizing he was about to get killed, so he throws a ward down and uses his Nimbus strike over to the Wraith camp, allowing himself to get out cleanly. Now, Ninjas in Pajamas feeling that they're more confident, they're going to try and siege up this inhibitor. Cloud9 have already recalled. Ko has got himself full HP. Look down the ultimate. There's nothing really available for Cloud9 with the exception of intervention. They're going to pick this fight. Ko's gone in!
Here comes the party as Ko dives in. He actually gets his GA pops here though. The hook brought him right down and they were able to finish him off. Can they actually kill him? No, Mithy dies at the backside. Shaka gets a Wild Growth onto him. Freeze gets his GA pop. This is not good for Ninjas in Pajamas. There is a kill on Freeze. 3 men down. It's 5 versus 2 right now. Surely Cloud9 can do this one. Why have they gone back in? I think they know that this one's over. Zoro gets his Guardian Angel pop. But as he comes back up, they're going to throw everything at him once again, and they will be able to finish him off here. It's going to take a while. Ranquin's coming in there as well. He is still running away from this one. Massive flow, and actually, you know what? Screw it. He's still alive. Zoro gets away from that. They're going to both recall, but Cloud9 are pushing. They've got minions on the inhib already.
There's no ways that these 2 members of Ninjas in Pajamas can defend against 4 members of Cloud9. Cloud9 are going to try get to the inhibitors. We'll see if they siege down the Nexus turrets. There are a lot of minions to work with as they grab the first inhibitor in the siege. The rest of Cloud9 are now grouped up, and Zoro and Nukeduck have to do a monumental task of defending. Let's see how they do.
20 seconds is what they've got to hold on for. Nukeduck actually going to use his Sonya's there. Febiven used the intervention on himself, and I think this is going to be the game here. We do see Febiven go down, but they're focusing the Nexus. It's finished off. Cloud9 Eclipse make up game number 1 after 67.5 minutes. My God, was that fantastic.
Non-stop action in the late game. Once these teams decided to commit to objectives, they went all in, and they went in all in multiple times. The look of happiness on the faces of Cloud9 was immense, and if you look at Ninjas in Pajamas, the weakness was there. They had no clear initiation. They didn't necessarily have the strongest wave clear, and once Cloud9 got up to the turrets, it made their lives very difficult.
It was a tough one to cast there as well. So much action, so much back and forth. When you were approaching 70 minutes, you know it's going to be a good game anyway. 22-23 finished in kills. Just want to point out the gold here as well, just for interesting times. Ninjas in Pajamas, 109,000.1. On the other side, 109.3 after 67 minutes of the game. That is just so ridiculous.
The control that Cloud9 garnered by grabbing towers and inhibitors is what allowed them to actually win this game.
Yeah.
Every single time a team fight was won by either team, it was only Cloud9 that could actually convert it to objectives. Ninjas in Pajamas got a lot of towers, please don't get me wrong, but as the game went on, they'd win one team fight and grab 3 towers and inhibitor. Then win one team fight and sneak an inhibitor. And in this situation, it was just earlier the inhibitors were being grabbed by Cloud9, and it was a very dramatic game.
Well, guys, we've got to take a quick break so I can resupply my oxygen. But when we return, it's time for the second game in tonight's Challenger Finals. And if it's anything like that last one, it's going to be damn good. So, the rematch between Cloud9 Eclipse and Ninjas in Pajamas is coming right up, right after this.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back as I am joined here by Jed, the manager for Cloud9 Eclipse. Whew! Tell me about that game one, being on the sidelines and not being able to talk to your teams. It was incredibly close. How do you think they did?
I think they did pretty good, actually. Our early game was decent. We had trouble in the past in our scrims. We didn't do very well. So I'm pretty proud of them. It was a bit of a roller coaster, actually. But yeah, we managed to get the first game, so.
Yeah, it was incredibly close. Tell me a little bit about strategy going into this one. A Renekton ban, not so common. Is 0-0 what you identify as the main threat on NIP?
Well, he's definitely one of the best players, and we didn't want him to play Renekton, basically. We had our analyst, Charlie, working a lot on that. And yeah, Renekton ban was the best thing we could do to stop him.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell me a little bit about the history with these guys. They come from apples to sour. How much talent do you think is in this lineup? Obviously a lot as you chose them. How has it been working with them?
It's been working out pretty good. Like, when we started the team, we wanted to have the best mechanical players. And yeah, we got these 5 guys now, and they're doing pretty good, actually. I'm pretty proud of them.
So a big thing, obviously, is that they've been playing online a lot. Now they come offline. You as a manager, have you stepped in to maybe coach them when it comes to the offline portion?
Not really. Violet is doing a lot with his experience. And yeah, they're doing pretty good, even though it's their first time.
What's the last advice you can give them going into this next game?
Don't fuck up early game. Or I'm not allowed to say that, maybe.
That's okay. Don't mess up early game. Thank you very much. And now back to Joe and Quickshot for game 2.
Thank you very much, Shox. And, well, don't mess up. The early game is exactly what he said there. Don't let your ears play tricks on you. But what a game. I'm not sure how we can possibly follow that one, to be honest.
No, you really can't. I would like to see both teams picking up initiation, personally. It wouldn't drag out to
helped.
65 minutes, but yes, I think that's the only constructive criticism I can give to both of these teams.
Well, with one more win in this one, Cloud9 will be able to walk away with the first Challenger title and earn the #1 seed in the second Spring Series.
Yeah, and as we've already touched on, it was an incredible back and forth game. 21 towers went down. Each team had more than 100k gold, as you already said. Ninjas in Pajamas, they had a slow start. It turned around in the mid-game once Nukeduck had that Lich Bane and actually had way more burst than even I was anticipating. He picked up a quadra kill on Lulu. I'm still not convinced it's a super strong pick. Yes, it had damage, but didn't really win team fights. I'm not entirely convinced.
Would something else after 67 minutes maybe have had a little bit more for them in that one? But we have to say that Cloud9 didn't go quietly into a game 1 loss thought. And, you know, they really staged that comeback thanks to some really amazing traps that were set up across places. And Nukeduck walked into it once. The second time it happened, they kind of checked with the lantern and got rid of a pink ward, but, you know, kind of just walked in anyway.
Truthfully, the reason that those bush ganks actually worked is because of the vision that Cloud9 had given themselves. They had 3 or 4 sweeping lenses. They completely controlled what Ninjas in Pajamas were seeing, and it worked in their favor. And somebody you have to highlight is Hyanin. He had some massive plays. He was part of the reason that prevented Ninjas in Pajamas coming back up. He got that double kill after resurrecting with his Guardian Angel. And somebody else that we also need to talk on is the jungler of Ko. I think he stole a dragon, which was good. He secured Baron under pressure from Shaka's steal. And even though his Kha'Zix didn't necessarily get a lot of resets and a lot of kills in the team fights, he was enough of a threat to be focused, which afforded the rest of his team time to get the kills.
So as we move on towards Champion Select here, are we going to see anything different when it comes to bans?
I think you have to ban Trundle. I think this time around, Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be on the red side. So they have the potential to leave 1 or 2 big picks open and see what does Cloud9 favor. They can grab a Thresh, they can grab a Trundle, but then it leaves the other picks for Ninjas in Pajamas to grab up. On the same token, now that NIP's on the red side, the pressure might be on them to ban out Kassadin.
To ban out the Kassadin in that one. And I'm almost surprised that Kayle got through. We were actually talking about what is maybe going to happen at the start of this one. And in terms of the bans, we were almost expecting a Kayle ban because of the fact that both of these mid laners love their assassins.
I want to call out Nukeduck for what I'm going to theorize is we predicted the Kayle. We know they like the assassins. We know that Kayle can do very well against assassins.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I wonder if Nukeduck's decision-making was, I'm not going to play an assassin because it's going to be difficult against the Kayle. I'll pick the Lulu. It can do well. I can kill, before the intervention or after the intervention once you're slowed from Glitter Lance. He did the same thing against KMT. He picked Riven into Kayle, said, I can beat it. Maybe Nukeduck doesn't actually know the counter to Kayle because it didn't work out then, it hasn't worked out here.
Well, there's so many questions to be answered after that one. A 67-minute game where both teams got over 100,000 gold. I don't think it could have started any more brilliant, but as you mentioned, there was a big lack of initiation there to the point where they were literally having to set up traps an hour into the game to try and catch the other team off.
When your only initiation is a flash Tibbers from Annie, you're lacking that side of your team comp. You're lacking that tool to make use of. We're just quickly recreating the lobby, guys, so we should have Game 2 in this Best of 3 series underway in a short while. And I wonder if maybe picking up a jungle that's a little clearer with initiation, like a Vi, for example, or maybe even going for a Leona as a support, as opposed to that Thresh and that Annie, might be an easier way to make things happen. Because as we've seen in these fights, like they went back and forth, you had to throw all in, everybody died all the time, and that's why we had this extremely extended game, because there was never a clear, I commit, I win, I push down.
Yeah, I think you're right with the Trundle ban there as well, just to kind of touch back onto that one. I mean, we saw exactly how tanky Dr. Mundo got in there, but that really plays just straight into the likes of Trundle's hands. And honestly, both top laners in that game were pretty fantastic. So it wouldn't surprise me to see that one. We also saw Riven just not even touched anywhere amongst that one because, you know, when we look through the last games that they did play, Riven was banned out every single time against Febiven in the mid lane.
And it's quite interesting to see whether or not they want to actually run for that matchup. You know, Ninjas in Pajamas have a lot of tools available to them, and if they want to maybe go for an assassin this time around, it might work in their favor.
So Thresh banned out, Renekton banned out, LeBlanc taken away there as well for Cloud9, or by Cloud9. And Ninjas in Pajamas now with 2 more to go. Kassadin's still not gone, but there is the Kayle ban.
So Cloud9 have not adjusted their pick ban strategy just yet. It's the same 2 bans as the previous game. Removing Lulu this time around means that Cloud9 really didn't like dealing with Nukeduck's Lulu. I'm a bit confused because now all of the assassins are still available, and as you see, you know, Cloud9 have put some priorities on that Elise.
Well, the final ban was Kassadin being taken out there. What a surprise. Left the Elise open. Will be locked straight in there for Cloud9. On the other side, Ninjas in Pajamas weren't messing around and wasting any time in there either, and in fact have picked up Zed and Mundo.
So Mundo again. Trundle is still available. That's an insta-lock Riven now from Febiven. So what Cloud9 have already got is the potential to run the same matchup. The Trundle did very well in lane. He held even, actually beat Zorozero's Mundo with the help of some ganks from Ko. So Oduwamne has this option available to him. Over on the other side, I'm very happy seeing the Zed in Nukeduck's hands. Because Nukeduck is on a champion, he can make plays, he can get things done with. His laning phase, however, is going to be very difficult against Riven. The low level, you know, levels 1 to 3, Riven is going to have more tools available to her to duel Zed, and if Riven can get ahead early, it's going to be near impossible for Zed to actually kill Riven with that deathlock.
We also see there the Vi coming down for Xaxus. Now we know that he loves a bit of Vi, loves a bit of Elise. Pretty much everyone who plays jungle likes to play Elise and Vi, but that is one of Xaxus' strong points. We'll also see Lucian this time around for Freeze.
So swapping out as opposed to the Jinx, going to be a little less damage but a little more utility, and I quite like this. Being able to dash away from some of the CC that Cloud9 will be putting down is a smart move. The one thing that we're not seeing from Cloud9 once again is a clear initiation strategy. So in this time around, we've got the Vi on the side of NIP, and they're going to be able to pick fights as and where they want to.
Well, the final picks were just locked in over for both teams, in fact, and it was Cloud9 who added the Trundle in there. So there'll be Trundle, Elise, Riven, Jinx, and Annie. Other side, the final pick actually coming down was Leona, so that will be added into the rest of the team.
If I'm going to be honest, the Cloud9 composition is not much different from their previous game. They are very reliant on landing one little bit of CC, you know, getting the stun from Annie, maybe a cocoon this time around from Elise, which will go a long way to helping Cloud9 engage, but they basically just want to run at you the whole time. But instead of having magic damage from Kayle, you're going to have physical damage from Riven. I see the same strengths and weaknesses in Cloud9's composition. Ninjas in Pajamas, however, they've taken a big dose of Shoutcaster advice, and they went for the champions that we talked about. They've got now clear engage, they're going to struggle in lane, that Lucian Leona is going to have a difficult time against Annie Jinx until 6. And then you hit 6, you all in Annie, you all in Jinx, whoever you catch dies.
In theory.
In theory.
In theory,
In
yeah.
theory.
In practice, it often works out a little bit differently to that one. But don't forget, if you're just joining us, well, you just missed the cracker, I'm afraid. 67 minutes in, game number 1 going over to Cloud9. And if they win this one, they're the champions.
Yeah, they managed to grab themselves that first place title as well as those 9 challenger points, working towards the playoffs at the end of the second Challenger Series. And of course, whoever wins those playoffs, top 3, then gets to fight for a spot in the LCS. So this is funneling the next teams who are going to be challenging the bottom 3 teams in the LCS.
And great to see how equally matched they are at this top level. I mean, both of them have only lost 1 map in the 2 best-of-3s that they played before this one, and that one single match actually came in for Ninjas in Pyjamas in their first one, so they've had 4 on the bounce. Cloud9 lost game 2 against Pulse, but both of them just showing that they really are at the top right now and that they're level. We're going into game number 2, though. Let's see how this one all works out.
So the laning phase, I think, is going to be very, very, very important for Cloud9. Because of the fact that they have stronger lanes in every single one of them. Trundle should be able to bully Mondo, Riven should be able to bully Zed, and Jinx and Annie should be able to bully Freeze and Mithy, in conjunction with the fact that Shaq is going to need a lot of time to hit level 6. Vi needs to get that Assault and Battery before she has terrifying ganks. Means that Cloud9 must make use of these first 10 to 15 minutes in the laning phase.
So, will we see anything here at level 1? We didn't see much in that last game. In fact, it was quite a slow starter. We saw a lot of farming up there. And, well, the mid-game, I suppose, so to speak, although I guess we could call it the late game for what it really was that lasted about 30 minutes at least from that one. But we're going to be seeing Nukeduck back on Zed. We know exactly what he's capable of with that one. We talked about Riven, that it wasn't banned, wasn't picked in game number 1, but it suits Fairviven, it's his main champion, and he's going to have the chance to show it against this Zed from Nukeduck.
And I think it's a good matchup for Fairviven. You know, he traded pretty evenly with the Nukeduck's Lulu in the previous game. Cloud9 decided to ban that Lulu for this particular match. And we're seeing slightly more standard mid laners, if I can even use that term. But like I said, there's a lot of pressure on Fairviven to get ahead of Nukeduck early. If he falls behind and if Nukeduck can, you know, get some good harass, get good poke down, maybe Nukeduck can grab control of the lane, which I think he's going to try to look for.
So we're talking about, you know, he said Annie, Jinx going to have the better of the early game here against Ninjas in Pyjamas, but we're actually seeing Cloud9 instigating a lane swap up here and sending their duo to the top side.
I wonder if this isn't a little bit of a psych out. I wonder if Cloud9 maybe anticipated a lane swap from Ninjas in Pyjamas, and that's why they were putting their duo top. We'll have to see if they try to avert that. Alternatively, if Cloud9 want to try and get an early tower, and then start rotating their duos to the mid and you know, play the map game, that could also work in their favor. You're never going to get as much tower pressure from a melee champion like Leona in comparison to the range of Annie.
See how that one all works out from there. This mid lane, Fairviven versus Nukeduck. Obviously playing 2 very different champions this time around. It was a Lulu versus Kayle matchup last time as Fairviven hits level 2, and you saw him already moving forward aggressively on towards Nukeduck, and he's going to continue to put down that pressure onto him.
Yeah, the stun just missing Nukeduck though, so couldn't get any additional auto attacks down onto Nuke, so Nuke gets away scot-free from a level 2 little poke, but Fairviven's waiting for 3. Generally, when you see Rivens having all 3 abilities, QW and E, available, then they can start poking and getting in there. We actually see Zoro using his teleport very early on, and also look that Odoamne also has teleport. He wants to maybe play that roaming game or play the map just a little bit more.
Are we going to see a 3-man dive coming in? Actually, Co is all... No, they saw him there. They saw the back end of his Spiderlings, I think, just headed off around the corner as that ward came in. So Zoro's already backed away. He knows that his jungle is compromised there, and as such, they're bringing Shaka up to try and help them defensively on that one. You can see that Cloud9, they're going to be happy with how that is. That's a good cocoon coming out max range from Co. Gives them even more time to hammer away on the tower.
Now, we do see the Ninjas in Pyjamas look like they're performing a lane swap. They're going to try and defend this tower. They do not want Cloud9 to get ahead early with those kills. Oh, they've got Shaka!
They've gone in there. Shaka goes down. First blood That was a very strange scenario. They need to be careful here, though. Ko is very low. There is the stun coming in. Zenith Blade misses from Mithy. Ko does get slowed, though. Will jump up there. Goes back to the minions, which actually I think means a kill for Zoro here. But Zoro himself going super low. One more will do it. Hyanon, no! Can't finish it off. Exhausted takes the tower hits. And now Freezer's coming in. Zenith Blade lands onto him. Can they follow through? Good damage out of Freezer. Hyanon still running back from this one. He does have barrier and he does have flash, so he should be able to survive. He uses them both, gets back to the tower, and he will live just about.
So first of all, Mithy manages to save the life of Zoro Zero by exhausting the last auto attack from Hyanon. Now Nukeduck's getting port.
HP. It's getting port. It just makes that lane more fun. Half HP taken away there by Febiven. Crazy start to this game. It's almost we started where we left off in that last game, which is definitely fine by me. I'd rather see a bit more of an action-packed laning phase to what we saw last time. So in the end, actually, we get both duos in the top lane now. The top laners going down towards the bottom to face off, but look at that CS discrepancy there. Because of those switches, Odo Amne's had a massive lead.
You have stolen the words out of my mouth, Mr. Miller, and the one thing that has also helped Zoro Zero is that he got the kill. He managed to pick up that kill in the top lane, so he's going to be at least even on gold. He also has double buffs. Now, Freeze has been stunned by Voidal, and we see Ko coming in.
Oh, the Spider's on his way up to this one. Can they actually get in? There is the repel. Where's the cocoon? It goes straight down the middle of them. Freeze actually going to take a lot of damage. Stun comes in. Barrier used. Are they going to dive? No, they're not.
Now that's very smart. Mithy had actually charged the shield of Daybreak, so if anyone from Cloud9 had stepped further forward, Mithy was going to smack them in the face, stun them under the tower, and that would have made their lives difficult. We talked about how important the opening 10 to 15 minutes were going to be for Cloud9. They have stronger lanes, they have very good champions at these early stages, and you see they're trying to make it work. Ko has made a couple of ganks in this top lane, has got summoner spells and a kill under his belt, so it's working, but very importantly, Ninjas in Pajamas have held onto this tower.
Poking a lot there, though, on towards Freeze. Ko now headed down towards that mid lane. We'll see. We know
comes Ko from behind.
Yeah, we know how good Nukeduck is, though, and is he going to be able to get away? There's a cocoon. You can't be so slippery with that up. He's going to put the death mark down. Ko goes into the repel, and that means that Nukeduck here may die. He goes back to the shadows, and he's completely fooled him.
That was brilliant! Nukeduck throws down the death mark as Ko starts the repel, so he takes a little trip with him, and then because the death mark shadow is sitting in the middle of the lane, as they chase him towards the river, Nukeduck gets out. That's why I like seeing him on an assassin, on a playmaking champion, because you're not going to have the ability to do that with Lulu. Now, Shaq at level 4, not a lot of gank potential because there's not as much CC from him unless you combo with Leona. Trying to make something happen, decides to back away.
Such an interesting start to this one, and again, Hyanon sticking it up there in that top lane. Going to hang around for that, and Double Doran's Blade actually coming out at the start for free, so we'll see how that one actually comes in. We've got the Relic Shield actually picked up by Voidal here at the start, added into his Doran Shield.
So it's the second time we've seen the Relic Shield, if I recall correctly. He did it in the previous game as well, and it's something that Vanda has actually spoken out from, saying that if he's in a lane where there's not much poke potential, and he's not going to get harassed down, he doesn't need the stats of the Doran Shield, so he opts to go for the Relic instead. It could be a very similar decision here from Voidal.
Back into mid lane, Febiven actually has the damage down, and Nukeduck going to be knocked again towards that half HP range. Febiven looking confident here and comfortable. 63 CS, yeah, okay, there it is, 63 CS to the 56 currently of Nukeduck's Zed.
And it's going to be very difficult for Nukeduck to actually get a kill on Febiven without some assistance from Shaka. However, once Shaka grabs level 6 and gets that Assault and Battery, if you combine Assault and Battery, the CC in conjunction with the shadows from Zed and his death mark, it should be a fairly simple kill on that Riven. We'll just need to see where Shaka decides to gank. He has his ultimate available, and he set his sights on the fairly low level Hyanon and Voidal. That's 5 and 4. There's no Solar Flare from Mithy just yet, so we'll see. Charging Vault Breaker doesn't go.
No, doesn't go in for that one. Actually, Voidal had moved forward, doesn't have his stun charged up, so that's something he's going to want to avoid, moving out into a position where they can jump in without any single stun. But honestly, that's just a lot of time that that Shaka is spending now on this top rush without really any results. Just Cloud9 are quite happy to sit back, take all the pressure and farm under their tower.
I think Ninjas in Pajamas do have a team that scales fairly well, but they need to be careful of the Trundle and Riven as the game goes on. Once again, Coach, seeing that Freeze and Myth Euro have extended, started moving to the top lane. Freeze and Myth realizing that they were in a bad position, they back away well in time. They get out cleanly, and Freeze has actually got a small CS lead over Hyonin, partially because of the Relic Shield and Voidal, and also partially because the ganks have sort of worked out in favor of NIP in terms of getting lane pressure for their AD carry specifically.
Shaka doing the blue buff here. Is he going to take this one, or will that actually be left over for Nukeduck Co moving in there? Actually, they do land the Cocoon. Are they going to dive him? I didn't think so. A little bit dangerous. We've seen how slippery Nukeduck is there, and Shaka actually will get the blue buff for himself. Look at that. Straight on top of a ward. Position pinged out.
Yeah, we do see Ko backing away. You never really want to dive those Zed because he's got the death mark and, as you said, the shadows to hop around. It's going to be very difficult to lock him down. Now, the rest of NIP, they're about 800 gold behind in total. Zoro continues to fall further behind in CS. It's approaching 25 right now. It's actually 26. And Zoro is going to need a lot more time. He's going to need time to scale up. The problem is, Trundle's still going to outscale him. There is no Ignite in this bottom lane. This is going to be quite a difficult dive.
Well, they are going to dive him anyway. Subjugate goes down, and well, Zoro, quite a difficult dive, I was going to say. Wasn't really that difficult of a dive in the end of things. It is going to be Odo Amne that picks that up. Are they going to go Dragon?
Zoro didn't even pop Sadism. I think he realized that he got caught by the pillar and he wasn't going to get away, so he saves it. Now they've turned their attention to Shaka. He's got blue. He's going down.
Oh, he's going very, very low from this one. Can he escape? He flashes over the top. There is the repel from Ko coming in. Can they get the finisher? He's going to dive in. Sinks his fangs in. Ko picks up the kill. Here comes the TP though. Zoro coming around the back. He gets cocooned up. Can they kill him off? He does pop Sadism this time. And now Nukeduck's coming in as well. Nukeduck gets one. Here comes Febivan. I think that's the end of this fight.
Yeah, we do see the kill goes to Nukeduck. He manages to get the blue buff back for his team. And in all of this situation, Zoro just got melted by that sadism, by the subjugate rather. The fact that he saved his ultimate allowed him to make this play. The rest of Cloud9 are trying to get in range now. This is a 4 versus 3. They're going to try and make a play for Dragon. Teleport is not available, so he's in the region, and I think this is going to be difficult if Shaka tries to steal. He does have Smite available. It hasn't been so good so far.
This could be so dangerous. Stun comes down. They force Nukeduck to back off with half HP. There they go in for it, but the Dragon is taken by Cloud9. Will they get away from this one though? Shaka is now coming in. Zenith Blade goes right to the back onto Odo Amne. Can they finish off Voidal though? He's the one that's been focused down. He will be finished off. Zoro gets a kill. It's a kill for a Dragon and a turret.
Yeah, we do see the turret going down. Freeze was being chased by Ko though, and he's taking a lot of damage.
Let's see if he can escape from this one. Ko going to sink those fans in here in just a second. Barrier actually used. Can the Cocoon land? There's a lot of minions around there. Ko chasing him, and Freeze doing a fantastic job. But there's the execute.
Yeah, Ko with those sorceress shoes in the early amp tone was able to get the kill. Ninjas in Pajamas were dancing around Dragon. They did manage to get the top tower, the bottom tower, and a kill for their side. So I think overall, it was a trade they'll be happy with. However, they did also lose Freeze. So now we see Ko, he's got 3, 2, and 1. He's already getting very scary on that Elise. And if he can continue to make ganks and secure kills, it's going to be very difficult for NIP to focus him down, considering how difficult it is to lock an Elise in the fight. I also thought Shaka was going to go for it. He wasn't even in the fight because he had died previously as well. So, unfortunately, wasn't present. Probably why NIP were dancing around the Dragon for so long.
There we see the first turret of the game for Cloud9 Eclipse. That puts them now 1,300 gold in the lead. Couple of items actually coming out. Blade of the Ruin King for both Odo Amne's Trundle and also for Nukeduck Zed right now. On the other side, Riven for Febivan. He's got that Vamp Scepter in there, got himself the BF Sword, as does Hyonin, as well as Freeze.
And we'll see what they decide to do with them. Now that Cloud9 have got one tower down, the tower that they actually swapped their duo lane into first, I almost expect Cloud9 to maybe group up and try force more towers. We see Impala coming in from behind. Assault and Barry's available. Febivan's in trouble.
This is bad news actually for Febivan. He's going to flash away, but there is the Assault and Battery coming down. They've got the damage. Shaka will actually pick up that kill. There's a teleport from Odo Amne. I'm not sure that he's really going to get anything from this one, but with Elise coming in, Shaka goes down. Such great damage. Can they catch Elise? Oh, the pillar comes in. He dodged away from the Cocoon, but look at that damage. There is the ultimate. Here comes Mundo from the side. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't connect. Voidal came around with his stun ready. He does have Tibbers available, but in the end, it's a 1-for-1 trade.
That was a little bit close by Mithy. He was underestimating just how much damage was coming out of Ko and Oda 1 there. With that Blade of the Ruin King and the early magic penetration of Ko, they shredded through Mithy. He did get a good solar flare and managed to survive, but he needs to be a little more careful. If you take another step back, the gank between Xaxus and Nukeduck was actually very intelligent. Xaxus saved his assault and battery until after Febiven had flashed, so he could chase him down and ensure that Febiven didn't get away. So very smart, coordinated thinking there between that duo lane, and it's something they can rinse and repeat. It's something that every time those ultimates are up, it's basically a guaranteed kill because of how much damage they put out and how much CC gets put down.
Uh-oh, Riven. And Elise going towards the top there. Zorzi was like, nah, you're not going to do that. Throws the briefcase in which hit one of the Spidlings, and he will be okay there. Nukeduck, as I mentioned before, that Blade of the Ruin King in for him. Let's talk about, you know, as things progress here, who's going to have the stronger mid game? I mean, Elise for me is very scary now. 4-2-1, haunting guys, sorcerer shoes. We've seen how much damage he's doing already.
I actually favor Ninjas in Pajamas because of the fact that they have Assault and Battery and that they have the Solar Flare. I put a lot of importance on these coordinated team fights where when you say you pick a fight around Dragon, Ninjas and Pajamas are going to be able to zone control, get somebody locked up. They can focus Ko, chase him with Assault and Battery, lock him up with Solar Flare. On the other side, you're reliant on a Flash Tibbers or a Cocoon to connect, and it's just not going to have the same level of effect or guaranteed victory that Ninjas in Pajamas composition has.
No, but if you land them 99% of the time, which obviously is hard to do, then it could change things. Ko actually getting caught out here. We're going to see Nukeduck coming in. Should be able to secure this kill. It will be Xaxus actually that picks it up in the end.
Yeah, I wonder if a little bit of just panic. Didn't want to allow Ko to get away. He did burn the flash as well. Deathmark was not used by Nukeduck. They didn't need it. They had enough damage put down. Was able to shred his armor. Now they are going to set their sights on Febiven. This is the initiation I was talking about. Febiven's in trouble.
Febiven is in trouble. There's 3 men walking his way. Make that 4 because Freeze is off to the side. Solar Flare comes down. Freeze gets the kill. Another great pick for NIP.
That is why we praise and highlight initiation so effectively. If there were a little bit more minions there, Ninjas in Pajamas could have grabbed the tower. They're just going to wait for one more wave. They pick up a kill on Febiven on his main champion, Riven, and a flash stun from Mithy lands the Q, locks up Febiven, and then just chain the CC together. Ninjas in Pajamas grab their 3rd tower of the game, going to back and shop and potentially set up for the next Dragon.
They are 600 gold ahead in this game at this point. As you mentioned about Dragon, that comes up in less than a minute's time. So that could be the next big thing in this game. We see a couple more items coming in. Giant's Belt, the workings of the Sunfire Cape really for Zoro Zero, along with that Spectre's Cowl as well. Other side of the map, Bloodthirst is in for both the AD carry and the mid lane. I
want to also look at how many wards Ninjas in Pajamas have down. If you look across the river and in and around the red buff of Cloud9, Ninjas in Pajamas have got a lot of information to work with. They know the movings, they know the positioning of Cloud9, and it's allowing them to basically go for that dive. It's what enabled them to go for that dive behind the turret. Now, Dragon starting in 15 seconds, it's also going to give them information to work with when they try to re-engage. Freeze is a little bit disjointed from the team, and we do see teleports out for both top lanes, but everybody's so tightly knit and so tightly grouped, it's not even going to be necessary.
Are they going to set up a trap? No, they're not. They're just going to go for it. They are going in there for that Dragon. It's down to half HP already. They are too late for this one. Xaxus coming to the front, but Dragon's being taken. Xaxus getting himself stunned up from that one. Super Mega Death Rock, it won't come in, but Xaxus drops anyway. 1 kill for 1 right now. There is Zed being focused on, but it will go down. That is bad news here for NIP. Mithy's going to fall. Zoro Zero, you're tanky, but not tanky enough, Sunshine. And now they chase after Freeze. Febiven in pursuit of this one. This could be an ace. Good flash from Freeze.
Yeah, he manages to get away from any of the CC that could come down from Cloud9. 4 members of Ninjas in Pajamas go down. They arrived late for the fight. They tried to jump on Cloud9, but they weren't grouped up. Freeze was coming in from the side. The rest of Cloud9 was coming from the top of the river. There was a decent solar flare, but not the strongest. Now Cloud9 grabbed themselves 2 towers as the bottom and middle turrets fall, and Cloud9 regain control. 4,000 gold in the lead.
Xaxus didn't really have an impact in there. They blew him up straight away, and to be honest, Nukeduck, I think only survived as long as he did because of the invulnerability time there of that death mark that he had going on. Just not a good fight for Ninjas in Pyjamas. We'll see how that gold has once again swung the other way. Almost 29.6 thousand as we see here Freezer's last second flash again.
Yeah, it does manage to get away. Just catching a little bit of a mix up on the replay PC there, but yeah, you know, the fight, I think it was poorly decided from Ninjas in Pyjamas. They came in late, they were not grouped up efficiently enough, and I'm never a fan of that split when you've got a priority like Freeze, for example, not in range. Now, ZoroZero's got caught up by the Pillar of Ice.
Yeah, but will they get the kill on him? There is the jump off Cope. Not even going to go for the cocoon there. ZoroZero actually could have come back. He might have thought about that one. But Cloud9, you see the shift here. They're going to go through the enemy jungle. Voidal, importantly, now has his sight stone. Something that he was lacking before that dragon. And the kills coming in. ZoroZero he had been focused on. Goes very low. Mithy actually dives into the middle of them. Odoamne is tanking things up. But here comes Riven. And Mithy is dead.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he sacrificed his life to save ZoroZero. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes up, flies wide, and we talked about how strong Cloud9 were going to be in this early to mid-game stage. All of their champions have hit this peak, and they're onto the inhibitor turret. Mithy's not there, nor is the Solar Flare, and we'll see what impact ZoroZero can have as he's going to join the fight late.
Not messing around here, Cloud9, just bullying their way straight in. They got the tank down healthy, you could see. Although the Super Mega Death Rocket didn't take ZoroZero down, it took him so low that he had to wait longer on the base before he came back out. They couldn't fight for that one. They're going to lose red buff here, along with that inhibitor turret. Will Cloud9 try for anything more?
Now, what Cloud9 are doing very well with this composition, while they lack 5v5 initiation power, while they lack that strong team fight, they have great skirmish ability. All of their champions in the 1v1s, 2v2s do very, very well. So that whole play in the top lane stemmed from the fact that Odoamne and Co were able to catch ZoroZero. They forced him low, forced him back, and because Ninjas in Pyjamas lost a member and they were reacting slowly, Cloud9 could grab a turret without being contested. There was no threat of a Solar Flare, there was no threat of an Assault and Battery because they got rid of the main tank. So as long as Cloud9 can keep getting those skirmishes near to objectives, they can grab the objective as soon as they win the skirmish.
We're touching on a 5,000 gold lead at this point of things. And Ko here going to be able to take his debuff over and over again. That's something we didn't really talk about there, but always good when you've got two champions in your mid lane that can live without it.
Yeah, it's very helpful. You know, manaless on both Nukeduck and Febiven's champions. Nukeduck this time around does have this blue. I think for Zed, maybe a little more impactful because it does give you that energy regen. Febiven, the cooldown reduction is obviously going to be very important to him. As it stands, 2, 2, and 3 on that Riven. He's at very good positioning once these fights have broken out, but I think this particular match, it's all about Ko. It's all about how strong his Elise has been. And in all fairness, Shaka's ganks have been strong, but it hasn't offered the same level of impact that Ko's Elise does.
Odoamne as well. I mean, he's made itemization quite simple for him, really. If you look at the team that they've got there, no magic damage, I'm just going to stack a load of armor.
It's a smart thing to do. I mean, when you've got your Haunting guys already completed on Elise, because your base damages are so high and percentage based, you just look for penetration. You get through all the MR that your opponents have built up, and that's part of the reason Ko was blowing people up during the laning phase. Now that he's got that Warden's Mail and he's working towards a Randian's Omen, it's also going to mitigate the team fight power that NIP has, because once they get in, you know, Zed, Mundo, and Fi, they're melee, they want to run around. I mean, so is Leona. You mitigate their movement speed with that active, and it makes team fights so much more difficult for NIP.
And it doesn't matter how much armor. I mean, it's great for them now that we see armor coming out from Mundo as well, because he'll steal 40% of that away when he puts down his ultimate in there as well. Great position that Cloud9 are currently in, but I have to wonder, because that last game we did have a stale portion of it where neither team could really find an opening to get through things, and we see there Odoamne does not really care about Mithy and the rest of the team now.
NIP were so afraid of that one, they caught Odoamne completely alone. Ninjas in Pyjamas didn't have enough vision elsewhere on the map to know that, however, which is why they didn't commit. If you look at the vision, it's very defensive wards for NIP now, as opposed to fairly aggressive wards from Cloud9. So they stun Odoamne up, nobody else goes in, says, no, that's a Randian's Blade of the Ruin King Trundle, do not want. Now Shaka charging that Vault Breaker. So again, that's a very clear initiation. You see the Shadow just being used for scouting, and NIP are going to try this Dragon fight again. They're 5k gold down. If they go for a straight up 5v5 and don't land everything perfectly, I actually feel like Cloud9 are far enough ahead that they can win a teamfight fairly easily.
Voidal and Yarnan actually sat at the back of this one. They've given the position away there. Co's
good start.
Taken a bit of a blast as well, so he's down to half HP. Let's see if NIP now say, you know what, guys, we can fight for this one. Voidal takes a lot of damage. Dragon has been taken. Do Cloud9 want to fight for it though? Looks like they do. Voidal there at the front. Does have Flash, does have Tibbers. There's a Cocoon onto Zoro0, but they're happy with the Dragon.
Yeah, NIP need to be very, very careful. As we said, if they don't get a 3 or a 4-man solar flare, or they don't get Hyanan dead immediately, the amount of damage from all of the sources of Cloud9 is just too far ahead right now with that 5,000 gold. You compare, you know, Febivin, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, and Brutalizer. He's caught Mithy, we'll see what he can do. Gets Exhaust.
Gets the exhaust from him. That, to be honest, that's a great little fight for him there. Exhaust down, stops it being used elsewhere. Omni does get blasted down by Freeze, who right now has the Bloodthirster Zeal in there. Compare that to his opposite number. Bloodthirster Zeal, but a Last Whisper on top of it as well.
Traditionally, when you pick a Jinx into these types of comps where you've got a Zed and a Vi on the opposing team, if Ninjas in Pajamas hadn't struggled these last 10 minutes, they could just dive Hyanan, throw down that Assault and Battery, throw down the Death Mark, get rid of him. But what Cloud9 have done quite well in the rest of their composition is they've got damage in the mid, damage in the jungle, damage in the top lane. So even if you get rid of Hyanan, you have to go so deep to get to him that you leave the rest of your back line at risk of being killed. So these fights could come down to whoever can kill your opponent's AD carry first, and then just do cleanup duty for the rest of the team.
And they push that top. Let's not forget that the inhibitor turret was already taken away from that lane, which means that inhibitor sits open and quite a juicy target, I think, here for Cloud9, and that's really what got the ball rolling for them in the last one. I mean, the ball rolled very, very slowly, don't get me wrong, but that's what started it all off, getting in there for that inhibitor quite early on as well.
Yeah, and once again, now that we're in this mid-game, now that Ninjas in Pajamas have got more damage and they've scaled a little bit more, you're starting to see how hesitant Cloud9 are to really go for these bigger 5v5s. They didn't really go for the fight in the Dragon Pit. The Cocoon didn't land, so Cloud9 didn't fight. Ninjas in Pajamas, this is a smaller group. This might be a better situation for them to open. Shaka may consider going in. Look for the Solar Flare or the Assault and Battery. That's the only way NFP can stop this. Cocoon is down, and again, Cloud9 going to be very, very careful about this position.
Yarnan in particular, he stepped forward there to go towards the inhibitor, and you see that Shaka immediately, Shaka goes straight towards him to maybe get things started off. Ku's also down by half health, so I don't think feeling so confident right now of Cloud9 that they're going to go for that one. One thing they do have on their side is that they can have complete vision control. They're going to force NIP to work as a unit and try and regain some of that vision in their own jungle.
Yeah, and Cloud9 are also going to suffer from a similar problem that NIP have. Because you've got like melee champions when Elisa's in Spider form with Trundle and Riven, if they dive onto a priority target like Nuke Duck or like Freeze, Mythic can get a very easy solar flare and can really lock them up for a prolonged period of time. So Cloud9 playing it safe, trying to feel it out. Can we get the inhib? Can we poke it low enough? And when they realized it was too risky being clumped up on those stairs, they back out and back out safely. Cloud9 are going to continue looking for a skirmish game. I think they should try to do the split push with Zed, split push with Riven, split push with Trundle, and see if they can win a skirmish, see if they can win a 1v1 or a 2v2, and then go for an objective. That would be the decision that I think Cloud9 should be trying to do.
Well, they've got Trundle and Riven, but they're in the same lane, pushing on mid right now, trying to gain positional advantage here. And to be honest, I think that they've got this one almost for free. Freeze is going to throw out the Cullen. And in there, finally, Ninjas in Pajamas react to this one. We saw Nuke Duck recalling. Turret, though, down to really almost half health just from a couple of auto attacks there out of Yana.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage and he's got fairly good range as well. Ko is hanging out in the wings. A Flash Tibbers or a Cocoon could be the way to go, and Zoro is going to get caught out. The rest of the team hasn't committed just yet. In order to do a tower dive, they need to get a Cocoon or Tibbers on a super squishy target. Zoro's not somebody that Cloud9...
Oh, there it is! There's Tibbers! The Cocoon lands as well! Perfect coming out there for Cloud9. Mitty tries to escape. He'll be finished off by Febivin though. That's 2 for nothing. Tower's going to go down. They may be able to get 2 inhibs if they do it right here.
Yeah, Cloud9 have got enough damage and enough HP to make this work. Febivin was trying to zone them out. Shaka didn't even get to use his Assault and Battery because the fight was over before it began. When you have initiation power like Vi and Leona, if you don't initiate, you can't defend. And right now, Cloud9 played that perfectly, landing the Cocoon, managing to follow it up.
2 inhibitors, as I thought, go down for Cloud9. That leaves them 12-17 kills up. It leaves them almost 10,000 gold in the lead. They are in firm control of this game.
Yes, and they've got the tools that they need to actually close out this game a little bit sooner. Because of the fact that Riven and Elise are so strong in this situation, being 10,000 gold up and having a strong item advantage, if they can get NIP to sit still in the same location, they can just rinse and repeat. Right now, NIP are going very deep. They're trying to pull at Cloud9. They're trying to make Cloud9 come to them. They've got 4 sweeping lenses, and I think Cloud9 are aware of it.
Yeah, judging by the pings, I'd say so. All on top of the NIP heads. Okay, they have Odoamne almost go in there, throws his pillar down, sees the NIP are there. One thing that I did find a little bit strange, that they didn't put a few more wards deeper into the river here so they could see NIP crossing over. They've got one in Baron Pit, so they know if that were to be started off. But look at this, Jinx and Trundle headed down towards the bottom lane. The wave is pushing itself right now.
That is a massive minion wave. Ninjas in Pajamas need to back away because they're going to lose another tower. Cloud9, if they get to this one, Blade of the Ruin King on Odoamne is going to be so strong. Nukeduck has set his sights onto Ko and he might go down.
Yeah, I think he will. He kind of repelled there for the raid, but unfortunately they weren't actually there for him for the taking. But look at this, top turret goes down, and there's your teleport gone, Zoro Zero.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Burns a cooldown, ends up cancelling it just to try and save it. Dragon is up, however. They are going to try and surround NIP. Voidal's going in. He doesn't use Timbers just yet.
Wow, that just single target stun there on towards Nukeduck, but he didn't die there, Nukeduck. Actually, he did. The Ignite finished him off. That's 2 kills. Shaka's going to flash, but Febivin will chase him down for another one. Zoro Zero, honestly, they don't need to care about him. They can push.
This is the game now for Cloud9. They've got their AD carry still alive and at full health. Febivin is on low HP, but look at the super minions. They're in the top of the base. That's a flash from Freeze. NIP have surrendered.
NIP surrender and Cloud9 take it 2-0. Game 1 was a much tougher test for them, a longer test as well, a bit of a marathon game. This one, though, they made it look fairly easy. Once they got into the swing of things, it was all about them.
Unbelievable game. I think, considering the strength of the initiation for Ninjas in Pajamas, they needed to have survived for longer in the early game. They fell too far behind too early on, and it allowed Cloud9 to bully them. And as soon as Cloud9 got those skirmishes with their composition to win, they got objectives down. So very well played. They landed the cocoons they needed to. It was a little bit riskier, relying on the flash timbers, but when Void was hitting them, why not? It worked.
Tell you what, Ko, 16 years old, amazing player there with Elise. He really got that one rolling for them. Top laner Odoamne, 3-0-8 on the Trundle. We wondered if we'd maybe see a ban or at least a switch in pick tactics maybe for Ninjas in Pajamas. As it was, they went for exactly the same matchup, and again, it didn't work out for them.
What I find very interesting is we heard from the manager of Cloud9 saying that we wanted to ban Renekton, we wanted to take that away from Zoro Zero. We feel it's an impact champion.
Yeah.
He then followed it up by saying, in the games, same thing, Renekton, and Zoro Zero picked Mundo again. Trundle was available. And many other top laners were there as well if you wanted to go for Shyvana. Yes, you can tank a lot with Mundo, but you're not making impact. You're not doing things. And I almost wonder if Zoro had been a slightly different champion, what the outcome could have been.
Well, definitely a difficult defeat to swallow, I think, for Ninjas in Pajamas. We've got to remember here that it's all about points at this stage of things. And honestly, finishing second place, you know, you never want to finish second. Let's be honest, who wants to finish in second? But actually, it's not that big of a deal that they end up losing out in this game.
It's not. They do manage to qualify for the next Challenger Series. And just to explain the format for everybody, you get Challenger points. The top 6 teams who have the most Challenger points go into a Challenger playoff after the second season of the Challenger Series. And then the top 3 from those playoffs battle the bottom 3 from the LCS. And winners of those make it into the Summer Split.
Well, I'll tell you what, you don't want to finish bottom 3 in the LCS when you've got 2 teams like that that are kind of scratching on the door, wanting to be let in. Cloud9 look fantastic at this point. Ninjas in Pajamas, let's not forget, they had a stand in here. They had Shaka in here. We don't know exactly how much practice they've been able to do. It's definitely not practice like they've had with Amin in the past.
No, definitely not. And I think I would like to highlight the fact that Ninjas in Pajamas, once again, have failed to deliver on the stage. When it counts, when they need to play, they didn't show up. And there were moments that were good. But truthfully, Cloud9 were ahead. Cloud9 were in control of Game 1 for most of it. They completely controlled Game 2. And you really have to be quite frank. NIP need to find find their mojo under the stage lights.
And on this very stage as well. It's not been so lucky for them up until now, that's
Same
for sure.
seats, actually.
Same seats, even. Not good. But guys, now that the Challenger Series finals are in our match history, let's take a look at that point distribution that we were talking about earlier on. So remember, the 6 teams with the most Challenger points after the 2 Spring Series advance into the Challenger Series playoffs. And with their 2-game sweep of NIP, Cloud9 Eclipse earns 9 Challenger Series points, which means it's all but certain that they'll be playing in those playoffs.
Yeah, and even though they lost, the Ninjas in Pajamas don't walk away empty-handed tonight. Not only do they grab themselves 7 Challenger points, but both Ninjas in Pajamas and Cloud9 have locked in a spot in the quarterfinals of the second half of the Challenger Spring Series. That's kicking off in just a couple of weeks on February 27th.
And now it's time to name our first ever Challenger Series most valuable player. For helping his team to the Spring Series title, the MVP goes to Cloud9 Eclipse's AD carry, Yarnan.
Yeah, he led the Challenger Series in kills with 48 rather. He shut down Freeze, who had been dominating up until this series. Up until this series, Freeze was the better AD carry in terms of stats. And Yarnan just really shone. His Lucian in game 1 when he came back from the GA and grabbed himself 2 kills. Can we do a hashtag EUCS big plays? It's not a thing, but it worked and it's definitely worthy.
We can do that.
We can try.
We can just
it's not
make
actually a thing, I'm just saying for fun.
Give it a try. Who knows what's going to come back your way. But guys, we're going to send it over to Shox, who's standing by with the Challenger Series MVP and his lane mate, Voidal.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, the MVP Yarnan and his lane mate Voidal from Cloud9 Eclipse, winners of the first Challenger Series here. Amazing performance of you guys. Yarnan, let's start with you. You are the MVP. Give me your point of view on you guys' first game. It was so close.
Yeah, it took so long. I don't know. We farmed for like 60 minutes and it was back and forth. Like we got 2 kills every time, and they got two kills on us, so we could like never finish. So it was like back and forth all the game, and we managed to finish finally. So
yeah. And then a lot of confidence going into game 2. Void, a lot of early aggression from you guys there in the top lane. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we were planning the dive and the lane swap. If I can combo my stun of Annie with Elise, like as you saw, Shaka got instantly deleted. If like Go accidentally took the turret angle and they got double buff, but if it hadn't happened, GG.
So you're mentioning Shaka there, and usually I play with Amin, obviously. When you heard that, was there anything you changed in the way you played, or was it different for you guys to play?
Actually, yeah, because we were researching Amin. I think he's like one of the core members of NIP at the moment, and when we found out like 3 days before the tournament that he's getting subbed, it was, of course, a surprise for us.
Yeah, Aaron, tell me a little bit about playing here on the stage, immediately grabbing that MVP spot.
yeah, I was pretty nervous at the beginning. Like I died for no reason at bot lane the first time, but then the nerves dropped and I can play better, so it went good.
So Voidal, obviously you're no stranger to what are the LCS stages after you've been on Gambit. How's it been playing and finding a new teammate here in Yarnan?
Yeah, when I first met Yarnan, I was like, I didn't know who he was, but when I started playing duo with him, he was playing perfect. I don't think I've ever had such a good AD carry in my team, so as it obviously was seen today, we played really good together.
All right, that's some big words there from Voidal coming out. So you guys, both of you, of course you guys won. This is amazing, but the Challenger Series 2 is where it's at because you guys, of course, want the chance to be in the promotion tournament. How do you feel the level of competition is now in the Challenger scene?
I think it's a lot stronger than it was in Season 3. Like in Season 3, it was only like KMT and the Copenhagen Wolves, I think, but now there are a lot of strong amateur teams that can even beat us, so we can't really relax and we have to practice every day against LCS teams.
Yarnan, anything you want to add?
No.
No?
It's okay.
It's okay. Well, congratulations once more on MVP and, of course, for winning here. And now we're going to go back over to Joe and quick shot to wrap things up.
Thank you very much, Shox. And anything you want to say, Trev?
No.
Okay, that's good then. While we've come to the end of our time together tonight, the good news is that we'll be back next Thursday with more European LCS action.
Yeah, what an incredible day of LCS it promises to be, with battles between some of the league's top teams, including Gambit versus ROCCAT, then the Super Hot Crew take on the struggling Fnatic.
Week 6, I think, is what you're trying to say there, of the European LCS kicks off at 7 p.m. Central European Time, which is 10 a.m. Pacific. And while that's 6 days, you know, you've got to wait a little bit of time from that one. You're in luck because on Saturday, the North Americans take to the Rift. Up first, Dexter patrols the jungle for CLG in his second North American LCS game when he takes on the legend of Meteos and Cloud9.
And then immediately after, Team Solo mid battles against Dignitas. It's the North American Challenger Series third place match. It's going to be Cognitive versus Complexity Red, the team formerly known as Skyline until this week.
Yep, week 5 of the North American LCS goes live Saturday at 9 PM Central European Time, which is 12 noon Pacific. And guys, that does it for the first European Challenger Series finals. Once again, I'd like to say congratulations to Cloud9 and Clips, and thanks to our friends over at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Quickshot Shocks, and the entire live broadcasting team, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Gets locked in there. Sinai tries to come in. Cap just urging straight towards him. Wow! Millennium acing Fnatic. Woo! That's fucking peace. That's your place though, man.
Collusion. I'm getting ulted. Look Diamond. I'm going behind him. I'm coming behind him. Effort. Keep going. Nice. Watch out now. Invade is tanking.
Okay, Kayla's coming.
Nice. Good job.
Kayla's behind you.
Tibbers tanks.
Kayla's here.
I'm teleporting top.
Top to push. Just push it.
Come on.
Oh,
And come on. Oh, nice God. This game.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.